Heaven. This is a place that everyone dreams of. Many people gave their lives to get to them. The Bellokuri young man stood and looked up. He was fascinated by the infinite sky that led to paradise. He had many obstacles ahead, as many as 9 levels of clouds leading to Valhalla. The first who can get to the top will rule the whole world. The boy was determined. He smiled and was sure that he would become the master of the world. In the purple clouds, the city that was happily welcomed the participants of the competition who came to them. The loud youth distributed brochures, which told the event that would take place with the participation of their heroes. The cheeky trinity, consisting of a red, green, and black full boyfriend, was steadily stepping on the streets, and at last their turn was to participate in the competition. A green-haired new moon with a brazen smile pulled a brochure out of the girl's hand. He tore the paper. For them, the bliss was rising to heaven at the cost of their own lives, even if they were not for their village. Suddenly, a white-shaped guy in the hood passed past the trinity. They grabbed their bags of money. Before you escape, he still managed to tease the contestants by saying that he would find the best application. Surprisingly, people who went to the risk of life were with a rather slow reaction. As soon as they realized that they stole money, immediately rushed to catch a guy. The young man turned out to be a pretty puddle. He began to run between the crowd, confusing everyone under his feet. The theft threw everyone on his way, trying to slow down his pursuers, but still the green-haired guy managed to get as close as possible. However, the blouse was difficult and kissed the boy in his nose with one blow. A chicky friend was already in a hurry to help a friend, but the robber quickly got some substance and threw a guy into the face. When Bellokuri saw that 2 did not threaten him, began to laugh from them and enjoy their prey. However, he forgot that there were 3 of them, and suddenly the red friend appeared outside his back. He took the bully by the collar and raised above the ground, offering 2 options for resolving events. The first prophesied the boy's death, and the second merciful beating if he agreed to return the money. The young man did not arrange such a proposal, and he called the red and showed him his middle finger. The choice was made, and the blonde flew to the floor, and then he began to arrive. The red-haired guy mercilessly beat the bully. Subsequently, friends approached him, and who recovered. But the thief did not collect to give up. He hugged money and said that he would not give them away. Red, to be incredibly evil to say that anyone will see the boy, would understand that he had stolen this money. On this beating stood and watched people. They thought that the boy who was named Zik received on his merit. He has long been glory. He illegally appropriated something illegally and received it every day, and today no one was in a hurry to help. But suddenly, the call was heard in the crowd to stop beating. It was a black-haired, tightly pumped young man with a huge sword behind his back. The company was annoyed by the appearance of the defender of the local crazy. Among the crowd, the name of Mr. Fried, the locals, was amazed at his appearance and did not understand what brought him here. The man began to apologize for the boy and even promised to pay compensation for him. He bowed slightly to the company and asked for a small thief. Red, that was obviously the leader of the team, swayed and just went away with his friends. Fried and Zik stood on a slope outside the city. The man asked the teenager as if he were older or everything was well. The boy looked at him with a spider and said boldly that he could not be all right. And then he stated that he would cope, and Fried gently replied that the young man had almost died. The boy began to resent so much that a bloody swab flew out of his nose. He turned his gaze to the gold that he got and said that it was like a small seed for which it could be given to life. Fried smiled and remembered that the young man rushed from the extreme in the extreme. During their first meeting, Zik stole bread from a man and almost got into a prison for 18 years. Zika Bishe that a man constantly remembered him how he was a little but incredibly brave theft. Even then, as a child, Fried realized that though the guy made mistakes, but he did not look like others. He had a shine in his eyes. Despite the fact that the young man lived as a theft, he kept hope. The man laughed at the irony of how he managed to make friends with Zach. The guy noted that Fried was also involved in a kind of theft. The man, as if the old sage, noted that no one to avoid this fate, and the one who beat the young man, and those who just stood and watched all of them. Even Mr. Fried considered himself the same exile who seeks to rise into the sky. Zik was tired of listening to the philosophical conversations of a friend. He began to go. When his friend asked where you gathered, the boy looked up and replied that he was. Initially, Frida surprised such intentions of a friend, but later he smiled and began to think about which they became the prisoners of such fate. The man looked around the deep and dead earth and wondered what is wrong with this world. Since everything has been rolled and the sky has shared by 9 levels, 500 years have passed. Poverty and famine were dominated by these lands at the foot of paradise. The only hope is to come to heaven in order to taste the fruits of life. To get up higher and above it was their fate. Fried was scratching the back of the head and thinking that the West, which is satisfied, was an unjustified luxury because there was a very difficult situation now. He looked at the miserable area of the city and thought that those who were not able to get into the heavens are deprived of the future. He turned to his friend who, like no other, knew this truth. A bunch of people gathered on the main square and the presenter in a purple shirt greeted all the contestants. He solemnly announced that the event for which all gathered should begin. But suddenly he interrupted the Zik, who stated that he also wanted to take part. Everyone began to rush around, which was a local theft. Some laughing at the young man because he obviously participated in the competition for the first time. But the presenter was glad to see him and kindly invited him because everyone could participate in the event. Of course, provided they pay a contribution. The man dragged his hands slyly. The boy was a little sorry to give his money, but he still said goodbye to them. Then the presenter stated that now no one will be able to deny the participation of the young man. Zik looked at the seeds with pity that they had money, and understood that it was all for the sake of the main goal. The guy remembered his childhood when the houses were burning and some man shouted to leave no seeds. Then his father gave the boy a small grain and ordered to flee. And in a moment, in the eyes of a young child, his father was deprived of his life. The boy himself rushed to flee. Since then, as if the pendant on the breast of the Zika hung that grain, at difficult times he squeezed him and remembered his goals. The musicians shook into the horn, and the presenter announced the beginning of the main heavenly festival. The first task on this holiday for the contestants was to find a bird of soul. Everyone was nervous. But this time he was ready to do it. For him, the main thing was to climb to heaven. The presenter gave the command and all rolled forward. This time Zik was determined to change his destiny. The birds among which were hidden the main prey looked at the bored people as if in insects who could not even fly. The young man had already found his bird, a little yellow-green, and chased after her with a net. In his eyes, despair gradually appeared because he wanted to catch the bird more and climb above to heaven. Very quickly the young man found other birds and waved his weapon trying to catch them. But he did not work out in any way. And after 3 hours he was already indignant that the birds were just avoiding him. Behind the Zik appeared the Trinity on which he attacked in the morning and began to laugh at him. The proud birds were already sitting on their shoulders and they called the boy weak. Suddenly, the young man recognized them and began to speak very loudly, pouring their birds that they were the same 3 hawks in the morning. Sliding on his employment, Zik sent the company and went around. But the boys wanted to release him only after they were calling for the morning incident. So when he came closer to the boy, the biggest of them wanted to hit him, but the young man swept away. The bold trio wrote down such agility of the guy on the usual luck. They smiled sinisterly because they knew that this time to help the boy to anyone. So the company was set to force the guy to pay the full program for what happened in the morning. The green-haired and the full was their weapon and the sword and rushed towards the young man. From the first blow, the guy skillfully turned out, but the second damaged his hand. Zik was very confident and thought that he could strike a fist of his abuser, but the attackers just rose up to the wings of the birds caught. Now the boys could easily strike their young man, and he was completely armed on the ground. ZK made the only right solution in this situation: just flee, and at the same time shouting and calling the company cowards. But suddenly the guy was in front of a rock that blocked his way, so the abusers easily struck him. The boys mocked him and said that he was the only one who was left without a bird. They said that the young man was destined to be on the ground, but he did not believe the Zik knew that he would surely rise to heaven. The red thing that came later laughing at the boy's dream of heaven and considered him too weak. Only a miracle in his opinion could help the young man. Through the pain of beating, Zik stood up and stated that heaven is not his ultimate goal. He seeks to rise above the 9th level to paradise. For a moment, the company fell silent after hearing such a statement, and then rested with frantic laughter. This desire was absurd because in recent years, no one has been able to climb there. According to legend, there is a source of life where the trees of peace grows. The Trinity laughed with the guy because he despised him for being able to desire to become God at all. A lot of laughing, the red guy got his weapon. It was a huge fiery axe. He swung and kissed the young man's chest, causing him an unbearable blow. Red was satisfied with his work because he left the guy slowly to lose his life. Zik was lying in a puddle of his own blood and wept from what could look so senseless. But suddenly on the mountain he saw bird eggs that began to descend down one by one. They became a border between the company and the boy. Then the eggs began to crack. From there, small black-white birds hatched that were already evil on someone. They saw the boy and rushed to him. He woke up so the birds did not want to give his body. The company looked at this action and laughed, and the guy just lay and just wanted to give God the soul. One of the chicks damaged the paw, and then the red man caught the guy in his leg, saying that the birds are as infirm as a young man. From the last forces, Zik stretched his hand to the chicks asking for help. But the little contagion was disgusted and shouted at the guy for dare to touch him with his dirty hands. But the Trinity, who just laughed at both of them, seemed even more unpleasant, so he decided to make an exception for the young man. The chick in the boy in the eye and said that he would not forget to thank, and then began to turn into black smoke. Black smoke penetrated into Zika, lifting it over embarrassed abusers. The red did not believe that the bird chose this breath and was asked if he had no ability at times. Then the boys decided to put this land, and to finish the young man in the 3 of them were certain. But the bird turned out to be unusual against 1,000 in this body. Having entered the young man, he became a huge dragon. The Trinity did not believe in her own eyes, and the only thing that could make it to run. But the giant was too fast, so the boys attempted to happen, and later they were simply grabbed by the dragon's dark matter. The bird ended with the abusers incredibly and left the boy's body. Zik came to the senses with surprise. He looked at his body because all his wounds disappeared. A bird that looked like a penguin loved itself and demanded from a guy a verbal confirmation of surprise. The young man wept with joyful tears because it happened what he always dreamed of. He found his bird and rushed to her into the arms. However, the chick itself was not delighted with such a turn and swept away with his paws from the guy. Meanwhile, Fried was already in the forest. Looking around, he did not notice anyone, so he thought late. Suddenly, he heard some voices and turned to see that the bright light spilled behind him. A huge golden bird landed behind the man and said, Fried, that he could become the next master of heaven. Zik, meanwhile, played with a chick, asking how his name is, but the baby could not know it, of course, because she was recently born. The guy shakes the bird in his hands because he could not knock and invented him the name of the grunt. The animals did not like this name, but the young man did not understand happiness and glad that he had a companion now. The chick was knocked out of Zika's hands and outrageously noticed that it would not be obeyed. He proudly became and noted that in general, he was the heavenly king. After a small pause, the guy laughed, but not wanting to offend the feeling of a bird, tried to hide it. But in the end, he could not stand it and said it was very funny that the penguin king of heaven. But now a young man was arranged by any bird, and playing on the feelings of the animal, he asked for his help if he met the king of heaven. Zik voiced his desire to climb high into the mountain, which with the help of Penguin, he will definitely work. Berkatoon asked him to worship him 3 times and then he would think about the boy's offer. Zik lifted the penguin on his shoulders and they roared the chicks suddenly where they were heading. The guy replied that they were going to the top to the break. From there, he would be able to climb to heaven. Berkatoon answered something to the young man, but in fact he was not interested at all. The guy told that if he made now, he would have to wait a whole year, so he was determined. Suddenly, a huge monster on 4 legs with a triple jaw appeared near them. Zik asked the birds, or could he transform and share his power with him again. But the penguin said that he could not use his strength when hungry, and asked the guy to share his food. It was very late for the monster and even tried to attack. The young man was very smart, so that he was able to get married and unexpectedly fell. Already lying under the claws of a monster, the guy saw as a light on the horizon, as if thousands of small fiery sparks began to impress the giant and forced him to forget about their prey. When the threat passed, Zeke looked at his rescuer and recognized his friend Fried. The man held a yellow spark in his hands and was no less surprised when he saw a friend. Fried was glad to see Zika and noticed that he finally found his companion. The Bellacuri boy looked at a friend and wanted to ask something, but the man understood without words. Fried said that no one to avoid this destiny and that he became part of the absolute team. In order to honor the memory of his ancestors, he had to follow this team. The man with humility accepted his destiny and considered it his duty. While the friends were talking, to Zika's chick had already started to pick up a whole monster. He roasted some of the animal and said that it was better than starving. Although it looked a little creepy, but Fried laughed and agreed with the bird. As long as the penguin was rapidly running and biting a piece of body, a man told a friend that his companion was quite wonderful. Suddenly, a huge eagle was attacked by a huge eagle, having worked his meal. The chick was indignant at its suddenly appeared winged misery. The eagle was also not courteous and began to say that the chick would rely them and he is ashamed for being one race. The bird sat on Frida's hand and man gently quarreled him for such behavior. The bird was called the Ruins. Zik immediately realized that he was a bird of his friend. He was as beautiful under his gender. But unlike his owner, the Ruins were not raised a little but a good bird in general. A little bit of the bird, he turned to the young man as cheerfully. He did not like that he stare at him. The boy was angered by this attitude and he expressed his dissatisfaction, and the bird only replied that he would not allow a man without wings to look at him hanging. The Ruins stated that the birds were more majestic than humans, and the little Berkatoon joyfully punched him. Zik began to argue with them, and his wise adult friend just laughed at this situation. The eagle stated that they were helpless creation that could not be rising to the sky without them. He turned to the penguin because it seemed to him that the chick had forgotten about their dignity, because it became uncertainly in a way. From ancient times, birds have been creatures that have special abilities that allow them to rule the sky. The following instincts they always seek up. But now heaven is divided into 9 levels. Now they cannot rise higher without cooperating with people, and although they give them their wings, helping to climb the birds of the soul of this world. This story was reminded by the baby as a harsh adult teacher, and when Berkatoon did not show insufficient respect for their greatness, the Ruins began to scrape with claws. Zik immediately grabbed an eagle, closing his beak, and Fried tried to reassure his bird, holding him for his wings. Suddenly they stopped and looked up the mountain. It was worth a hurry to start the exaltation soon. Friends began to climb the mountain. The Ruin flew on his master, and Berkatoon sat in his shoulders. The slope was quite steep, and if Frida was lifted easily, then the bundle barely rose. All the contestants have long been on the spot and have already waited for the company. The celestial ceremony had to begin soon. A portal was opened above this mountain in the sky. Suddenly, it all began to shake and finally opened the celestial portal. A blue passage that leads through 9 levels to the very sky was visible over people. The presenter announced that these were the same celestial gates that open once a year. They did not have much time. The passage created by atmospheric pressure can quickly close. The man declared a solemn call to rise into the sky with the bird of soul. All the dreams and hopes of people were right above them. But in order to climb up one had one condition: to jump from all the rock height. One courageous young man jumped first, declaring that if the others scares it exactly. He decided to give everyone an example, and without hesitation he trusted his stream. He merged with the bird and began to gain height. But suddenly the breeze came out of the portal, which shot down the brave, and he quickly flew down. The people standing on the mountain even more frightened by realizing that the young man had just swept the wind. All, including Zik, began to doubt that they could rise up at all. It seemed that only Fry did not doubt a drop, and was 100% confident in himself and his bird. He hesitated to the break and gave the ruin command. The bird obediently began to transform. Amazing wings appeared around the man that impressed all those present. Fried as a rocket at the speed of light, began to climb to the portal leading to heaven. Finally, the man returned to his friend smiling and said that he would go first. Zik opened his mouth and looked at his friend in surprise. It seemed that such a determination inspired everyone else, and they also combined with their birds, forgetting the tragedy of what happened a minute ago. The boy himself also inspired and remembered that we needed to cry. He didn't want to be the last. But looking around, the young man did not notice his little bird near him. Again, everything went to the plan without it. The bark will not be able to climb to heaven. So forgetting about panic, the guy ran to look for his satellite until it is too late. When Zeke went down a little below, he found his Berkatun, who was eating the remains of a monster. The guy grabbed the bird to tear off from food and said they had to hurry. The penguin sighed heavily and agreed to leave, but took the meat with him for later. The angry young man just caught the remains of the meat, and they flew into the bush. It seemed to the boy that he heard some sound where they heard nothing because he was too angry with his master. Suddenly, a huge dinosaur with a hum on his head jumped out of the bushes. He was angry with the fact that he was presented, and began to growl at frightened abusers. The companions made the only right decision and began to flee from the monster. But the Zik and Berkatun were frightened that the rock was breaking off. In a second, they were already indifferent to escape from this monster. The guy hugged his bird and at his own risk jumped from the break. The young man and the penguin and asked to be reincarnated, but the chick stated that he had not yet sufficiently supported. The dinosaur jumped behind them, so the bird itself could be lunch. The companions did not have very good prospects, or be eaten by a monster or break through the fall. Zik flew to the bottom and thought that he could just die even without the opportunity to do something. But he did not suit him, as he was about to climb to heaven, so he began to hurry Berkatun. The bird began to transform, wrapping them together with a young man with dark purple smoke. A moment before the fall, the transformation took place, and the guy took off the dinosaur's fist that jumped behind them. Everyone who tried to rise to heaven hurried each other because the gates had to close. The blue portal began to be absorbed a little, and the contestants thought that they were not lucky this time. But suddenly behind them, as a lightning rushed, everyone was amazed at the fierce speed of the guy. Other contestants immediately recognized him, but since the gate almost closed the young man at a great danger. Zika did not stop. It continued to flow up and tried to press on the portal to open. Even Berkatun suggested that he surrender and try next year. But the young man was very persistent. He knew that he would not have the next chance. If not now, the entire way will be meaningless. Those who looked at the guy from below came together that he was exactly crazy. But on the other side of the portal, Fried was waiting for a young man who looked at a friend and pleaded not to give up. Ziek set out to the maximum, and the explosive wave rammed the door that almost closed. Friends were glad to see each other and did not rush and flew on. In addition to the comrades, there were others who were able to get through the gate, and only they were moving with incredible speed, leaving a light and dark mark. Friends made their way through the heavens and looked at the world from the mountain. The first level of heaven is the city of Pavshi Icarus. Fried was very surprised that they arrived, and Zek was incredibly happy that he finally had done his. In the place on the bazaar, many people went quietly with their birds on their shoulders. Everyone raised the heads up and looked at the contestants who were already in heaven. New Armor was amazed that in heaven there is indeed a whole city that is not like Earth at all. All on Earth gladly began to greet the contestants. They were their heroes of the first discoverers of heaven. Fried noticed that they were quite popular and jokingly told a friend to wave their hand. Zik was confused and left with a blush embarrassed his palm. But suddenly something went wrong and the boy began to fall rapidly down. Zik, just as his friend did not understand what was happening to him and why he was rapidly approaching the ground. Berkutun made himself aware of this he was planting because he felt the smell of delicious food. The guy tried to stop his bird because it was a dangerous maneuver. A woman with a mouthpiece, who was the headquarters named Mylalin. The contestant stopped because the zone was forbidden there. After the calls did not work, the woman called her bird of Tiffany's pigeon. She told the boy with her index finger and knocked him down with white light. Zik flew his head down and hit the ground. It helped stop the voracious chick. Malin was approaching the boy with a strict look and said that without him she had enough trouble. Walking in front of a young man, she said that there were strict restrictions in accordance with the judge's order. The law emphasized that the newcomers were forbidden to fly without permission. Therefore, ZK has just broken a number of articles and points that the boss in papers noted loudly. The guy was still upside down and just didn't understand what was happening. The woman quickly tied him up and said that he would be taken under the care of a violation of summer discipline. Fried, who flew a little closer to a friend, noted that the guy was always distinguished by the ability to find adventures at his fifth point. The strict boss informed everyone else so that they went down immediately if they do not want to be arrested. Everyone else was enough for a punished boy in order to understand that it is not necessary to joke, so everyone went down. A little later, Zika was taken to the first-level security office where he gave him tears to listen. The boy tried to explain that the chick was the fault, and it was not his choice to fly into the forbidden zone. Mililin seemed to miss his explanation through her ears and slipped the folder to sign the young man, because it was his first violation and the boy was lucky that he would only be fined. So when he saw the amount of his relief, he was fined 500 seed. Again, with tears in his eyes, he started asking for something. This time he was just forgiven. In his thoughts, he wanted only one as soon as possible to rise even higher. The chunky criminal who was next to the guy I advised him to give up. Obviously, he was very experienced and knew that they would not even try to listen to the beacon. The guard quickly forbade him to speak the blade of the spear to his neck. Zik looked closer at the man of his armor, and weapons looked strictly. He was clearly not ordinary guys, however, and not to say that he was here for a long time. The woman attracted the guy's attention by saying that if he wants to just go, he needs to sign the papers. The young man took the pen and already wanted to sign that someone would have to rob. But suddenly the man turned, turning the table, saying that he would no longer tolerate it. Through his speaking, he affected everything around while fighting the guard. He even pushed the random Zika and he plunged the pen in the leg of the guard. The man screamed and declared a young man a criminal, screaming him to be detained. The poor boy, no one listened to him. They were surrounded with a chunky man by instigating their spears. Suddenly, the man asked to cover him. One of the guards who rushed against the criminals wounded the guy with the letter. It became the last drop for Zika. It became angry and began to transform it. The guy told on his hand first and realized that it was the power of Penguin, but he did not know where the chick fled. But there was no time to think of a long time because the young man already flew the guard, so he decided to set the first blow. At that time, his silky partner was scattering everyone around one of the authorities. These two successfully fought side by side for a miraculous bundle, skillfully used their strength. He dealt with almost all one blow to fist on the floor. Everyone flew from a purple explosive wave. The guards knew that the young man was quite strong. The guy was glad to hear that. Suddenly, an emerald green light appeared in heaven as if a portal began to create. A bold man did not like it, and the guy did not know what it means. Even the guards were afraid of such developments because they were angry with the judge. Everyone quickly began to flee into the shelter, both workers and criminals. From the green portal began to appear hand, consisting of 1,000 intertwined vines. She, as if a magnet, extended a chunky man and then mowed to the ground. Zika managed to avoid punishment. He just looked at what was happening and was shocked. One of the guards began to poke his finger and talk to her to start with him. Meanwhile, Fried was quietly walking in the bazaar, looking around in a new place. The combining pleasant with the useful, he tried to find his friend who disappeared somewhere. He paid attention to the crowd and decided to see the happening there. To his great surprise, he saw Zika, in whose shackles kept the guard of the guard. There was a man who announced that according to the judge's decision, the state treason. The poor young man just cried and prayed to help him something because he did not even have time to do anything and had to get punishment. Together with the chunky man, the guy led through the branches of Liana in the accompaniment of the convoy. Malin sent her hand to the door that was fully created from the stars and said that she should contact the judge as the offender was detained. Then the door opened, and from there began to flow the bright light that blinded the Zika's eyes. Finally, opening the eye, the guy saw the big green spaces above which was the blue sky, and the bright sun was shining. He was surprised and asked what it was for a place. The woman replied that this garden is a judge. In the middle of a spacious lawn was a red sofa on which a man was carefree and looked at the clouds. Covering his hand from the sun, Zik pointed to the man and said that there was a homeless. Hearing this, woman immediately angry and began to shout that the guy was very rude and did not even imagine who was before him. It was this man who managed the first level and city of Icarus that was a great judge. Unius Satyr Mr. Judge named Physis as a warm sunshine peacefully slept. Maine was strictly reminded that they were the contestants who managed to climb to heaven. Zik, with sparks in his eyes, looked at the judge, who seemed to him an amazing man. And then the man did not share his delight and asked if they could rise to heaven, who was a judge. The guards immediately introduced the spear to his neck for such an encroachment on the will of a great judge. This Homer woke up a man, and he stood out of the sofa that he just had barely fell asleep. The woman stood on one knee and apologized to the judge with respect. The man lied to the side, looked at the prisoners, and asked what happened in his heavenly garden. Malin reported that a big guy was a rooted criminal who constantly creates problems, and indicating Zika explained that he was only a newly arrived contestant. In addition, she described him as a very bad person who leads did not cripple the soldier. Both fell under the second article about betrayal and harm. The woman spoke with all the severity, and the man yawned and agreed with. Physis turned on other days and said that he was a little lazy, so Melny asked him to gather with that. The woman was angry because it was not the first time. Zikshokokov did not look at the lazy man. At first he thought that Physis was like a king here, but he just dropped all the work on the girl. Remembering the huge hand with the guy, came to the conclusion that this technique was not so outstanding. In fact, he was just scared of the size. The young man tried to refer to the employment of a judge to persuade everyone to just parted peacefully. Suddenly, the crime criminal spoke. He boldly addressed the judge, asking how long he would still behave. He immediately tore his huge shackles, and combined with his bird, he had red wings. Wagening his giant hands rapidly ran towards the sofa on which the judge lay. Zik, along with Maine, screamed, a man frightened by how quickly the giant approached him. When the storm's hands were in a centimeter from Fissa, only once again expressed indignation that was worried. The man quickly and cleverly applied his magic of sharp shrubs. The judge kissed the criminal directly into the heart. Piercing the thief from his opposite side, 1,000 branches came out. The giant flew down to the foot of the boy. Zik stared at him. Physis sat on the sofa and acknowledged that Maylene was right when she said that the man was a bully. Then he pointed to the guy and said he would work for them for 10 years. Of course, it was much better than participating in which a man was doomed, but the young man still didn't like it. Maine reported that Zika's punishment was announced and asked to follow her. The guy began to cry and shout that he did not want to stay here for the whole 10 years. It got bored with a woman, and she struck the young man by asking him whether he was tired of living. But the boy seemed better to be deprived of his life than to rot for 10 years at the first level of heaven. Maine was surprised by such a sad young man's response. Zik stated that they were nothing at all. Everyone is indifferent to his plans, and he needs to get to paradise. The woman baked, hearing this bare speech, and she clenched his fist, reading the boys for his rudeness. She waved a spear of one of the guards and read the violation. Article 1st, Item 1st, Image of the Grand Judge. For such a violation, the boy was threatened with deprivation of life. But suddenly, the instant execution of the sentence was stopped by the judge raising his hand. He blossomed into an interested smile. Now he began to like Zik. Fried was waiting for Fried for the checkpoint of the city of Ikar. He was very glad that his friend was released. He was very worried and thought that this time the boy was definitely shining. Releasing a young man, a woman stated that he was just lucky that the judge had mercy and replaced the punishment for the trial. Friends were surprised to hear, but Malin began to explain. They will not be able to rise to the next level and pass the next test without the permission of the judge. The higher they rise, the more energy they need. Those who pass the test go to the next layer of the land by receiving the label. She reported that they only arrived at the first level, and the judge had already chosen them, so the boys should be grateful for such generosity. The woman threw a scroll with a red ribbon and turned away. This piece of paper contained test information with interest. The boys decided to look. But after unfolding the ZIK document, and Fried were amazed what they saw there. With the help of a map, the comrades approached the eastern part of Icarus Junius. The boys looked around. According to the papers, that they had their goal somewhere nearby. In the scroll, 2 apples were drawn to the boys. Their test was to bring them. Zik was angry with such a stupid task, and Friedley emphasized that it was more like a trial. The little penguin asked her master to find him at least any food. Ziek angrily grabbed his animal and began to quarrel for disappearing at the most responsible moment, and the chick tried to make a sweet face so that it would not be touched. The little bird came down for the ruin, calling a young man a noisy man. Then the guy began to argue with both simultaneously, complained that they were too hasty. As long as Zik fought with the animals, calling them not tucked chickens, Fried saw a fruit tree. He hinted to his friend to spin. The young man was distracted from his dispute and said that he was now catching up. Suddenly, the comrades saw something suspicious ahead and decided to look. As he approached and looked at something a little better, the boys realized that these were ordinary fluffy rabbits. Free-to animals seemed strange, and Vision, unsuspecting anything, laughing at the assumption of a friend. For a long time, the guy ran forward with his thoughts about collecting fruit. He quickly stopped because suddenly rabbits began to increase tenfold. Little Fur in a moment turned into giant rabbits. Their special skills were martial art. Having chewed and seeing their red eyes, Fried had already doubted that rabbits were in front of him. But the young men just fun. They saw a chance to stir up a little. Zik asked Burkatoon about his readiness. The bird was glad to transform because it was waiting for a ladder behind Rabbit. Fried did not keep up with his friend and ordered the ruin to deal with the giants and not to disgrace his honor. After transforming the boys with shouts, they rushed to the giants. Zik quickly and easily straightened with the first crown that laughed at him with a simple stroke. When other monsters ran to the young man and trying to harm, he rejected them with a purple wave of his magic. Fried did not keep up with his friend and deal with the rabbits with his sword. Combining his strength with the fire, the man quickly dealt with the monsters. Suddenly, he noticed that a cunning krill was picking up to his friend and warned his friend loudly. Fortunately, Zik had time to react and blocked from a huge paw. The guy felt a lot of pressure, but after recovering and gathering the monster as far as possible, the young man did not forget to thank the friend for the warning. Fried suggested that if they had been defeated for a long time, the comrades decided to finish with this, and standing side by side, attacked all the rabbits that were near them. Friends stood on a mountain of fluffy bodies and stated the end of the test. Fried with a friend was walking through the city streets. Zik easily juggled apples and said that the test was even too light. The company only had to take the fruit to the keeper, and the case would be completed. Burkatoon was sitting on his shoulders with the owner that he wanted sweet. The guy promised to feed him after they carry the apple. The junction of the young man saw just a huge pile of crowd. Comrades missed horror that the whole people were also contestants ahead. The penguin quickly jumped from the guy's shoulders because it seemed to him that free food was being handed over there. He came closer to the crowd and began to ask what was happening that everyone wants sweet. A drunken man sitting next to the queue laughed because he realized that the boys were here for the first time. He knew that the test was very easy. The boys confirmed his word. He showed his apples and said that he got the same task as the people who stood in line. Fried asked what it means, and someone from the crowd with a malice threw fruit on the ground, indignant that he could not even eat them. The drunkard laughed at the boy who was clearly traveling. The young man lived even when he heard that someone laughing. Fried suggested that the judge clearly loved the test because it was so easy, and the main purpose was to repay the contestant. The drunkard laughed again by raiding the guy's mind. It was really just an excuse to drive them. The comrades immediately denying it were not invested in their heads as a judge could do so. Obviously, the man knew Fissa. He called him lazy and told the boys that they were simply played without target. However, once a month, the judge gave one pass to only one person. Young men on the wings of righteous anger, from what heard, meant that they had an incredibly chance of getting this pass. The drunkard laughed again at their surprise. There were many young men who could not rise for years. The transition to the next level of heaven was like a lottery. At this point, Zeke understood why the chunky man who met in the department was so angry. Fried said that if this information is true, then they have a problem, but his friend was not going to give up because of it. Pouring another portion of drinking, the man noted that luck is on the side of friends. He told them that tomorrow they would be their happy day to puzzles with these words of comrades. The boys were standing in a huge line of contestants until the evening. After the reception, they passed through the bazaar and paid attention to the carefree children. Zik said that when he arrived on these lands, he immediately felt that this world is different. Fried told that he once read this city in a book on history he found at home. He looked at the contestants who quarreled and said that Icar is just the first level where the contestants got. It was a densely populated and economically developed country with a bunch of merchants. Contestants need equipment in order to rise to the next level. That is what locals trade. Thanks to this, the contestants will be able to rise higher and, to be more precise, they only give such hope. However, because of the large number of those who wish, many are defeated, so it is also a descent. This place was called Icar because of the large number of fallen ones who wanted to rise to the sun. The evil grunt that sat on the guy's neck annoyed that Fried said the bored thing. Obviously, the bird was too hungry. Fried said that in any case, they can only count on luck. Comrades stood in front of the entrance to the gates of the first white tree. It resembled a wooden conflict on the stands of which many people who tried to attract the attention of the judge who stood in the center. Fissy stood near some small tree that was more like a stick stuck in the ground. The man yawned sweetly and thought only how to return to his dream after he quickly did all things. The judge barely raised his hand to the tree as everything shone with green light that rushed up. A strong tree, which led to the next level of heaven, began to form from 1,000 vines. All in the stands were amazed at what they saw, as well as young men. They did not believe that these were the same heavenly gates. Zika surprised how much he knew the heavenly gate opened on his own once a year. But suddenly, Malin called them with his friend, calling them the inhabitants of the lower land. She corrected her glasses and skeptically asked if they were still doubting their judge. The woman strictly stated that he was a powerful patron saint of tests for the contestants. Theseus was capable of managing Mother of Nature. He was God who had been worshipped by their lands for 5 years. It was the truth of the power of the chosen. It seemed that the man coped with his task of wanting to sleep exclusively. In the stands, a bunch of people largely prayed to be missed by someone this year for 3 years. Fried and Zik of each other was conquered not to cry if they were eliminated by one of them. Everyone saw the gates began to open. The creepers, as if the clouds were split, and the green glow came on the other side of the curtain. But suddenly something went wrong with the huge trunk of red lightning. Suddenly, all the branches were scattered. Theseus thoughtfully honored his head and looked up. In the stands, everyone struck such a turn and sat with his mouth. The concerned Malin went closer to the judge and asked the man what happened. Theseus was apologizing and saying that the gate was likely to break. Having declared it, he turned and went as if nothing happened. Outraged screams began to cling to the stands. The people were outraged that the man did not perform his work and just went. People have burst into patience that they were doing a stupid task and this time they could not go further. Fissa released such conversations and he decided to punish angry contestants. He used his own hand and caused a bunch of branches that penetrated indignant people. The branches were rapidly approaching and comrades and Fried sharply snatched the sword and cut off the branch. He instantly combined with a bird and applied the flames to protect a friend who was hiding behind his back. The judge came closer to the people and squeezed that he didn't just go. I would send someone to love. But the tree has reached the end of his life, and now he will have to make considerable efforts to replace it. The man thought about the fact that he would probably be devastated again next time, so he announced that next time he would send 4 people to a man to each land. Despite the wounding injuries, people in their eyes lit up at this chance to climb the mountain. In the forest, from unknown people who owned the birds, escaped some red-haired young man. This place was dangerous in itself, not even taking into account the contestants. All the contestants were collected in the heart of Icar Forest from the roots of trees. The place was especially important for the judge. It is this forest that supports the clouds on which Icarus stands. This information was reported by Malin. The woman said that the forest was equipped with modern security tools. The traps were arranged everywhere, so it advised to be careful when they would look for the essence of the tree. Zik stood evil because he thought that the judge earned everything, that his life would not seem too sweet. Some of the contestants began to make fun of the women's warnings. They considered themselves strong enough not to be afraid of traps. Then Melilin was throwing an apple that immediately raised the creepers into the smaller pieces, which had taken place from nowhere. When the fetal pieces flew to the contestants, they were scared and realized that the traps were not a joke. The penguin, seeing a piece of fruit on the floor, rejoiced in such a deliciousness. He, as a capricious child, told the boys that they had disappointed him today. And the whole thing was that although the boys had a bag of fruit in a fruitcake, another contestants were gradually needed and were ready to destroy everyone who would interfere with them. Fried noted that competition began to become even more cruel. And Zik seemed only glad. He was ready to overcome everyone, because they were here for the sake of it. As soon as the permission, the boys with passion ran to the operation to their goal. So the survival in the forest from the roots of trees began. Among the contestants, the number of casualties increased. Competition than the test participants has also grown rapidly. Meanwhile, Zik and Fried tried to survive. They ran from the next trap in the form of a huge boulder that rolled behind them. Zik gave his bird Delicious for the neck because it was because of him that they got into such a mess. And another surprise was waiting for friends. Huge manners of Venus flycatchers, who instead of insects devoured people. The boy without transformation managed to agilely avoid the efforts of the plant to seize it. He could have evaded complaining that something was clearly wrong with this and the forest. Friends managed to get out of this mess, and while Zik was lying on the ground, Fried's rest said that this forest seemed to live up. A little recovering, the guy began to quarrel the tunaberg for not turning away from him for a moment. But the bird shamelessly stated that he should already get used to it, so the thrust with a maliciousness grabbed the baby's neck. The ruin noted that the boys were incredibly looking for each other with their behavior. Suddenly, the golden eagle noticed the monsters that was upright above them. It was another trap of this forest. The bird of the bird looked even a little funny. The monsters did not wait for a very long time and decided to go on the company. Seeing the true essence of the forest, the boys decided to deal with it and combine with their birds. ZK was the first transformed and struck a strong monster that looked like a mantis. But suddenly, the young man noticed that this blow had no effect on the giant. The same result was obtained by his friend, who tried to cope with the monster with the help of a sword. Starting the boys acknowledged that their rivals were quite strong. Fried advised his friend to use his strength with reason. After these words, a yellow sun appeared in his hand. Then Zik asked what it was and how he would use it. Fried used the spell of the world of swords and monster attacking with fire blades on all sides. ZK, meanwhile, came from a huge mantis manually exclusively with gross power. He does not know what power his bird has, so decided to ask how to manage it. ActionToon began to mention something, but stated that he had forgotten his master. Full of anger, the guy applied some unknown huge purple wave. In this way, the power of Penguin was activated by impressing the monster of the mantis. Zik remembered that something like this was produced when he was detained and the fight against a chunky man began. Now the guy knew his strength. At first he defended himself from the blow and then counterattacked the monster. His pearl could easily withstand all the monsters. The young man was enthusiastic and asked the friend to leave that grate on him. Zik was ready to smear all insects. Now he was convinced of his capability. Initially, the guy took as much blows as possible. His main task was to stand them. When he reached the limit, he could activate this amazing ability to destroy all huge insects. Fried was surprised when he saw his friend fighting. At first thought he was ending. He went closer to a friend and asked why he had not used his strength before. Zik said that he just had to warm up. Their battle has not come to an end because the monsters began to climb from everywhere. Fried jokingly asked if these creatures would end. His friend asked to rely on him. Reflecting the first attack by his sword, the man said he would cover a friend. Everything else was entrusted with a friend. Zik was grateful to a friend for his support. The young man smashed all the monsters with his newly discovered force and suddenly grabbed him by his liana. Then Fried came to the rescue, and using the rain from the sword released the boy's foot. Zik, with great success, made the creatures that attacked them, and only lived for a friend so that he would not be covered with bodies. After a while, the young man coped with all the monsters and stood on the mountain from their bodies, boasting that it was not so difficult. After completing, friends separated with their birds, and the penguin boasted with their impressive force. Suddenly, a girl with purple hair jumped from a tree joined the boys. The boys were alert. Fried took the sword because it seemed that the girl wanted to suddenly attack them. The girl looked at the boys with her sincere green eyes and said that they were just very interesting to watch them. She boldly that they will either become her colleagues or are waiting for death. She was seriously tuned and stood with her huge hammer in her left hand. One of the monsters that another 5 minutes seemed to be killed and was about to attack the girl. The boys were frightened by her uninvited guest. But she was not embarrassed, and turned around in a second, destroyed the monster with a blow to her younger. After she immediately eliminated the creature, said that everyone usually runs as soon as she was raising a hammer, but the boys were bold. They liked the girl, so she reached out and offered to be her colleagues. She took into account that 4 people would pass, and if they worked together it would be easier. Fried considered it a good idea, but his incendiary friend managed to evict his negative opinion about it. He turned to the girl as Aunt, what angered the young lady, so she swung on him with her fiery hammer. But Zik put his glove and the girl did not work. In its expression, it was obvious that she was not used to such and that her strokes always achieved the goal. The young man understood it and began to tease it with a bold smile on his face. Of course, it was even more angry with the girl and she gave her stroke again. No one so carelessly treated her blows, so she decided to hurt the boy. But this time Zik not just defended himself, but also tried to attack the girl. He hit her directly into her stomach and she flew back, trying to stop moving, leaning on the ground with a hammer. Zik smiled boldly and said that she was upsetting him. In addition, he ironically reminded that she also asked to become his colleague. The girl was tired. She decided to put an end to the young man's cloth, and again rushed to him with her weapons and the desire to teach him manners. Since she no longer observed, there was an approximate idea of the style of the guy's struggle. The girl concluded that he has one annoying ability. She tried to attack him again, and this time the young man did not seem so easy. She realized that Zik had a vile ability to absorb power, so she emphasized that he is not you as much as possible. This time she managed to reach the desired, and the guy finished that he burned. The girl took over the relay ray and emphasized that they just started. After a second pause, she again attacked Zika with the great force of her fire. It was really difficult for the young man to stay with his last strength, and did not understand why this ant was so strong. After the flow of fire stopped, the guy had time to notice that her hammer became much more. The girl guessed that the guy saw the change and said that her ability was to strengthen the flame. As the resonance from the impact increases, the hammer becomes greater and its floor is hotter. Having made another pause, she reported that her weapon was additionally equipped with something like a flamethrower. It was not easy for Zika, and this information was further upset. During the next blow, the young man noticed that his glove was covered with cracks. So the next time he just jumped and the girl's hammer left a dent on the ground. Zyke was well aware that if she hit him next time, he would go to the world. Fried, who stood aside, was surprised by the incredible ability of the girl against which even the Pearl of Zika could not stand, and he was surprised that such a fragile creature had a huge weapon like a toy. He came to the conclusion that at such a pace his friend will soon play. After the last passion of the young man, because he did not think that he would survive him, she suggested that the next attack he could simply not survive. Zik, who was incredible crippled, still did not give up and said that this game was not over. The girl noted that the young man was quite stubborn and said that there was a border of her patience. With his eye and blood from his nose, He did not give up and stabbed the girl, asking for a sequel. The young lady did not have to pronounce for a long time, because she was bored with the audacity of the young man. She swung and did not carry another devastating blow. Zika's glove crashed. Fried and Berkatoon, seeing it, began to be very nervous for their friend. Even the indifferent Ruin was frightened. Fried asked the chick to help her friend who was left alone. But the toddler, as always, began to get nailed. This time he was justified with tummy problem. The girl looked at the defeated Zika and reminded him of warning that it was worth stopping. She turned and said that she lost her curiosity. But the boy was not going to give up. He insisted that it was not the end. In the eyes of a surprised girl, he began to unite with his bird. During this process, the flames around the guy were dispelled. The young man understood his capabilities and could now cause the bird's power even without his agreement. In a moment, the girl put a huge purple dragon woven as if smoke. The young lady clearly did not expect such a reversal of events. She was amazed at the form of her eyes. Even Fried was shocked when he saw his friend turned into a dragon. Other participants were heard from their battle. Someone even crawled ants. Many saw the origins of dark energy that spread from the dragon. Zik began to collect energy from everywhere, forming a dark magical ball. Fried has already intervened here. He asked his friend to recover, because it was already crossing all sorts of limits. The magic layer continued to gather in the dragon's mouth. This attack was called the Breath of the Dragon. Fried showed that they needed to run quickly from there, but the girl did not understand how they could do it. She was covered with panic. Pete dragged her forehead and she stated in a trembling voice that they would all die. The guy looked at how the magic layer grew up and was not sure that they could escape. Then suddenly the ruins flew from his shoulder. It seemed that the bird had some plan. He flew the dragon and hung right above the gap. The young man was in the very center of the dragon. The eagle gained speed and broke into the fetus of the giant. At the last moment, before the breath of the dragon, the bold bird struck the wing of the guy on the nape of the neck. Then all the mighty figure of the dragon began to sluggish a little like a cloud, and Zik himself, losing the consciousness of, flew down, hitting the ground. Fried praised his bird who returned to him, and the girl, stunned, rejoiced that they managed to survive. The guy looked at the body of his exhausted friend and tried to understand that it was for strength. When Zik opened his eyes, he saw Berkatoon that put his wing to his forehead. The guy asked what he was doing, and the bird said it took care. It was this moment that the young man was usually not so kind. Of course, he said that he just worried about the boy, but in fact he worried that he would feed him. The next question that raised the boy was about who won in their struggle. Here Fried, having noticed that his friend came to his senses. Zik did not remember anything, and asked excitedly that he was suddenly patted on his shoulder. Returning his head, he saw a girl smiling and noted the survivability of the young man. The young man jumped on his feet and began to complain that this girl did not die. But it seemed that after their battle, the young lady changed his attitude and did not offend his words, but only he looked at it allegedly. The guy wandered the girl, but Fried seriously stated that this time everything did not work out. The young man also was in danger, but something was happening after that. Zik asked what happened after he lost consciousness. Fried was surprised that his friend remembered nothing. The young man himself began to worry that caused the accident. Fried immediately waved and said that it was not necessary to worry, but in fact in this situation he himself was very frightened. The guy saw that his friend was trying to remember what happened, but he thought he was better not to know. But his reflections were interrupted by the girl slamming the boy on the back and saying that it is not necessary to worry because of the loss, it does not make him worse. Zeke immediately demanded a revenge that he was just afraid to hit the woman at that time. The dispute continued and the guy began to speak a lot of nonsense, calling doubt that she was a woman at all. This girl could no longer endure and a fist flew into the boy's face. Obviously, the ZK was not yet sufficiently recovered for the duel, so he started to apologize instantly and was already late. The company was sitting quietly and dinner watched a boy. People eaten the fried meat calmly, and the grunt paid attention to the bird of their new girlfriend. The girl asked the boys why such children wanted to become applicants. Against the background of the penguin, it was cited by offering their food to another bird. The proud peacock abruptly refused the chicks, breaking all his romantic dreams. And Fried said that he had no choice because it was their family business. But for Zik, it was a chance to change his destiny. Holding a plate with soup, the girl asked the young man's family. But the answer was sad because the Zik was an orphan. His father has died when he was small. Since then, the guy is completely lonely. He remembered happy moments from his childhood and then robbed next to his father's grave and dreamed that he would do everything to survive in this world. It was then that the guy firmly decided that he had to change his destiny. The girl hugged the young man with tears in her eyes and said that it was a rather sad story. Now, when she knew about all his troubles, she did not believe that he had overcome all this path here at such a young age, and added that she was proud of him. Zik escaped from her arms. He did not like such pity on the side of the girl like a mother. The girl turned to him as a young child was a young man because he was serious, and wanted to get to the 9th floor of the clouds and get to heaven. For him, it was not a joke he sought to become a lord of heaven. For a second, the young lady captured such a strong desire to change her own destiny. She wondered whether he knew about the legend that was walking in this world. The fact that the first person as it asks to heaven becomes the master of heaven and will rule the world. But this legend was 500 years. In the last 500 years, no one has got to heaven. These were only the dreams of contenders. Everyone has different purposes. Someone just wants to live a rich life because the closer to heaven, the more seeds. The seeds were used at the same time for food. The girl turned to Zika with the words that even if he does not go so far, can change the world. Suddenly, Fried asked her as an older sister why she became a contender. The girl was going to answer something, but suddenly the dishes fell out of her hands, and she as if she had fainted. Zik wanted to bring her to her senses, but with Fried and birds too, as if he had fallen asleep. Then the boy who watched them descended from the tree. He sent the company to the world of Morpheus. It was such a reaction that he expected from the drug, which he prepared. Suddenly, without frightening, the baby spoke Fried. He immediately suggested that the soup had a strange smell, so it was interesting for him to be a drug. A chunky sports physique of the young man hangs over the frightened boy. Despite all the unpleasant situations, the man smiled at a miraculously kindness. A sweat flowed down the boy's head. The frightened baby could not get involved as this could happen. The matter was that Fried was taught to be a contender, so he felt such a kind of thing. This answer was angry with the baby, and he decided to grab his weapon. It was a small slingshot that he aimed at the guy, but he was easily evaded. Fried was behind the boy and grabbed his hand in which he held the weapon. The child shouted and demanded to let her go, but the young man only laughed gently, while the child complained to the guy trying to keep his balance, thought that even at night they did not rest. When the rabbit, the Scraggy, began to scream on the boy, the young man was very emotional. He asked the linked baby about how he dared to pump them with drugs, and accused he tried to steal food in them. While the guy tried to shame the little one for theft, Fried reminded him that he was theft. Hanging his head down, the boy began to say that Zika should be pumped again with a substance, so their dispute became more fervent. The penguin was played by his master and carried him a stick, and Fried smiled with the situation as if a wise older brother. The guy took the baby bag and began to consider what was there. The boy moved and began to shout so that he could not touch his precious things. Fried was surprised by the stuffing of the bag. There were so many different substances, but the baby then said that he himself prepared it all. The man continued to consider things and wondered that all this was done by a child. Suddenly everyone heard the loud scream that demanded to stop everything immediately. When the boys turned, they saw a tiny bird similar to a colored rob. He tearfully asked to release the baby who met him old and could not even use the power of the bird. He stated that the boy had overcome the whole way here. Seeing his bird, the baby wept, calling him his grandfather. Grandpa was also broken by calling a boy named Dean, so they looked at each other, shouting names and crying. Zik was nervously asked why he was crying as a slack on what Fried laughed and asked him whether he was feeling a bad guy. The girl put her hand on her chest and stated that she was very frustrated. She took the boy and the bird in her arms and said they were now her brethren and that she would move together and promised to defend them. Zika no longer withstand nerves. He did not understand why history began to develop in this direction, but his friends seemed to see something good in this. The girl advice has stated that now they are going to look for a tree essence. Grandpa's bird thanked the girl joyfully, and the boy now considered her sister, but sincere tears of grandparents and the baby hidden evil intentions. After everyone figured out, the girl threw the last stick into the campfire and suggested to move after everyone was sleeping. In the morning, she also woke up everyone vigorously motivating on a wonderful day for battle. Fried rubbed her eyes and asked the girl whether she got asleep because she woke them up quite early. The young lady did not reach only a Zika who continued to sleep with her penguin sweetly. The guy did not hear her at all and only turned to the other side, continuing to squeak. It just started a girl. So she did not hesitate to woke him with her elbow, adding a little fire to the blow. Now the young man was not able to go through the blow, so the girl just stood him behind him and carried a bird in her hand. It was set up optimistic to find Essence today with its new company. Fried carefully pointed to Zika and reported that one of their contestants was now injured. The girl just laughed and spread her hands. Her mood was quite fun. An hour later, the company reached the heart and already led Bill. The girl easily dealt with all with the help of her fiery hammer. Fried, too, was not strongly tired of waving his fiery sword. They fought with other contestants and that they had a good idea in the opponents. One of the enemies unnoticed tried to attack Frida from the back, and it even turned out to be. But the attacker had something to prevent him from being attacked. The young man's back was covered with Dean. It was he who struck his opponent with a slingshot. However, the boy also came to the boy because the baby hid in a tree. He did not care very much about his safety because he considered himself unnoticed. A man who was twice as much as a poor child swung on him with a knife. Dean stamped, but the blow to him did not reach him. He defended him by taking the attack on his glove. After the guy successfully blocked the blow, he counterattacked, rejecting the man with a purple wave. He ordered the attacker to get away and struck his fist right in his face. Dean was very frightened. He thanked his rescuer in a trembling voice. Zik asked him to be cautious, but he couldn't help because now they were comrades. The battle that happened on the ground was already over, and the girl weaned. She stood on a pile of bodies of defeated men that it was easy for her at all. Fried noticed that more and more applicants appeared, and Zik assumed that this was because the survival program was coming to be completed. This was the reason that everyone was so desperate, because the time remained less and less. Frida's birds, and a girl who separated with the owners, reported that they were a little tired. The young lady allowed her bird to have a little rest. The young man did the same. The small heads of the birds seemed to dissolve in the air, although another second ago, friends kept them in their hands. Zik was stunned that his comrades had just done. Berkatoon also saw for the first time birds seem to enter their masters. The girl was surprised that the companions did not know that the bird could merge with the body of its master and rest. But Zik was really surprised by him, and the penguin seemed to be interesting. Fried tried a little to explain to his friend about these amazing things. Ever since they became partners, the ability to share vitality has emerged. Birds of the soul of the tombs to recover in their bodies. Zik and Berkatoon thought of mentioning their last battle because it was a little like a combination. The young man returned to the chick with claims because he had to know what to do. On this statement, the bird gave a sweet, innocent face. Then the guy grabbed him for the skin with the demands not to behave so sweet because it is not in his style. Their dispute was interrupted by the girl saying that they had a small problem. The point was that she did not see the essence of the tree, though she looked at every corner. Zik continued to sell claims to his bird, asking why he never entered his body. The real reason was that under such conditions, he would not be able to eat meat. Fried also looked at the sides and suggested that the essence could be up, when everyone raised their eyes and saw bright light, the source of which was a tree. This vivid place was the only one to which the company looked. The guy assumed that other contestants probably did not know where the essence was. The company decided to go to the light source because there was still no different way. After flying a little closer, Fried saw something and drew the attention of friends to it. The amazed Curtin noticed that the color of the tree seemed to have changed. There was some smoke around the roots. Dean noticed something more. There were many identical nutrients in the tree. This could indicate that there was a great probability that they were one with a tree. Suddenly, the Creek noticed that the creepers were holding many different weapons around them. The guy quickly realized that it was a trap, and the girl suggested to flee from there. But before attempting to escape, they had to reflect the rapidly approaching Liana attack. They were incredibly many, and it was impossible to avoid the fight with them. Everyone used what he could. Fried her sword with sparkling girl hammer flames and his purple waves. Breathing hard after the next attack, should be interested in whether everything was fine with the girl. The young lady winked him because she had everything well, and such a question sounded very cute. In any case, the presence of many traps indicated that the essence was most likely to be there. Zik suddenly noticed that they had forgotten something. Dean suddenly disappeared from their field of view. Outing his comrades, he rose higher. Now he did not need the company because he knew where the essence of the tree was. The grandfather who sat on the boys' shoulders laughed, thinking about their future wealth. Their plans were to take the essence and sell it to others, because the wishers were pleased. Dean remembered for a second how Zik saved him, and he even felt sorry for him. But the conscience of the boy was not tormented for a long time, because in his sense he was guilty of who was deceived. The criminals laughed enough to speed up to finally finish the case. When the boy returned to go further, he came across a man. Dean immediately began to complain about the one who barked him, and his grandfather complained disrespect for the old ones. But the young man who came across the criminals turned out to be quite rude, and looked at the society with disdain. Fried Zik and the girl sounded the baby, and could not understand where he could disappear. Suddenly they heard that someone was approaching behind and turning to see the loss. The boy was all beaten and barely held on his feet. The grandfather on his shoulders looked as crippled. The baby stood for a short time and fell down his feet, losing consciousness. And behind him, everyone saw another company of 4 people. A silky young man with green hair on his shoulder sat a huge black crow. He stated that he addressed the baby for information but did not even feel his name. In Zika's eyes, he asked the young man what he did with Dina. A silky young man with turquoise hair stated that the boy had not told him anything and started demanding that the company information about the essence. He was very bold and stated that it would be noble there would save the baby's life if the society would give him and at least some information. His friends laughed and the guy himself set his foot on the unconscious body of the baby. Zika bishied such boldness and he demanded to remove his leg with Dean. Suddenly something shone on the mountain and all instantly switched their attention. A new thick branch began to sprout from the tree. One of the Jvalitsa company said it was an essence. A turquoise-haired guy with a smile stated that now they would not have to save the baby. One of the companions and the young man made the look of Zika on his boss. Feeling that they now do not have to negotiate with them, he rushed to the guy with his sword. But Zik did not even have to make any effort. He just lifted his fist with a glove and easily dropped the attacker. He was tired of looking at the cheeky face of Dina's abuser, and the guy stated that he would die from his hand. All other members of the team gathered around who had just tried to attack the boy. They merged with Zika for having dared to do with their friend. They decided to go with him and attack him, destroying the guy to the ground. But the company did not take into account that the young man was not one, so, in his defense, instantly fried with the girl. Only once, using their weapons, did they bring the attackers out of the game for a long time. The girl was angry that they did not dare to touch her lovely younger brothers. Fried added that they will have to pay for it, but it seemed that a turquoise guy was not frightened by the nymph. He considered it so funny that he decided to deal with his comrades on his own. The index finger he was encouraged to attack altogether, and at the same time teased them by declaring that they were afraid. All three made the necessary impression, and they became angry and rushed at the guy. The first was decided to attack the girl because she was most annoyed with these words. She swung her hammer, but the young man easily stopped him with his bare hands. The second decided to attack Fried. While the blessings reflected the girl's attack, the young man already ran to him with his sword. But unexpectedly, turquoise-haired easily evaded the attack of the blade. At this point, he was already flying with his gloves in penguin power. The guy kissed directly into the head of his enemy, but to the surprise of the young man himself did not work. Now it is the turn of the Browns to attack. His blow was called lightning. In his hand, he concentrated the power of electricity that was already around. With one wide blow, the guy immediately rejected all three friends. It seemed that Fried was able to cling to the earth with the sword, but the thump flew away. The company breathed hard after they went through the discharge of electricity. Zik looked at the guy from afar and thought whether he was sometimes a monster. The girl made the right conclusion that he did not show her strength before, and was a dangerous opponent. Here, he spoke Zik. He told his comrades to go and take the essence of the tree, and he would deal with the guy on his own. The girl immediately denied his heroic impulses because it was obvious that he would not cope on his own. But it was stopped by Fried. He assumed that a friend was about to win a little time for them, because if they did not delay him, then they would lose the essence of the tree. A little thought, the young lady agreed with the boy and asked Zika to be more careful. In a moment, they went up, leaving the guy one-on-one with a strong enemy. The turquoise young man, collecting lightning around his fist, stated that Zika had no chance. Instead of attacking the young man who remained on the ground, he hit the lightning of two friends who climbed up. It was offended by Zika because he was his rival. The young man swung and hit the enemy. This time he easily caught his fist and stated that his pearl was only a toy. Holding his hand, he missed an electric current through the young man that hurt him. When he released Zika's hand, he rejected and he fell to the ground with a roar. The guy realized that he could not absorb his energy because it could simply be destroyed by current. He had a lot of mentally complaining about his power because he did not understand how to fight it. But suddenly his attention was attracted by the creepers who were near the boy. The opponent in the meantime looked at those two rising upwards. He decided to rise after them by ordering the boy to wait for it. But Zika did not suit it, and he sharply struck his enemy with his feet on the ribs. The Zukvaltsi became angry with such perseverance of the boy, and he all snapped in his zippers. But this time his blow did not harm the boy. Zik received it with his pearl wrapped in vines. It was this effect that he expected to be able to distract from plants. Now he could absorb his strength without harming himself. The guy accelerated and struck his enemy. He fell directly into his face and seemed seriously this time. This time, for a cheeky young man, the blow was noticeable and he flew down. But later he recovered a little and leveled his flight. The images were boiling in his veins, so the guy threatened the Zik. But Belokuri's young man was not a coward, so he was not frightened by the threat of probable death. Both guys broke up and their fists met in trying to strike. The raging began, in which the boys took turns striking each other. As if two butterflies, they were struggling in the air by attacking each other. But the turquoise-haired was tired, and he got his sword in order to strike a fatal blow. But Zik was a pretty agile young man, so he avoided a blow to his sword every time. The guy saw in the behavior of his attacker the habit of a wild beast. Zik remembered three guys who attacked him when he was on the lower ground. To a great surprise, the opponent also knew those young men and accurately described them as a thick, dirty, and thin. Zik was surprised that he also knew them and confirmed that he said about them, but it became angry with the brows. He became angry because Zik was the same bully if he pained his dear boyfriend in the lower earth. Although the young man learned to me that they were his boys, but it was because of him that they could not rise with his friend. Even on the ground, they divorced for a short time as they went to deal with some child. The turquoise guy could not believe that he had met with that small. He could not forgive Zik for not getting up with him. It was harder for the boy to deal with an angry enemy, so he asked his friends to speed up. They were almost finished on the mountain, but it was difficult to break off at least one twig. Zik once again rushed his comrades because the enemy attacked and had doubts that he could stand. Trying to make another blow, a man suddenly entered a trap. His leg was firmly held by iron, and somewhere on the background was a joyfully laughed Dean. The boy was still badly standing on his feet and his body was shaking, but he was already going toward his slingshot. The child was running into the attacker. It was not so much a physical Euron as meaning in the smoke curtain that was formed. It was at this moment that Fried and the girl were able to seize the essence. Zik joyfully grabbed a child who could no longer move on his own and began to flee, because their mission finally ended. But his opponent did not want to let the guy, so just let go and let him escape. He gathered all his strength in his hands, waved them, and released an electric tiger. Zik was running very quickly in an attempt to escape from a large blue electric pussy. After the cloud of smoke from the blow dispelled, the striker noticed that the company could escape. Fist, that as always, lay on his sofa and looked at the endless sky, complained of nausea. Helene came to him until he complained that there was nothing fun around. The woman nearly swayed on him, but reminded that he began the game of survival for the sake of heavenly doors. She knew that the judge intentionally spoiled the essence because he was bored. The man thought at the beginning that it would be fun, but very quickly became boring. Maine suggested that he be interested in starting with her, who will appear first. The man's eyes were asleep when he heard a gambling offer. The woman put on the contender whom Greggs believed she believed in the future. It was the same turquoise guy. Physis decided to put on Zika. He remembered him when he said that he would become a Lord of Heaven. The conversation was interrupted from afar. These were contestants who were returned with the task. Zik proudly carried in the hands of a branch. As promised, they received the essence of the tree. The company was surrounded by a bunch of participants who were delighted with people who managed to complete the task, because the roots of the roots were very dangerous. But not everyone divided the fascination with the young team. Some were angry because of envy. One man with Gurki smashed a stool. He was overwhelmed by incredible rage. It was a nervous breakdown because he could no longer tolerate. The man was at this level for 3 years and believed that he was obliged to allow him to rise. His indignation was picked up by other contestants. They were also here for a long time, and they have accumulated claims against a judge. All offended life gathered together and decided to arrange a rebellion. In the eyes of one of the men, fear was visible, because he knew that for such an attempt to rebellion against the judge, everyone could die. The jam of the contestants came the guard, but on his question about the noise received a sudden blow. The other guards decided to immediately detain the rebels, but they struck them. The rebels realized that the only option to stay alive is to get rid of Fissa first. Meanwhile, the team that obtained the essence came to the center of the Colosseum, in which previously stood the previous stick. Zeke was convinced that they fulfilled all the conditions and hoped that the judge would not break his promise because of laziness. Fried a little reassured his friend because he still talked to a high-ranking official. Physis smiled and said that he was really energetic, so he would definitely send everyone up. In fact, his good mood was because he won a couple in Malin. The man came to work. He inserted the essence into the ground and began to grow it. In a moment, a huge white trunk rose from a small branch. The winner's company looked at the majestic tree that opened heaven. Zika still did not believe that Physis was able to open the heavenly gate at his own request. The girl looked at the mountain happily. She was happy because she finally got a higher level. The young lady looked at the open gate and felt that she and Ariel were waiting for something amazing. The ruin sat on Freed's shoulders and thought what the next level of heaven could be. The proud bird had respect for itself and high demands, so he hoped that everything would arrange him there. Dean, that stood next to Zack, felt a little awkward for his action. He really was ashamed of and for what to apologize, and his bird. The boy gained courage to tell about his true intentions, but he stopped the thrust. The guy returned to the baby and with a sincere smile stated that everything ended well, so he should not worry. It was an atypically weighted dialogue for the guy, and ActionToon threw him out that he was now good. But the birds were not so good to his bird, so they began to quarrel again. Physis looked at friends as a father and realized that they were happy because they have achieved the goal. The judge began to talk something about their smiles, but suddenly someone else came to them. It was a flock of rebels in which a lot of claims against the man had accumulated. They boldly stated that the judge had to be allowed to go to the next level. Melee immediately tried to chase a group of people because they didn't have to be here at all. They could not send everyone to the next floor, because in this case, the judge's prison system will be damaged. The rebels were not interested in damage to the system. They were ordered to attack and all rushed forward. ZK stopped his dispute with Penguin and drew attention to what a rebellion was going on. The woman ordered the guards to stop the rebels immediately, and they were weaker than the contestants. Then she took the case and scattered everyone who tried to approach. The main rebel demanded not to retreat. Their primary task was to destroy Fissa. Maine was surrounded by former contenders, and she began to worry about the judge. But the man himself did not worry. He sighed him annoyed all the crowd. He began to wrap himself with a branch and for the duties before all the giant made from solid vine. In order to stop the crowd, it was enough for him to hit with one hand and all flew in different directions. The insurgents were puzzled by the giant that put them in front of them. In the next moment, the hand of justice got to those who did not go so quickly. Zik stood from the side and did not understand even more what was happening at all. The events developed Zando rapidly. Physis, who was in the heart of Monster, said that stupid contenders knew nothing about the installers. For people who dare to rise a rebellion against him, it makes no sense to rise further. He was angry that he was tired of tolerating and destroying the essence he held in his hand. The girl and Fried were shocked. They went so much for the sake of this and in their eyes destroyed everything for what they worked. Physis stated that he was sorry to break his promise, but when he did so, he left them just to give up. He stated that he would not miss any contender and began to crush everything around. His anger went beyond the conflict and spread to the city where civilians began to die. From the outskirts, he began to cry for children whose parents suddenly died in the middle of the street. The Zakov recalled his difficult childhood, and he asked the judge to stop. The young man remembered the pain that he felt when his father was attacked and died. On that day, the bandits took away lives from people to just get a few seeds. He took a little child as a little child and destroyed the one who lost his father. It was then that he decided that hell would survive, but he would change this crazy world. These memories seemed to awaken something in Zika, and he was combined with his bird. He flew to the giant's face and hit him with a purple wave. Physis believed that it was enough that he explained the reason why he did not miss the guy. But in the eyes of an angry young man, the explanation did not cause a promise. Zik was determined to force the judge to restrain his word. At this point, Penguin turned to the boy and said that he could become stronger using his anger. He advised the young man to focus his soul in his hands so the bird suggested instincts. The guy, as always, did not take the words of ActionToon seriously and they almost quarreled. But in the end, he decided to listen to his companion, and concentrating forces in his hands of his gloves turned into two big, sharp claws more like scissors. Fissa was angry with the boy's actions, but he was sure that the young man did not threaten him. The judge began to encroach on the boy. Zik, bypassing the blows, began to cut a branch. But all these attempts were in vain, because the giant instantly regenerated all the damage to him by the guy. The young man did not stop it. In this case, he decided that he would simply attack more. The people who were in the city looked at the monster and wept. It was not that judge they know. Fried accepted to help the population leave the dangerous area, while his friend tried to stop Fissa. He was angry that Mylene was just standing and looking because she had to save peaceful people. The woman was lost. She was not used to acting without a judge's order, and I wanted to understand that there was no way to wait. The young man brought her to the mind that while she was waiting for the judge's order to be destroyed, she was still standing and hesitating, but when she saw a branch threaten to the girl, she stopped her with her strength. Malin apologized to the judge, but from that moment she had to violate the rules. She ordered the guards to save as many ordinary citizens as possible. Fried was glad that the woman finally moved, but mentally remembered his friend hoping that he had everything okay. Zik actually coped very well every time he was more striking with the giant and annoyed by the judge. His last strokes were so strong that he managed to separate Physis from his avatar. The guy looked at the man lying down from the height of a bird's flight and smiling at asking the judge not to laugh. Surprisingly, such a Brouth was not offended by Fissa. Hill also smiled and thought that he always considered the guy fun. He tried to wrap the guy with young creepers, but Zik easily cut them off. From now on, his strength did not act on the guy because he had a weapon against them. The judge ignored it and remembered that the guy loves to boast that he would become a lord of heaven. He set in his hand a new creeper. He stated that he would continue to play with the boy and was tired of gluing a fool. Physis stood up his wings with vines and wanted to start the second round. Meanwhile, everyone in the city could protect themselves against a wooden threat. Even little Dean was shot by his slingshot. The girl Fiery Hammer made the way to be able to bring out citizens. Fried from time to time turned to the site where the battle took place. This was noticed by Maine and released him to help a friend assured that she would handle herself. Fried thanked the woman and instantly went to the battlefield to help the Zeke. But when he flew closer, he saw a terrible picture as a judge stands over his friend. As a real friend, the guy quickly rushed to him. There was an evil smile on the judge's face when he saw the aid of Zika and began to think about what to do with him. He smiled so boldly because he set up huge scissors above the guy's neck and said that now a friend would die in the eyes of Fried. But the young man threw sparks into a metal weapon and said that a judge could try if he dare. The man was surprised by such a reaction, and he called the guy a psych. Fried did not stand for a long time and attacked his judge with his sword. Now they fought among themselves. From the impact, Physis was easily evaded, so the guy used light flashes. The judge easily stopped them by creating a shield wrapped in liana. Friedley cut them easily and suddenly came close to the man. At that moment, Physis grabbed him by his throat and called his huge scissors. He inserted the metal ends directly into the guy's shoulder, causing unbearable pain. After Fried, the judge was going to send him to his friend. He swung the blades of the scissors, but suddenly he jumped out in front of him, protecting his friend. He kept the blade in his hands, destroying them with his power, and informed Fissa that he was still alive. The man considered him an annoying child. He said that no matter how they attack, everything in vain, and easier to let go of their lives. Zik looked at your wounded friend and asked if he can get up. It was unpleasant for the young man to admit that he would not handle his own so needed a friend. Fried got up. Friends with a smile looked at and desperately rushed. The judge raised his scissors and stated that they were meaningless attempts to fight. Each of the boys took on one blade, and Fissy still managed to injure them. Zik looked at his wounded friend and saw that it was extremely difficult for him. He asked a friend not to give up, because if they seem now, they would not even get the next level, not to mention the desired heaven. Fried looked at your friend and wondered. Instead of selfishly go to the target, he holds it from his arms. But these were only thoughts. He said aloud that he did not seem but just starting. Zik reminded him of some old situation in which they fought with the monster. At that time they were as well as in a disadvantage, but they overcame it together. Fried well remembered the case, but it was not sure that it would work now because they were just lucky that time. But now there was no other way. Sometimes you have to risk even if it looks really crazy. For this attack, they had only one chance, and they both had to be careful not to lose it. The judge stood and tried to understand what they conceived. Suddenly Zik was near him. It was moving very quickly. The guy attacked the first. The next blow had to draw Fried, but for some reason just ran past. The boys just ran around Fissis, imitating the blows. It was twice and finally bored. He suggested that the boys were going to attack him suddenly, and to finally end it with this huge scissors. But the boys avoided the blade that was now around Fissa and struck that destroyed the scissors. He kissed directly into the judge. Still, they managed to destroy the man, and now he was unconscious lying on the ground. The people who were in the city saw the roots of the trees and could not believe that the young men had overcome Phesis. Everyone was happy in the city because they were able to survive. The girl, along with Dean, rejoiced in the boys. Suddenly, she noticed that the portal was open to the next level and even went there. Zik, along with Fried, rejoiced in their own victory. Suddenly, they heard the noise from afar and turned the crowd approaching quickly. They surrounded the boys and began to admire them and thank them. Then they began to throw high uphill and call their little heroes. In the air, both were picked up by the girl and apologized to the fans for taking their characters. Zik was a little angry because he was pulled out of the happiest moment in life. The guy was combined with the penguin and already stopped on the wings in front of the company without understanding where they were in so hurry. Then the girl told him that they were late because everyone else has long been at the next level. The young man changed instantly in his face when he realized what he was kindly saying goodbye to fans. Fried noticed that the gates began to close, so they had to hurry. At this point, Physis came to her senses. He could not allow the company to get on. He directed his wooden hand to his comrades, but his ultimate goal was to destroy the portal. When the Zik of Gnavasia, he felt a strange rush of power, and if you believe in Burkatun, it would help him get to the next level. He asked his friends to leave the judge on him. The young man did not know how to use the force, but concentrated energy in his fist. Approaching his hand, the guy felt confidence that he would be able to overcome the man. Physis was determined, but Zik had a strong desire to overcome it, so he had one who was more confident in himself. Before colliding with his hand, the guy's strength gathered the dragon's feature, and with his mouth he bit his wooden palm. Even when the judge knew that hatred of him was growing, still did not want to let the applicants up. After all, when those who rise up see how nasty this world is, Physis was just afraid that they would despair as well as he once. When he came to him and stated that he was going to reach paradise, it became interesting to whether he could see the world that was 500 years ago. Maine asked him why he did not behave as a judge because he once defended Icarus even in despair. Everyone liked the image of that judge. People gradually began to come between the built of buildings. The little girl burst into tears, begging the judge to stop and become again to those whom they knew. The woman supported a young child by seeing that Physis was frustrated and said that time to tidy up. The whole company was already rapidly approaching the second level of heaven. All together they entered the portal. Turning back to Zik, even a little sad, they were going to go because there were so many adventures at the first level. Fried was grateful to everyone for helping him to rise because he was certain that he would not have succeeded. Zik unexpectedly also expressed his gratitude to his friends. Then the girl hugged him, and as his older sister was coming down for the fact that he began to speak as an adult. Suddenly, symbols began to appear on their bodies with a blue glow. It was a celestial symbol. He was given a contender who had been tested by a judge. Zik shouted at surprise because if they had not been able to get to the second level, he reacted so much because all his efforts could become in vain. As soon as they received the origin of the first judge, and there should be 9. Now they had to get the task of 9 judges and pass them successfully. Fried said that if you go to the next level, violating these conditions can be punished. Hearing this friend, he spanned because they broke through forcibly. But in fact, they were tested in the search for fruits. and formally it could be considered a test of a judge. Before that, they had a sign therefore about their expediency of their presence at the next level. Zik, in a gust of joy, accelerated his pace, but suddenly a bottle flew from him. The guy did not understand where the garbage came from, but his comrades were frightened by seeing behind him. They were faced with a huge tornado through which they had to break through. Little Dean made a brave man in cheering his friends, saying that it was little things. Other contestants approached the tornado, but later they began to shout and ask for help. Then the boy was immediately frightened and offered to return to the first level because he was not so bad. Zik grabbed him by the hood and began to argue with the little one. The idea of probable death was not attracted to Dina at all. Therefore, the guy grabbed him and pulled him directly into the tornado. The girl, along with Fried, was already heading there. The wind was stronger than a young lady. The guy told a friend that they should hold together if they wanted to climb the mountain successfully. Zik was agreed with him a little closer and tried to attack the tornado on his own. Friends did not understand what he was doing, but hoped that it would work. Surprisingly, he still managed to disappear. The guy looked at his comrades confidently with rejoicing his victory. The girl did not believe that it worked, and the baby looked at the boy as if at his hero. But suddenly the tornado appeared again, and 10 times more than it was. Zik awkward the nape of the nape and tried to joke as if such a power of nature. The next moment, the whole company dragged to the stream of strong wind. In this funnel, they seemed to pass through the portal and push them from the clouds at the next level of heaven. Zika, along with the bird, was thrown into some forest. The landing of the young man was not too smooth. The guy damaged his hand, and the bird complained of abdominal pain. A little recovering, they looked around. Among the trees, the society saw a girl in a green hood. The girl was something frightened, and as soon as the guy said hello to her, Zik did not understand why it happened, and Berkoten hinted that he was not very attractive. They immediately started arguing. The girl noticed that the boy had a wound and was excited whether he had everything. She dared a little and dared to go out and ask about the wounds. Only then did Zik notice that something was wrong with his hand did he grabbed for her and began to shout, and Berkoten laughed at him. Immediately, a wonderful stranger was near the young man. Now she was not afraid of him. In her hands there was a small bottle that housed small stars. Her eyes just glowed when she realized what could help the boy. She got 1 star attached to the wound of Zika, that she would not remain after her. In a moment of wonderful transformations, the guy looked at his hand and could not believe that she was indeed unharmed. The stunned, he asked who this girl was, and the bird, with sparkling in her eyes, said that she should become his maid. The stranger proudly stated that she was the best healer in the kingdom of labor. The boys did not believe that she really simply recognized her greatness. After that, the girl wondered in Zika who they were. There were no dangers, so she did not understand how they could get injured. The young man explained that they got into the tornado and just arrived here, the second level of heaven, in which the company was called the intersection of roads. Zik began to worry about his comrades are unharmed. The girl was curious to see the contender who rose from the first floor. It was her first experience. She warned the boy that they were more careful because there were many dangers. Zik is assured that he will cope with any adventure, even more so that she healed him. Suddenly, the boy's hand seemed to grow. He didn't understand what was happening. The girl is awkward for such a puppy effective treatment. Suddenly, she was frightened and decided to escape, apologize and saying that it would soon pass. Zikin tried to stop her, asking him to turn his movement, appealing to the fact that she was the best in the kingdom on the matter. The guy shouted her uprings until he saw 3 knights behind himself on the stories of such horses. The man on the central horse shouted to his subordinates that they should catch a witch. What they called the girl witch explained a lot, in particular the boy's mutated hand. The men did not have drops of regret to the girl. They had one task: to grab it. The man assembled with a sword and kissed the girl. She fell. Then all 3 surrounded the poor. One of the knights grabbed a poor girl, but she rested and asked for help. Zik could not resist and watch how the girl was mocking. He ran and hit one of the men. He immediately understood the arrogant attempt to prevent the order of knights. The young man stated that he attacked a child. The guy kept the knight's hand, prevented him from taking a blow. The man noted that the young man was unexpectedly strong. Zik turned to the girl, asking her name. With tears in her eyes, she said her name, Stella. At that moment, the guy sharply pulled the girl from the hands of the knight, shook other men. The young man ordered the girl to flee. If you do not want to be grabbed about everything else, he could take care of her own. The guy stood between the girl and the knights. Stella listened to him and began to flee. The men shouted at Zik for dared to resist the people who execute the king's order. They assumed that the young man had to connect something with a witch if he stood up for her. In fact, she reminded him of the little one as he escaped from the boys who were offended and called theft. The next moment, Zeke applied his purple impact of a wild click and scattered knights. Among the dust that rose after the impact, the guy saw that the knight commander was intact. He assumed that he should now interfere and punish the disobedient children, and struck the young man with his long sword. The knight was convinced that he would deprive the boy's hand, but the young man defended himself with his pearl. Zik stared at his shoulder, that was a little detached, and realized that such attacks would be dangerous. The young man was noticeably nervous but continued to be confident and suggested trying one more time. The knight was fun with such self-confidence, so he accepted the guy's call. The man was slightly strange and added to almost every phrase. The attacker suddenly disappeared from the field of view of the young man and then appeared sharply attacking. The guy barely had time to dodge the blow. Suddenly he felt heaviness in the body, but he did not gather to give up, so evading another stroke counterattack. But his strength was not enough to get the enemy. The knight laughed. As he expected this attack, he proved that the young man just arrived in the kingdom. Zika annoyed that he was considered simple because at the past level he managed to defeat the judge. The man continued to make fun of him, calling the chickens that here he would be conscious. Then he jumped in order to draw another blow. The young man saw that it was a strong blow, and even before that he decided to flee. But it did not work because the wings just dissolved in the air. Zik did not have time to bounce, but he managed to protect himself with the pearls, so he just flew a little back from the impact. The knight did not stop the attack, and the next blow was like 100 sword blows at the same time. After the attack, the man was surprised that the boy managed to defend himself against such a complex attack. The young man, with a happy smile again, attacked the knight with his purple wave. But this time for a man it was like a breath of spring wind and not a blow. He again began to attack and hit this time, from the impact of the threads. When other knights recovered, the man ordered them to catch a witch faster because they were outside the kingdom, so it was a wonderful chance. In addition to the knights on the horse-like creatures, there were other warriors who tied the unconscious guy. The winner of the battle looked at his damaged armor and thought that Zeke would be interested in the contender because he showed such force before the test began. Knights almost caught up with the girl. They had to hurry because there was a hostile territory in his step. Like a catapult with a groove between the steely and men, an unknown creature appeared. She was not alone. These were the creatures similar to Eddie with long, bold hands. Although the knights were worried but stated that their mission to destroy the witch and they would go to the end. The creatures did not say anything, only looked at the rage at men. The warriors had to go to the end, but if they crossed the border of the neighboring state, they would obviously be killed. The difference in size between people and creatures was enormous, so they chose their lives and retreated. One of the giants turned to the girl, calling her Mrs. Stella. He said that when she leaves the territory of the kingdom, she is in danger. Obviously, the creature was angry because she asked the girl to warn the girl if she had to come out. In her excuse, Stella said that it seemed to her that a star had fallen from the sky and she followed her. It seemed that it was a good reason, because the giant changed in the face that the girl had to explain that she was wrong with the star. For a second, Stella thought. She thought as the guy she feels confused with a falling star. In the unseen darkness of Zakov, it seemed that his purple girlfriend wakes up. But when she struck him with a bird with his elbow, he realized that it was not a dream. He instantly became aware and began to look around in trying to understand where he and what happened. A little look at the situation, the guy quickly realized that they were in prison. Zik was extinguished that the place immediately seemed strange to him that Dean replied that the prison itself was a strange place. The guy asked his comrades or accidentally did not know what happened to Fried. The girl only knew that he helped them get out of the tornado, and then they split. She sincerely hoped that the guy did not fall back. In any case, the atmosphere at this level was different from the previous one. The girl wanted to ask everyone to behave carefully, and did not listen to her with Berkatun, and tried to shake play. Then she turned to Dina. Although it was not a lot of benefit from him, however, he did not at least ignore her. The boy laughed. He was offended this attitude, but had to respond to the situation. Suddenly, Zik heard that someone was approaching and ordered everyone to take the innocent. From his experience, so faster is released. They came to them, some harsh man with a book in his hand. He knew that the company was new arguments. The friends began to smile sincerely, and the guy said they were really newcomers and know nothing yet. But Zik has given himself a second, stating that he only helped some weak girl. His friends were quietly crying in his soul, because one who 5 seconds ago ordered to be innocent began to pull them to the bottom. The man guessed that this was the young man through whom the witch was missed. The next moment he introduced himself. He was called Denzel. He was a priest who guarded the judge of the kingdom labor. Everyone was a little puzzled. The first girl expressed her misunderstanding why they were seized and imprisoned. Denzel replied that the case was in the kingdom of some problems. They faced horrible famine. Many people just died from food shortages. Although these lands were not very fertile fruits from the outset, until the witch appeared. She used to be a maid and assistant king. But by the authorities, she released the darkness into her soul and used an army of monsters to remove the ruler. Then the battle began in which many people died but eventually won justice. After the defeat of the witch with the werewolves hid, but still did not leave the kingdom at rest. After the battle, the sky was covered with clouds blocking the seeds that had previously fallen from heaven. Since then, the kingdom of labor has been in decline. The mentions of those times were very angry with Denzel. He was raging because the witch appeared again, though he hid for a long time. Zik did not believe this story because the girl he saw was a child, and the story lasted more than 30 years. The bouquinist explained that she does not grow old and lives the crazy life of others. But here the girl intervened that they were the applicants who did not know this witch, so there was no connection between them. Labor suggested that among them could be followers of the witch, but recognized that they made a mistake without understanding the end in the situation. The man opened to play and apologized to the investigation. The priest explained that there was a slight misunderstanding and expressed his hope that the company understood his explanation. Then the tone of the conversation became a little more relaxed. The man had to take the applicants to the judge. An old man sat in the hall on the throne. It was Judge and Julius II. There were 2 children on his knees. There were knights of guards and many other contestants in the room. Zeke drew attention to the children and suggested that it were his grandchildren, but still he had somehow unknown. Borkotan looked at the throne as if on a treasure and said that he was his throne behind. The judge spoke here. He knew that the contenders raised the rebellion on the first floor and climbed here. Friends were scared when they heard these words. The girl and the boy have already thought of shielding from Zika and Freed because it could be a problem for them. But Zik was surprisingly talkative and had already stated that they did it together without leaving their friends with any chance to give the back. For duties, Julia has become a harsh look into a gentle look of his grandfather. He laughed and said that not a first-level judge and the company should not worry. The boy was surprised that the judge of this level was a normal man. He already knew that the contenders were informed of the witch, but again said that she had closed the sky and stealing another's life. He also did not forget to mention that there is a conflict present here for the post of a judge. As a skilled speaker, he stated that now is when they need the great strength of the contenders. All the newcomers present were amazed that they would use them in the struggle for power. The test from the king was that they had to bring a star from the garden of a witch. In addition, everyone who became members of the witch hunters supported in various financial and material ways. All the applicants lit up their eyes from such a favorable offer. But not Zika, no matter how much he thought. Remembering the girl, he remembered that she had good eyes. The king watched the boy through the crowd and asked Denzel, or exactly he was the one who resisted the first floor judge. The bouquinist confirmed that the Zik was a contender who defeated the judge. Julius thought pragmatically and wanted to use such a boy somehow. The priest believed that the king should judge honestly because the contenders were only children. But in his thoughts, he merged because he wanted to take possession of the witch. The girl and Dean looked at the bench where there was a weapon for those who decided to join the witch hunters. The young lady wanted to join this club because during the task, they would in any case face a witch. The boy agreed with her. Of course, his purpose was to get treasures, but he covered it with all the desire to help the country. Zik stood aside their hobbies deep into his thoughts and suddenly reported that it was the same witch he saved. In doing so, he destroyed the intentions of friends for the 3rd time, making them think about escape from the boy. The young man rapped his head with his head. Because everything was too difficult, he could not explain, but he did not like something. But he clearly stated not yet to go to a detachment of witch hunters. The girl and the baby began to weigh more carefully for and against being next to the Zik, which forever enters the mess. But he was very strong, so the young lady decided to discuss their action plan. The case of the incident, she asked whether they stay together regardless of difficulties. Moreover, they had another problem. They attracted too much attention, so other contestants wanted to breathe them. Zik with Berkatoon again missed the girl's teaching past her ears. He expressed his opinion, suggested to go to the village because they still did not see Fried. The girl was forced to agree that they were really worth finding Fried. Dean was still unbelievable that his friends refused the riches, and his grandfather called them young people who did not realize all the value. But the boy had no choice, so he caught up with his comrades, reminding that he would be with them. On the central street, Zik saw as the guards of the king collect seeds from people. He did not understand why the girl told rumors that it was collected to fight the witch. All the places complained about the girl and wanted to get rid of this witch as soon as possible. Looking at all the girls suggested that living here is not easy. Suddenly, Dean was loudly shaking his stomach and he decided to ask his friends whether they were not hungry. Zik was sure that his friend was also hungry and suggested looking for a place where you could eat. The company quickly found a suitable place with the sign. The guy was glad to anticipate what would try the 2nd level of heaven. But suddenly someone near them flew from the room, punching the wall. When the dust that rose during the flight dispelled, the company saw Greg's with which they fought for the essence. 2 girls who were outraged from the premises were out of the room that the guy ignored the proposal to join them. They wanted to see him in his team because he had amazing power. The girl who said tall and with long hair named her girlfriend called the floor. Greg's is not used to such an attitude to himself, so he was very angry. He considered the bold offer of girls. But the cast was not worried that he perceived it as an image and prepared little daggers. A weapon began to fly to the guy, but he shrugged skillfully. But while all his attention was on the daggers near him, very quickly was a cast wishing to strike. A big mistake of the girl was to think that the guy was slow, because he immediately reacted to hit her lightning. This blow from afar noticed a red-haired knight as surprised by this year's forces of applicants. Casta recognized Greg's strength, holding onto the wounded shoulder. She quickly ran to the field that was a girl's sister. The guy did not joke, he encouraged the girls to attack together. The floor began to come out of herself, but she was stopped by her sister, saying that she could handle on her own. The girl began to say that she curator, and that indicates her goal. Greggs did not understand the meaning of this phrase and simply teased the girl, raising to herself. The next moment they rushed to each other, but a red knight suddenly appeared between them. He scattered both in different directions only by lifting his wings. It was the head of the Order of the Royal Knights, Mr. Chicken. The guy and the girl were scared. They realized that they were a very strong man before them. The man explained that those who have not tested this level cannot take off those. The man asked to serve the king, bringing the wreckage of the star, and just left. Zik looked at the defeated Greggs and did not believe that he could not even do anything. He remembered how he could not use his wings. They will only return after passing the test. Meanwhile, Fried was still in prison and wondered why everyone was brought out. He was so worried that he even suggested that he would be tortured. Suddenly, Denzel burst into him by accusing the guy that he violated the rules of the Absolute clan. The guy was released and sent dinner at the table with the king. On the sofa near the sofa, there were a lazy boy and a girl. The king looked carefully at the guy and asked if he liked the food. The young man had not eaten for a long time, and he had such a gorgeous lunch for the first time. There was no such luxury at the lower level. Julius listened with interest to his answer, because he was born on the second level and knew about others only by hearing. The king said that without the power of Absolute, it would be impossible to create the current kingdom, and he studied everything in them. The guy laughed awkward. He knew about the history of his family only from books, so he did not suspect the connection with the king. At this point, a branchist with a huge book in her hands approached the king. It stated that the ancestor of the great Absolute Carindel sought the highest ideal to achieve the balance between levels and bring the sky to flourishing. He reached the 8th level by giving everything. Even when he lost his wings and fell, he continued to maintain the balance of the Absolute family. It was he who solved the problem with the non-fertile land of the 2nd level and built the Kingdom of Labor. The Absolute promised to fight for balance with the lab, so their family was always revered here. Fried politely thanked for the warm reception and said that he was proud of her own family and very glad that she is so warm. The king continued to say that they had always had a good relationship from generation to generation, but to date. The guy tired of what Julius was talking about his family all the time and suggested that he wanted to ask for something. The king hinted that his family lost a sacred relic a few years ago. Fried immediately came to life. He asked if the man knew something about her location. Before the sky split, the clan of Absolute took responsibility for the balance and received symbols of divine equilibrium. But after the split of the relic was lost, it was these sacred artifacts who caused him. That is why his family is desperate to find them generations. The king continued to say that he had 2 wonderful grandsons. A few years ago, he lost his son and daughter-in-law, and these children are his only dear people. Julius offered an agreement. Fried had to fulfill his request, and he would in turn give the relic. The priest approached the subject, pulled the sheet that covered him, and a giant sword of the soul opened in front of them. The king and Denzel stared at the guy, waiting for answers to the suggestion. The young man was puzzled. He did not know what he agreed, and on the other hand, he was not very possible to refuse. Meanwhile, Zik was sitting with the team in the city tavern. Greggs was angry nearby. In the middle, he was boiling with anger, promising to destroy Chicken as soon as he returned strength. Zik laughed at the fact that the guy losing both the woman and the rooster. Greggs had already begun to look at the guy, but he was distracted by the sisters who went nearby. Casta warned him that he was careful because she had already chosen him with her goal, so she had to complete the case. From the anger in Greggs in his hands, the fork bent, and he said that the first would destroy the girl after the test. After the girls went, the guy and the company threw away from each other. In the end, he could not stand it, and asked if Greggs did not want to compete with him if he looks in his direction. The guy laughed and asked how such a merchant was awake. ZK suggested that he clearly demonstrate it. In the air, there was a voltage. The next moment, Greggs laughed and squeezed that, in any case, he got here precisely thanks to him. Zik decided to ask if the guy did not see Fried on the way here. For some reason, this question was angry with the young man, and he began to rush to the guy. Zik did not understand this reaction. They were already milking and just going to leave. But unexpectedly, Greggs decided that if Frida is not in the center, he should be tested. Dean somehow nervous. The girl already wanted to start the test that they could have time. Meanwhile, many participants were already near the tree with stars. There were also werewolves. The little girl tried to convey to the contestants the truth that this star garden was a sanctuary. The girl was called Tuna. She said that this garden is on the territory of a real judge. The contestants were surprised by such a statement because they knew the king as a judge. They wanted to see him. But Tuni said that a real judge could not get the target otherwise. Chishin, who stood behind the participants with his habitual cop, said that he was hearing incitement. He perceived the werewolves as followers of the window seeking to destroy the second level. The knight ordered the participants to bring the wreckage of stars because they had to weaken the witch. He drove them as he could, and the contestants did not think for a long time, so they rushed. The monsters also did not stand in place. In order to stop the coincidence of stupid children, they were enough for one-hand movement. The leader of the tribe of the Tanakanwanda was looking at naive contenders who believed that the king was a judge. Chichin, who stood aside, merged because the restrictions could not even attract monsters. But in the next moment he smiled and asked the leader where his hostess was the witch. Tanukin was distracted by Tanukin with his chats, and one of the contenders crossed the border, but immediately flew away from the head of the leader. Suddenly a steel appeared with the trees and ordered the werewolf. He asked her not to go out, but the girl worried that they would harm each other. Chichin was glad that the girl appeared herself, and the next moment threw her sword. The girl was apparently not able to defend herself, but the weapon caught Tanukin. He threw the sword back to Chicken and asked if he suddenly did not intend to solve the battle, because their patience was already on the verge. The knight merged, but knew that the arrangements had to be fulfilled. Stella folded her hands together and the star went down. This miracle impressed everyone around. At that time, the Brows with friends were just approaching the tree and began to think that they were late. The witch began to speak and announced that she was a real judge and that she was trying to test. It was difficult to explain the situation that happened, but she assured that with the help of applicants, they would be able to return everything to their place. With tears in her eyes, the girl asked her to believe and hoped for help. The applicants did not know what to do and who to listen to because they needed a judge's sign for the next level. Chisen ordered the contestants not to listen to the witch and, having opened their wings, lifted the wind. He requested not to succumb to the girl's tricks and as proof showed his seal from the test that passed. Only those who stand in front of the witch can pass it. The knight ordered to bring a shot of the star from the garden of the witch and destroy her plan. Tanakin was angry that a man dared to offend his maid and was ready to destroy Chicken. With his indignation, he scared the contestants and the knight took advantage of it, saying that it was the true face of the followers of the witch. Stella tried to reassure the leader, but she interrupted her Tuna and asked to go with her. The knight clasped in a clash with Tanukin. The contestants did not think for a long time and also went on the attack. The struggle began. The monsters attacked half the power. If it were not for their lady order, they could handle everyone at a time. Suddenly, Stella escaped from the hands of the tumor and rushed closer to the battle. She was worried that the applicants could suffer. But the participants themselves did not worry about her, and one of them attacked the girl and protected her Tuna. The girl looked at this cruel battle and her heart was overwhelmed by pain. She began to cry and repeatedly repeat that it is impossible. Suddenly, a dark cloud began to gather. Chishin fought with the leader and repeatedly repeated that one should just give up. Tanukan is distracted by looking at what was happening and asking for his brothers to take care of Mrs. Stella. While the werewolves were distracted by the girl, the applicants got the foot of the tree where there were stars and began to grab them quickly. Zik with the team just arrived and just couldn't understand what happened there. It all looked like madness, but the girl remembered the test and wanted to get the stars faster. Dean also hurried and wanted to do everything, and his grandfather drove on his shoulders. Only the bundle did not rush anywhere. He looked at everything that happened and it seemed very strange to him. Burkatoon as he could try to reach the guy and fit, but the young man just froze from misunderstanding. The guy stood in the heavy thought. He thought about whether the Steel Witch or the King was not a real judge. The bird still managed to bring the guy to his senses and fit him to fulfill the task faster. Zik, along with everyone, began to collect starflowers. There were so many of them that one of the contestants thought about their sale. He wanted to dial as many asterisks as possible, but when he stretched behind a new party, he was hit by a current. It was obvious that it was possible to take a flower only once. That is why the king needed the help of applicants. Dean hurried to get stars faster until the werewolves returned. Friends began to talk too much about the events around and the desire to hurry, and in fact no one went to the flowers. They even began to adjust their grandfather. But Zik disagreed with the bird. The first thing he wanted to find his friend. The sparrow began to argue as if the trials and Fried himself would be found. Such sparks between them were burning that even the girl had to intervene in order to stop them. She wondered why the bird with the boy was so hurried and seemed to be very nervous. The young lady appealed to the fact that they were still poorly acquainted, so until Dean was told, they are unlikely to understand the matter. The boy confessed that he should find his father. Previously, They lived together in the Deadland. Together, they traveled with dangerous places and always rely on each other. But during their trip one morning, the boy woke up and his father was not nearby. He never thought Dad left him. The little one was certain that he rose and wanted to find him. He said that it may be worried about it. Dina was visible that he was uncomfortable to tell this story. The girl, as an older sister, came up and gently put her hand on her head. In it, she saw her younger brothers who remained in the Deadlands. She remembered difficult times when she took care of the baby, and as a majestic bird flew to her. Ariel then said that she was looking for a girl for a long time and offered to go together to heaven. So the girl had her own goal. She wanted to climb up then to help her brothers. Dean was almost crying from such warm support and was very grateful for her. Hearing the memories of his comrades about his native Zik himself, remembered his father and his last memory of the seed around his neck. He also mentioned his father's last words. He ordered his son to flee. The young man always escaped all the rules and laws from the world that took everything from him. He remembered Stella, which, without all benefits, helped him for free then. This kindness of the girl was for him to get to the truth. From a deep thought, he was pulled out by a girl who called the guy a girlfriend and ordered to follow her. The young man was angry and dripped while everything was so unclear he wanted to find free. But the girl with the boy was already walking forward, and not so much he listened to Zika. Meanwhile, in the settlement of the werewolves, all the steeds around the steel, which was still wrapped in a dark outer row. The girl seemed to be tormented by magical fever, and there was a tune nearby. Tanukin was angry because the judge's strength and deprived the lives of werewolves. After the leader hit his fist on the wall, other monsters ran up to him and tried to reassure. At this time, a girl in the cage at the foot of which had many starry flowers was located in the castle. The doctor has almost cured Stella, pulling out all the dark fog that was around her. The girl who was very worried about her lady. If you take even more stars, only the shell will remain from the witch. The werewolves decided to go as soon as the girl's condition stabilizes, but first they had to drive the contestants. While the men decided, or acting on the situation, or making plans, the girl took a bow and fled somewhere. The applicants were already returning to the palace. The test seemed very easy to them. Everyone was glad, but the Zik was strangled. The girl drove him. They had to find Fried and complete the test. Suddenly, as if there was a tunic with a bow and arrow from nowhere, and began to demand to return the star debris. At first she just asked. The girl tried to explain that these flowers were part of the soul of Stella. But the applicants were indifferent. At first, they wanted to give them to the king and check whether he was a real judge. The werewolf began to enclose the path of the contestants and asked not to do so. She tried to just ask them, but did not work out in the air. This feeling affected the test participants. And although they were experiencing and doubting, but still got their weapons and sent to the girl. The tuna pulled the bowstring and already wanted to shoot, but remembered Stella, who did not want the goiter to suffer. But the contestants did not promise anyone, so using the fact that the girl thought about her. Zik stood puzzled, and did not understand why the girl attacked and what was happening at all. Tuna began to be pleased with the contenders again that they would stop and give her stars. But the participants did not listen. They did not consider themselves thieves, so they were going to apply their swords again. This time Zik intervened, and his friends stood away and did not understand why he always climbed into all kinds of problems. The guy reflected the attack and stood up for the girl. He also stated that he wanted to meet with Stella. The young man asked the tuna to spend him with his comrades to the village of Paravernov. In the village of Parabrutnica, stood and discussed the recent events and the condition of their lady. Tanukin believed that it all happened because they did not touch the applicants. His substituent Tannen said that now, in the first place, it was the restoration of Stella. He also stated that the leader was angry with Ashukan's actions, and that he was trying to change the village as he pleased. Such words made the leader because he acted not just from his own whim, but for the benefit of the village. At this point, the girl came to her senses and stopped the conflict that almost started. The girl looked very recognized, but the first thing she did, so it said that the Achakuk was completely her fault. It all happened because of her choice, so she asked Tanuka not to hate so much people. But the leader wanted the girl too generous, and saw the guilt of human desires in everything. Denzel and son of Julius were killed because of their own insatiability. The monster remembered the boy who lost Chison. He angrily stated that Ashukana, who was Stella's follower, was no longer. Suddenly the door opened, and the guy was running into the room that informed that someone came. Behind the door was a bunch of applicants. The leader was not happy to see them. It was a Zik with friends who stated loudly that he wanted to meet with Stella. Tanukana with a fury blossomed the door and began to shout how they dared to declare here. He grabbed the boy with his paw like a toy. The young man immediately felt all the power of the leader. But he was stopped by the girl with a bright star. She said that Zeke, her guest. She barely stood on her feet and held her hand from which a dark aura went, but insisted that the boy would be treated with respect. The girl asked why they came and whether they wanted to take her strength like everyone else. The question of what they will do if she really turned out to be a witch. The girl scared the friends of Zika. All that the purple girl knew about witches, so that they were from other worlds and in their drawing force for life. The legends were that the fall of heaven was associated with the strengthening of the shadow world, but the very existence of witches was covered by mystery. The girl looked at the steel and thought that if she really was a witch, it was not any threat. But Zik did not think so. He was indifferent whether a witch was a witch because it did not change anything for him. Stella thanked him for having helped her once, but if they would associate now, they will have problem. Dean picked up this warning and began to persuade the guy to return and pretend they didn't know anything. Hearing this, Tanukin said that it was not trusting people because they just flee with fear. The leader approached the group of people, threatening his huge look, but Stella stopped him again. The girl looked at the company and asked if they believed to her. Zik smiled that he did not believe. He did not trust those who have power. However, the girl was the first person to help him so now he had a genuine desire to support the ceiling. The girl asked their names. Here, friends instantly began to resent why this guy always did what he pleased because he did not know anyone at all. Suddenly, Stella asked Zika to take her into a real star garden that was in the labor castle. Tanukin did not understand the girl's actions. He did not think that she could trust the company and tell them everything. But in a situation that is already lost, it was nothing more over. They still have to relocate. The leader stated that it is difficult for him to follow the girl from now on, and if the company does not believe her, he would no longer serve her. Stella looked at Zika and remembered the star that fell from heaven. Making all the events in the heap, she came to the conclusion that they did not have a simple coincidence now. Ignoring the whole guy repeated the words about a real star garden and asked the girl whether she knew where he was. Suddenly, the older sister. She wanted to at first prove that she was a real judge. Otherwise, she did not want to believe and was not going to help the girl. The leader replied that she was forcibly deprived of power, so now her forces were not very stable. They needed the help of applicants, but people in the kingdom pursued them, so it became impossible. Dean and the girl reminded that now their forces are limited, so they would not be able to do anything but only die. Here, Berkatoon, as if he accidentally noted that the real trials should be in a real judge. Stella thought for a minute and asked if there were pieces of stars from the company. Tanusanya wanted to stop the girl because she wanted to do a huge risk and was not responsible for the consequences. Zeke stopped him, saying that it was not solved to him. Their relationship was exacerbated. Suddenly, the girl asked if the judge could do the test. Why not give him a newly arrived? She answered her by telling that the condition of Stella had deteriorated. She began to talk about the contenders who helped them several years ago, but interrupted the leader. He asked the children whether they were ready to risk their lives for the sake of unknown, but whether they will help them when this test will pass. Zeke understood that if it was true, only in this way they could gain strength and rise to the next level. The guy gained courage and promised that if everything turns out, he would believe her and help. The young man stretched the stars to the girl and asked the trial. His partner was not glad that the guy would retract them in some mess in the day. She also stretched her stars and stated that if something went wrong with everything, that would be guilty. Friends looked at the baby, and he also finally joined their tears in their eyes. Stella looked at the stretched stars and again warned that the truth did not know what would happen and asked if they were ready to take the risk. But at that moment, Zik was already sure that she was a real judge, so strongly gave her consent. Then the judge received their asterisks, and a flame appeared around them. The energy of energy was so strong that the girl began to regret that he agreed, and Dean asked for help at all. Through the swirl of energy, Zeke watched as Stella was trying and praying that everything was possible. It was a path to his dream, so the boy was remembered by a difficult childhood. He remembered how little he hid on the first level from the bandits that attacked their village. He was sought by a chunky man who was beaten by a boy after he lost his father. Then he was lucky, and no one noticed the baby, but he was looking at the seed and wept after his father. He remembered how exhausted and hungry he went on the bazaar but could not buy anything. So, having no other choice, he simply grabbed one loaf of bread and began to flee. But he was a small child, so he was easily caught by the seller. The boy began to cry and apologize for his act because he was very hungry. But the seller was not interested. He beat the little one and left to lie down in a corner. The baby was lying and crying. He did not see the point that he survived and preferred to disappear, but at the same time he was afraid of it. Suddenly he saw two boys beat the third and took away his bread. At that moment, he decides that if you need to plunder and steal, it will do so. Zik looked at his inner essence that burned from anger to this world. He thought that no one ever reached out to him, but now this essence extended its hand, offering to burn the whole world to the ashes. The young man began to reach in response to thinking that since he rose to heaven, began to forget that he had lost his father and his entire life. But suddenly, Berkatoon appeared, who drew attention to the fact that he still managed to lift this body up. In a moment, Fried recalled that he was always around. The evil monster has shouted, saying that it was all the illusion and Zik should remember his anger. The guy thought and said he was weak, cowardly, and noise. But from that moment he will move up, despite his weakness, until he seizes heaven. The dark monster did not seem and insisted that the cake would accept its essence. The monster began to increase, and suddenly on the guy's shoulder his wing put a penguin. He said that the guy was able to rise with the burden and prove that he was really strong. When asked by a guy what to do next, the bird asked him to raise his hand in a sign of readiness. And then a huge white paw came out of his hand, which he easily overcame his dark essence. After such a difficult internal battle, the guy suddenly came to his senses. Meanwhile, the contestants have already gathered together. They all joined the club of witch hunters. Before them stood the priest and said that they were sure that they would save the second level. Among the members of the club was Fried. Everyone met him because he was brand new. There were many dissatisfied guys around. They thought he was a favorite of the king. The young man himself thought that he had to return the family relic. He followed Dronzer, who had already gone to the middle. He carefully followed his steps and movements. The guy went behind the bouquinist in the middle. Frida seemed strange that he was shown what was hidden before it. He decided to follow the priest in order to find the jumper before the hunt began. Until the restriction, he could not seize the sword by force, but simply did not want to execute strange assignments. The guy quietly walked the corridor, suddenly noticed a hole in the wall and decided to look there. On the other side, he saw a little white-haired girl in the cage. Fried instantly destroyed the wall and went to a strange room. He looked at the girl and did not understand who she was and what he was doing here. He also felt strange energy in the room. Suddenly, along with the guard, Dronzer ran and projected an unauthorized penetration into the sanctuary. He asked whether the norm for the family absolutely violating the law and said that Fried was shame on his own. After calming down, he reported that although the guy comes from the absolute family, still must observe the laws of the kingdom. The young man quickly realized that without the strength he would not be able to overcome them, so that it was only a misunderstanding, and suggested that everything be resolved. But the guard still grabbed him to the king and put his knees. Julius began to question why Fried so ugly and overtook hunters. The young man continued to pretend to be a simple misunderstanding, and he was just lost. The priest reminded that he destroyed the wall to get there, but the guy assured that he did nothing, and she fell apart. The king spoke that no one of the absolute ones had done anything like that. Dronzer was reminiscent of Frida, that the young man is now in a difficult situation. The guy insisted that this misunderstanding, but recognized his mistake and was ready for punishment. In this case, the bouquinist advised to accept him worthy. The next moment was brought to the hall a strange throne. The guy does not understand what it is and asked to explain, but he was only dragged to the chair. Dronzer smiled cunningly and said directly that only a member of the absolute family can use the artifact. He told that they used the sword of the soul Karatel and cut the soul of the judge. Fried did not believe his own ears. He was frightened by the priest's statements and the unit they attracted. The bouquinist continued to say that the judges are lazy and self-centered, and regardless of whether the world is destroyed or not, his own safety is always in the first place. The man said that he divided the soul of the witch to escape from the judge. It was difficult because the girl was strong, but if she showed all her power, then would destroy the kingdom. The king said that the judge isolates himself. Self-destruction with his own hands forces to share his soul. But the other half fled, so it was necessary to use the sword again to catch it. Fried considered it madness, because they destroyed the balance created by God. But the priest saw only the holy case in this, because they only wanted to transfer the authority to the new judge. The king put a choice in front of the guy, or to help voluntarily, or they would use his body for the purpose. The absolute family from generation to generation was afraid that it would be used in evil intentions. Fried asked what his ancestors did when they climbed to the second level. Dronzer showed his sewed hand and said that strong, dangerous ones should be made weak. The guy was frightened by realizing that they used the parts of the body of people from his family. Now the stocks are over, so Dronzer needed new materials. The priest stated that he realized the power that was inaccessible earlier, so he asked the king to use it wisely. Suddenly, Fried destroyed a chair to which he was to stir up a bruising. He used to see the abilities of the guys, and they did not reach such a level. The young man blinded the men with bright light and fled the wall. Such development of the priests seemed impossible because now it was impossible to use his strength to the full. Fried had sufficient skill to hide his real capability. Julius was angry and shouted at his subordinates so that they would immediately catch the boy. Chisen stood in front of his knights and hunters on a witch and declared a speech. He said that they had fought in numerous battles, but now they had the task of winning the witch that destroyed the second level. He motivated his warriors in words that the victory in this battle would return peace to their floor. He said loudly that they would restore their sky and return abundance and warriors as one joyfully exclaimed support. Meanwhile, a frightened werewolf in the monsters in the settlement. He reported that Chicken gathered the army and was in a hurry to start an offensive. Tanukin quickly gathered his warriors, and in a short time they collided with the enemy. The knight asked whom they met so much. The leader was angry with the immorality of the enemy, who presented the delusional candy contenders and brought them to fight. Stella, which was still exhausted, stopped the werewolf. He no longer understood how much people could regret. But the girl tried to tell the truth again, by starting the story of the fact that they used to live in harmony. The sky collapsed and fell here to unite and survive. The girl crossed her hands and tried to be convincing because she understood why she was called a witch. She possessed incredible force and was a participant in the incident in which thousands of people were killed. She even lost his memory afterwards. But there were no reasons for quarry because she never even used strength on the second level. The girl cried when she said here to pay for the past, but she did nothing wrong. She was wrongly accused and then unleashed a bloody battle with werewolves. Stella tenderly asked her to believe her. But Chisen had his own view. He believed that the girl was hiding in order to grow her hand and take away. The knight screamed as a cut cock as asking a rhetorical question whether it was true. The girl denied tenderly and said that it would ever fall into place. Then she stopped Tanukin and drew attention to the judge to the applicants who came to her. He said that now they would get rid of them and will receive gems and fruits. Their only goal is to rise to the second level, and they are indifferent to what is happening and where it is true. He recalled that they had already taken away the girl's soul and set themselves the goal to get to this place. So now Tanukin was going to do in his own way and no longer regret these people. A girl with tears in her eyes tried to stop the leader because in her soul still lived faith in justice. But the werewolf did not listen to her, told to his brothers what it is enough to stand and look, and time to pay for the lives of their loved ones. The knight closed his helmet and said that this battle would be last. Both sides rushed to an attack with full hatred of their opponent. Tanukin began a personal battle with Chicken, and the knight stated that he was better than his predecessor. The previous leader was called an Akis, as Stella called for a peaceful decision, but Chicken deprived him of his life directly during a peaceful speech. He also laughed at his naivety and said he would like to repeat. The leader of the challenges squeezed as a real beast and promised to send the knight to hell. Meanwhile, in the kingdom, Fried tried to escape from the palace. Hunting for a witch began, so not many soldiers left in the lab. It was a very good time for the guy to turn the shower. The ruin praised the spectacular escape of his master, and confessed that for a moment he was even frightened that the young man would become a subject ray, and their adventures would end there. Due to the restriction of the bird could not come out, but it clearly felt the energy of the artifact. He also said that blood relatives could also feel him, so advised to follow in this direction, and then the guy must find the right thing. Fried thought about the proposal and wanted to ask something else, but the ruin returned to the middle of the owner because it was tired. The guy focused on finding a family relic. He closed his eyes and began to try to feel the energy of the sword. Walking through the turns of the castle, the guy in his head clearly saw a soul punishment. In the next moment, he jumped from his hiding place, carefully bypassing the guard, began to go to the goal. He walked to the door, carefully opened them, but he was already waiting for him there with his grandchildren. He knew that the guy would find this place, but for some reason, Julius told him to look at his grandchildren, who was cute in his opinion. Suddenly the girl fell down and her hand fell off. Looking closer, it became clear that it was a doll. The king continued to say that the witch threw him and his whole family in the seven, who was given her. His family gave her everything. However, she was worried only by her own problems. She said that her sins are the saddest and most painful ones. In the end, the king's family became just ashes because Stella turned away from them, though it could help. Julius explained that he condemned the boy because this body was injured as well as he was. He stretched his curved hand, saying that that is why he should become a real judge. Suddenly, his hand became just a huge paw, and he ordered Fried to give his body. At that time, on the battlefield in the sky, flying an angry bark, concentrating all its strength, Stella just stood and prayed for the guy to land carefully. Before gathering the army and opposed to Chicken, the girl suggested that the leader just escape, but unfortunately there was nowhere. The applicants of which the judge gave the label lay unconscious. Because the girl was weak with her reckless act, she condemned his comrades to death. Tanukin said that if at least one contender was on their side, and they would not have been fighting in such a difficult situation. He merged with the girl because when she was helpless, and they did not decide nothing only in her, and did everything that depended on them. Peace and harmony were her desire, but when they imitated them, only lost their loved ones. Stella carefully turned to the leader, and said that in this case she would participate in the battle. However, there was no sense in this because the girl did not have the power or her own memory, but she was still a judge. So she set a condition if Zyk and his friends would be allowed to participate in the battle. Tanukin knew that it was impossible because the applicants would not be able to return from the trials. But Stella mentioned their meeting with Zach when a star appeared in the sky. That is why the girl believed that these applicants would return from the test. Even if the leader thought it was their battle and he did not want the judge to interfere with her. But the girl continued to be pleading because she couldn't simply look as werewolves going on her own death. Suddenly, Zeke got touched Tanukin's hand and asked to trust the words of Ms. Judge. Stella was so glad that the guy returned from the trial that he rushed to hug him. She cried, hugging him, and thanked that they were able to pass the trials. Then she removed and asked how it went. The guy smiled wide and told the girl that she was a real judge. A little later, the girl came and said that the test was very difficult. Dean said that he did not even hope that he would be in the moment. He was very sad. Zik was surprised that the baby got something pleasant because he got into a bad memory. But the girl in general has no memories in her test. Stella explained that the second level test immerses people at the right moments. That is why she was very pleased that they returned, and again thanked them for it. Zik felt that his strength had recovered, and he was ready to defeat Chicken and everyone would need. But suddenly the leader said that the three of them would not affect the situation, and advised to just climb to the next level. The girl reminded them a little carelessly that they were derived for help. But Tanukin said that he did not need the help of people and the like. But Zik already had his plan, so he suggested to curb his distrust and listen to him because they would still fight. A girl with purple hair expressed distrust of planning a boy, but he reminded her that he always emphasized that she fought for surviving. So everyone gathered around the young man and he began to tell his idea. On the battlefield, Zik used its corporate blow, putting all the force, but suddenly lost balance. Then he was picked up by the girl and reminded that they had not yet fully resumed after the test. Dean did not possess their wings at all and knocked his comrades, so three flew down. And they fell directly into the room where Fried was breaking the ceiling of the palace. When the dust after falling a little, the boys saw each other. Fried warned Zika about the danger because they were right behind them. He did not look a weak grandfather, but hung over the company with his bold figure and pierced them with his red eyes. It was a real huge monster on which his royal robes cracked. He swung his hand on his comrade. He slammed his fist on the ground, and the company ran in different directions. The girl was not going to figure out what was happening and planned to attack her Furman, strengthening of fire. But Julius was easily defended by the strength of the star, similar to the strength of Stella. The RBI hammer has not yet had time to increase to the right size, so he jumped out Fried and covered it with his sword, which was made of similar stars. Zik was not a joke, frightened for his friend. The guy was a little bitten, but it seemed still in the face. Then an angry friend rushed to the abuser. He was ready to take revenge on his friend. The king was not even thrown around the blow that was called a star comet from a guy as an insect. Zik took this blow to his absorbing gloves, covering the little Dinah, which was behind, because such a powerful blow could touch him. Although the young man withstood the attack, but she was too strong, and he realized that this monster is very dangerous and should be stopped immediately. The exhausted and wounded Fried proposed to leave the king and just escape. But Zeke explained that the soul of the judge is in the sharpened soul, and they must find it and pick it up. Rabbi and Dean once again shocked the absurdity of Zika, who died the plan before the enemy, and Fried only asked what he heard again. Here the king spoke to saying that he is the only judge and his appearance is now a curse of punishment for those who contradicted the will of heaven. He cried with bloody tears and said that he lost everything because the steel of the witch was. The man remembered his family, the wife of grandchildren, and how he hid them and cried to the judge's indifferent face. The king was going to put everything in place even with the curse of heaven. Julius roared and said in order to use the carottle of the shower he needed the body of the Absolute. The girl gave the command of Dina to defend Fried, but the boy had no concept of how it was the weakest of them. Barely breathing, the guy stated that he would also participate in the battle. But Zik, with a smile on his face, suggested that he leave the case on them. He activated his pearls and stated that he would not be laughing because he overthrew the first-level judge. Despite the dimensions of the monster was quite fast. Rabbi asked a little time to send him to the knockout. So the first thing they decided to try to grab it and took this task for themselves. He rushed to the king, and he began to fall asleep with the stars from which the young man barely evaded. The guy had only one wing, and in order to evade this, it was not enough, but it was necessary to reduce the distance. The young man flew closer, but the king defended himself with a star shield. Zik did not break through him, and Julius was already attacked by a girl with his second hand. But the guy defended her, saying that he was his opponent now and not her. The young man asked in the slave how much time it took to get his hammer to gain strength because he could no longer hold on. Zik understood that with unstable wings could not approach the monster. When he shoots the stars and when he uses the shield. The guy mentioned that once at the lowest level was quite fast and without wings. In his blood-plated excitement he decided to compete on speed. Dean meanwhile treated Frida's wounds and asked him to suffer a little because they soon had to take medication. But as if from the sword they attacked Denzel, saying that the boy's body belonged to them. The boy was frightened because the young man had blood flowing from the blow, and he had to protect it. Fried defended himself from the impact but was injured. The guy mocked their plan to lure him here and take away the Absolute hand. But the priest also had a sharp tongue and said that the guy would be beating because even the trial could not pass. The man had long hunted the body of the Absolute, so he was convinced that Fried with his comrades could not overcome him. The bitchiness put stronger and the young man could not stand his defense and bent. Denzel wisely protected and said that when the king would be on top, he would also be there. Dean, sending a sludge to the man satirically, asked what would be at that top. With his wings, he puzzled the man because he knew that no one had passed the test. Then the boy replied that they completed the test of a real judge and tucked his projectile. But the priest was not very influenced by he only laughing at his hopes to overcome him. Such neglect even offended him, and he swung his sword on the baby. But suddenly the weapon stopped because it was called by the true master of the absolute fried. He spoke to the sword saying that he was a blood relative and ordered him to accept him with his master. The sword escaped from the hands of a burnista, burning his hands and fell to the floor. Denzel has never heard of Confession of the Owner. He did not meet such in any books. Fried said that the family was always preparing for the worst, and assuring that the priest's thief came to an end, slowly raised his sword. Holding in one hand the sword in the other in the boy glowing sparks, he ordered the power of the punishment of soul. The bouquinist was nervous and did not believe that everything could end so simple. In his hands, too, there was some power, and he was about to attack, but Fried struck him with rain from his swords, while the girl increased the power of Zik, defended her from stars, and tried to get closer to the king. He ran as soon as possible on his feet, but still failed to face the shield. In the end, he decided that it was not possible, and until Julius began to collect a blow to ask the girl as much as he would wait. It was not necessary to suffer a little for a long time so that the slave could use the strength. The guy had to stay quite a little, and he asked Berkatun, or he would be able to use the force that was in his test. The king increased his blow, so the young man tried to fit the bird with the answer. But in fact, the penguin did not think, but simply asleep, and even after the woke up did not give a clear answer. Zeke was left alone with the question whether he could use hallucinations. The boy could only find out if he had tried to do it. Just at this moment, the girl was charged with weapons, and now the young man had to just detain the king. He tried to remember what he did to survive in the dark world on the subject. At that time, Berkatun advised him to raise his hand as a sign of determination, and when the young man did so, now his fist gathered. This power gained the image of a huge, dark purple paw. The rabbi was surprised that Zik learned to control the power of the dragon. With this technique, he restrained the huge fiery layer that was drunk in them. The technique of the young man was imperfect, so it was extremely difficult for him to restrain the attack. But he managed to. The star that they were threatened with collapsed on a stone. They immediately turned into a meteoric rain from which they also had to be defended. After an unsuccessful attack, Julius began to catch the boy with his hand like a cockroach. Here the feet of Zika came in handy. While he was annoyed after the young man charged her hammer and struck, the monster's shockwave was thrown to the wall. She fell asleep and envied the cage that was on the other side. The rabbi was satisfied with herself that showed such force and was able to overthrow the king. But Zik looked into the distance at a beautiful girl who was sharpened in a cage as a parrot. The slave was surprised that half of the force that had to be found was a double judge. They slowly approached the room where the soul was kept, and the entire floor was covered with small stars. But as soon as they came to the starry flower, the monster recovered and began to shout that it was all belonging to him. He roared as a shot beast and said he would return all that he had lost. The king has completely turned into a monster. Dean did not quite understand what to do now. The girl regretted that once it turned out to be not enough, but the second they could not do quickly. Fried also exhausted all his forces, but the priest was not going to give up. He could not allow everything to end and took control of Julia. He was not going to lose children, and planned to return to a place that lost 100 years ago. He was going to become a judge again. Suddenly he had bones. Neither the fried nor the baby with the baby did not understand what was talking about. They did not know what happened 100 years ago. The bouquinist began to tell that it was once his place and he was also a judge. He told how he stood in front of God, heaven neoed, and asked for forgiveness of his sins. Close approached him from behind and called a timid destroyer of heaven. Denzel was surprised by the man and did not understand how he got to this level of heaven. The unknown called him a naive that was in vain hope for a response or forgiveness. But Denzel accused of all the man that because of his ambition he betrayed God, but received only punishment. They almost started a fight, but the man suddenly turned out to have the strength, so now he was no longer needed. The unknown simply threw a man into the abyss as some unnecessary. So now Denzel emphasized that the company knows nothing and would better not interfere in his plans. With his magic, the man touched the cage and released the soul of Stella. Now he did not understand what happened here and why the priest did so. The girl did not say a single word but only used her magic. Delus shouted that Stella woke up to respond to his magic and would now be part of his plan. The girl in turn silently destroyed his wings. Then the man stated that it would destroy her if she resists. He ruled the king as a puppet and by order of the monster swung his hand at the girl. Zika did not have time to understand what was happening. Now the main thing was to protect the ceiling. He jumped right in front of the girl and decided that this time he would be able to cope with his new vigor. This time, he really overcame the king, and his body with Gurki collapsed to the ground. But Denzel could not allow him to end so much. He had to survive. Zik breathed heavily after the impact. He could barely stand it. Fried with Dean had already run to him with a girl. While the young man boasted with his new power of rabbi, he questioned his friend that he had a sword. Meanwhile, the huge body of Julia decreased to the usual size, and it was again an old, rumbling grandfather. The picture looked quite nasty, and Dean was in general surprised by the true species of the king. Suddenly, Zik noticed that Denzel disappeared somewhere. Fried suggested that he fled when the king was. Stella slowly approached the body and said that it was the poor son of Julius. The king of last strength said that the girl left those who were her faithful servants. He acknowledged the sad picture of what happened, but the speech that if he was a sin, he was committed for her. Stella acknowledged her ignorance that brought so much suffering that could not be forgotten. She realized that the past would not return and sincerely apologized. After her words, the king broke like a small child but bloody tears. The girl returned to the society and said that thanks to their appearance of her mind, she woke up. She could now fulfill her responsibilities. The next moment, the judge grew up in the pillar of light. While everyone else was shocked, ZK stood and smiling, rejoicing that they did their work. Meanwhile, the other part of Stella stood on the battlefield and looked at the horror of what was happening and could not stop bloodshed. She could only help the wounded werewolves. So now she reassured one and begged. But suddenly, Chisen came behind her and happily swung with her weapon. The sudden fear of the judge, she felt her death. In general, her memories seemed to death. Everything was forgotten, and only she could understand it when she was fated in an unknown surrounding one. The judge is the one who hears God's cry and takes on sins. Even if, in the end, she atoned for sin, she could not spare them. At the last moment, when the weapon was already close to Tanuk and protected the girl, Chichena annoyed that the leader was still alive, and the monster in turn replied that not everything would happen as the night wants. The werewolf tried to overcome the night paw, but the man was faster and had time to dip the sword. Then Tanukin remembered how they once lived with people in peace, but their relationship destroyed misunderstandings and lies. Stella said that they would be able to understand, and then peace would reign, but it never happened. Tanukin never waited for a quiet life and slowly died while the girl was crying around him. Chikin stood side by side and laughed. He was glad that he would finally fulfill his dream and became famous as a person punished by a judge. He attacked a girl who sat in tears with despair in his soul again. This time it was to protect it to anyone, but the blow still did not reach its goal. The girl was protected by her white soul, which appeared from nowhere and had a lot of power. Stella cried again, but now from the joy of Zika what happened to him. Chisen was evil. He did not believe that it could have happened, because the appearance of the soul meant that the palace was. The man was not going to retreat. He straightened his huge iron wings. The knight rushed to the attack by touching his long spear of the judge's soul. But the girl calmly stated that she only a selfless clot of energy and could not fulfill his desire and make him a cat of God. The next moment, the soul simply disappeared in light and combined with her body. The girl waited for so long. When the black star fell, it was a sign that she finally combined with her soul. The one who went against the fate of the heavenly world gave them a chance to redeem sins. Now the girl has mastered her strength of the second-level judge. She became more like an adult woman and the stars were circling around her head. Chikin did not leave his attempts to deprive the girl's life, but when he came across again, he met with the shield. His attack ended in the fact that the man simply rejected the removal from the shield. The battle stopped instantly, and the monsters and people stood as amazed by the judge. As soon as the girl raised her hand, she released the starlight and dispelled the thick cloud. Immediately, everyone saw a clear sky that was strewn with millions of small stars. The applicants began to think about the reasons for which they climbed to heaven. Someone wanted to live in a quiet world, someone to make their family happy. Monsters looking at the sky thought that they just wanted to live in peace with people as before. The overwhelmed Chisen lay and thought that he did not want to take her whole force. The company that was in the castle also saw a bright starry sky and could not knock it. Zik was glad that he had, and this time it turned out, and Berkatun rightly stated that they had coped together. His friends also indignant from the boyishness of the boy, because they also participated in the battle. The girl folded her palm together and began to pray to God of heaven, begging for forgiving everyone. She was sincere in her prayer and asked her to pardon her people. Then stars began to fall from the sky that healed all the wounded soldiers. The knights began to think about what they still struggled because the werewolves did not do anything wrong for them. They were tormented by the conscience because they were paid by attacking them, and therefore could not feel happiness. The monsters thought that they were simply protected because the blood and death of the starling at this level. Chisen began to shout at his warriors to get rid of witches more. He still argued that the girl was harming the second level. But the warriors no longer believed in this lies and threw their weapons on the ground. One of the soldiers came to his commander and said that everything was over because the sky they wanted so returned. The man looked up and became angry. It all ended his ambitions and goals. In the starry sky, having recovered after the test on their two wings, Dinrabi and the thunderstorm that carried Fried in his hand. The guy concluded that everything was over if the wings returned to them. Zik with Berkatun as always argued so that the young man almost released from his friend's hands. Dean looked at the huge crowd and wondered if the battle continued, but the slaughter of the rabbi concluded that it was not like a struggle. But there was something happening there, because everyone gathered around Stella. Zik was driven by the society to miss something important. The girl advised him to behave decently. The judge told all her story that in the distant past she fell to a second level as a heavenly sinner. She could not forget the day when she sat in the palace and thought only of her pain. Immersed in her problems, she ignored the love of werewolves and people who supported her. The girl put their grief and suffering in the background and did not pay attention to problems. But one day a person appeared who wanted to receive what belonged to the judge and deceived everyone. At that moment, she thought that if her life is over, she would no longer bear this burden. So she deliberately abandoned herself and did not resist Denzel. Even as a judge, she became a sinner, so now she sought to redeem her guilt before everyone. But Stella did not have time to complete the speech as it fell to the ground, having lost consciousness. The applicants were not aware of what was happening. They came to an incredible assumption that they were healed thanks to her strength. She used all her forces to heal the wounded and fell from fatigue. The society was also seen as the girl became ill and was already running quickly to her. Seeing them, she thanked the fact that she was able to return to her image for a moment. She said last thank you and closed her eyes. Zik broke through the tear, remembering their meeting. He was incredibly regretted because they just became friends. Then the young man shouted in despair that she would not throw him just like that. Suddenly, light began to flow from the ceiling and the girl seemed to be transformed. She got up in the image of the same girl who met Zika, and she had a little chicken on her head. Fried said the mission of the judge has not yet been completed. She just updated her shape. Zik is scared that thought that the girl was dying. She said that she thought so too. Now she thought that if she was not released, she would have a lot to be atoned. The next moment, she was surrounded by the werewolves, rejoicing in the girl's return. She thanked them for everything they did for her, and at the same time apologized. Then the judge got up and opened the portal to the next level. She had to play her role and asked to trust her again. The company rejoiced because it was finally completed, and now they could move to the next level. Somewhere near a huge vat was a man in the royal mantle. He applied his hand to the vessel and enlisted the divine relic that received his power from light and darkness by order of God's blood to restore heaven into one. The applicants who were not on the battlefield saw an open portal and were happy to climb up. Someone dreamed of climbing at least the 5th level and intensifying there and living quietly. But suddenly Denzel attacked from behind and covered his mouth with his hand. He did not give up, and if he did not manage to subtract the power of the judge, he rise above with the right of the applicant. Stella stood near the portal and thanked the boy who allowed her to be born. Like all of them, her soul split and a bird of soul appeared on her head. Zik and Berkatun were surprised that judges did not have birds of soul. The slave with a smile explained that the judges were not the same, as they were adding that they were more holistic, because they are closer to the gods. Stella said that she was also not a perfect man, only the gods were holistic. The bird that sat on the girl's head seemed to be the most intricate of all. Zika has a logical question. If a girl has a bird, it meant that she could also climb to heaven. The girl thought about it. In this case, she would be able to rise and make her guilt before the gods. But she decided that it was impossible because the judge is a heavenly sinner who cannot cross the ladder. The applicants were different. If they were tested, they could cross as you like. However, if they go down to the deep lands, the birds of the soul will disappear and they will not be able to rise again. The rabbi frightened the idea that if you go down to the bottom, then no longer rise. Zik reassured Stella, saying that they were moving only up to heaven. The judge promised to support them and allowed the applicants to climb the sky. The girl stated that as a second-level judge gave the right so that he overcame the test to rise to the next level. After the applicants received permission for their backs, the wings appeared. Zik jokingly asked friends, or to the next level they would go together. Dean said that they were really needing his help, and his grandfather stated that they became comrades. The slave said that besides her, there was no one to supervise these breaks. Fried thanked his friends for his work, and thought he would rise with them to the 5th floor and then could not fly. They were already going to fly, but suddenly Stella shouted the guy and wished a happy way. The young man said goodbye to her and rose up, and the girl stood and watched as he was leaving the borders of her level. After the judge, Tanukin came to his senses. He already thought he was killed. Stella rushed to embrace the leader and thanked the fact that he was all the time he defended her. She told him that peaceful times came, and the monster was asked if she really remembered everything. The judge really returned to the judge, and she said that the 2nd floor was revived by everyone. Meanwhile, friends were already in the passage that led to the 3rd level, but Dinah seemed strange that everything was calm, and there was no tornado. Berkatun began to say that it was due to him, but the rabbi advised him to remain silent because something was clearly wrong. Fried noticed that something was approaching and ordered everyone to prepare. The comrades began to fall on the comrades from above. They were of different sizes, from small to huge. Dina was knocked down by a fragment, but he was picked up by the girl. They did not want to divide again as at the past level. Zik decided to fight the ice flows with his own method and simply began to break them. Fried with a heavy heart used artifact for this purpose. He knew that it was impossible, but there was no other choice at this time. Suddenly, something big and black Bruise even asked if his friend asked. The company has something like a giant threatening snake. The rabbi assumed that this creature was a guardian of the transition between floors. Zik felt a great danger from this creature. Never in the Rai the guy has not yet felt such a fear. But apparently he could not get it away with him, so he just shouted that the creature would get away. The young man decided to apply his famous blow on an unknown creation. For a moment the snake stopped and Fried ordered everyone to flee so far. No one even thought of arguing, and everyone went to the next level. But the blow did not hold the snake for a long time, so he approached the company trying to absorb them with his mouth. The company did not want Ba to eat, so that Zeke applied its blow. This time he was supported by a friend and tried to win a little time for the young man with his blows. This time the creature did not stop it, but only more annoyed, so the company had to speed up. ActionToon began to whisper in his ear for a boy that he could fly even faster than now. It was in the strength of a young man to say that he only had to believe in himself. After focusing the wings of Zika, he increased it once. He covered all his friends and accelerated. With incredible speed, they broke through the portal, leaving the monster behind. But what they saw at the third level shocked them, at least a creature. The third floor looked like a strange combination of everything immediately. The ice fire was all over. The girl looked at this madness and did not understand why this level looked so strange. Fried was also shocked because he learned about this floor, and there was a world of dark swamps. The inhabitants of the third level looked at the newcomer and realized that the test of this sky would be equal to death. The slave insisted that there was clearly something wrong here, but Zyke believed that all is well, and now the main thing is to pass the test. Suddenly, the guy began to disappear before his eyes. Everything seemed to be closed by darkness. Fried did not see anything too. There was such a feeling as if the world had turned. The company suggested that the restrictions on the test were acting, although it was too early. Dean, as the slightest, feared that he would not survive at all and desperately asked to help his comrades. But his friends could not help him because the disoriented flew down. Their fall was soft. Zik turned into a dragon. The boy himself was a little while in the face, and then exhausted fainted. All this was observed by an unknown man in a hooded cape and did not believe his own eyes. He has been ticking in a very long time and watching the guy or he would come to his senses. The rabbi tried to understand what happened. After she darkened in her eyes, it seemed that the sky turned. Dean wept with happiness that survived, and asked if he suddenly not in hell, and that the river was nearby. Fried suggested that they did not see anything like a restriction of this level. But what he did not know for the Black River. The boy thought that even if he could fly, he was blind and lost his balance. Suddenly, the company called two men, calling them ignorant. They asked where the society came from. These were two Cadmos. The white-born man was called Rum and Dark Vivo. As long as Zeke was barely alive and tried to understand the question, the girl quickly answered that they rose from the second level. Rum said that he had just seen a huge black creature. He called him a dark monster. Fried did not understand what they were talking about and stated that they had just arrived here. The guy assumed that the men saw the monster who chased after them in the transition. At this time, the young man remembered everything he knew about this level. The dark monster reminded him of someone. This is yin and yang. The balance was harmonious and kept on the thread. This is the world of opposite sides, and thanks to their balance, their borders have not been broken. But when the heavens collapsed, the creatures from the dark world began to appear in light. Vivo stared at the boys and assumed unthinkable assumptions in his head. But Fried assured that they had just fallen into the river and almost died. Dean gladly confirmed the truthfulness of the testimony. Rum said that even if they were telling the truth, they managed to get out of the Black River. The girl and Zik were surprised that the men called them out of the river divine miracle. Rum said that without the mercy of God, they would not get out of the river of death. He got a little book and quoted the psalm that said that the forgiveness of sinners was the will of heaven. In this case, the man proclaimed the company by dear guests and invited with him. Zik was annoyed by he did not understand what God is it and why they have go with strangers. Men explained that if they overcame the Black River, they were chosen by God and heard to fly to heaven. Suddenly, Vivo pointed to Fried and announced his partner that the guy belongs to the Absolute. The young man did not understand why he had such attention and asked the direct that he was Absolute. Then Rum began to say that the Absolute only blood family that received God's mercy. And those who received her foolishly rejected the voice of God. Therefore, he hated Absolute. Vivo prepared to attack. He wanted to destroy the guy because the Absolute always interfered with his plan. For the man, God was just a symbol of them because they had their own ideals of service to him. The man in the green hood watched from afar. He wanted to see a black creature once again. Vivo prepared to attack and straightened his big green wings that looked like a thorny branch. The rabbi, annoyed that the devil began to happen again. She didn't want to fight. Looking at the rivals, she realized that they were different from anyone with whom they fought before. They were strong, and with the abolition of energy. Fried realized that they did not plan to stop and prepared their sword. There was no time for vacation, and Zik was also prepared for the attack by gathering strength in his hands. Vivo made the first blow, leaving long green thorns on the society. Dean tried to take off, but Fried warned him that he could be dizzy again. So the boy had darkened in his eyes and he flew down the help. Following his happiness, he noticed this Zik and instantly picked up the baby with his new power. Although the guy did not completely turn into a dragon for a stranger, it became sufficient proof of his assumption. Rum screamed to the society, calling them sinners and the wicked power of the dark world. He said that he would not be deceived and they would be punished, and slammed his book. At that moment, Zika seemed to briefly between the two ghostly palms. The guy was injured, but he did not even understand what happened because he did not notice the attack. Meanwhile, Vaya did not rest and again attacked the company with his thorns. Bypassing the branches of Fried, escaped and was almost near the man with his sword. Suddenly, Rum was baptizing again and saying the word image. Then a fist appeared from the sky over the guy and just hit him unexpectedly. Zika was blown and he attacked men with a wild fist that created a flow of black energy. But Rum was easily defended by saying the dome, and in front of the men immediately appeared palms that covered them. Then the man again boiled the book, and saying a fatal punishment over his friends appeared a huge cloud. It was two powerful attacks from which ions could not protect themselves. But suddenly, a giant sword appeared from nowhere to the sinister cloud. The whole company looked at the huge object that saved them. Rum was angry that the contenders dared to resist the sacred brown. He again sent a big hand to the company and said that even the judges could not oppose such punishment. The comrades decided to give the recruitment, and Rabbi Fried and Zik at the same time attacked their hand. But it was absolutely useless. They could not resist these attacks. The unknown man was immediately faced with them and protected them again with his sword. Then Vivo attacked his thorns in an attempt to support the partner. But the unknown easily crushed all the branches with his weapons into little pieces. Understanding the vegetation, he rushed to attack men. Rum protected them again. While they covered them with the hands of Vivu, attacked the unknown from above with thorn. But unlike children, a man easily traveled with two attacks by getting a second sword from nowhere. One he threw it into the shield by destroying it, and the other reflected from the thorns. The next moment, he already came close to two men. Vivo again tried to attack the thorns and had a shield and could easily protect himself from the branch. He struck the sword with a straight line between two men, showing his strength but not damaging them. The man stopped and quietly suggested that they stop their fight. Vivo recognized the stranger. An unknown man was called a Jade. Rum announced him that the judge's plans were to punish her husband, but the jar was absolutely indifferent to, and that someone was about to punish him. Neode was told that once a man would regret it, and disappeared. Pisalis did not return to his faces to the surprise contenders and called them friends that he was very pleased to meet. Dean, along with the rabbi, began to thank her husband for help. Hiding his weapon, he decided to tell the story of his new young friends. He told that they were in the world of chaos. Once there was the third level, and now it is an association from the third to the seventh floor that turned into a disorder. Just a year ago, this world was independent, but when the sky collapsed and became part of chaos. All of this was ruled by Roger. The fourth level, he was Pavshi, who committed sin, and was not going to repent, but only trying to challenge the heavenly god. This world that plunged into the chaos was the case of Roger's hands. It was he mixed all four floors. Nephirim only outlined a brief description of what happened at this level. Fried understood that there was nothing in this world and asked directly whether something was needed by a man from them. The man did not say that he wanted, and did not ask for gratitude for the salvation, but he just wanted to give advice and asked to listen to her. The slave was more urgently asked that a man wanted to ask them to do. Nephirim confessed that his plans were to punish Judge Roger. After talking to her husband, the company went its way. Suddenly, the girl asked Zik why he refused the offer, because in her opinion, she was not bad. The guy referred to his experience. He knew that there were no proposals for no reason. Nephirim offered them to make them stronger if they would help him. The man made a tempting proposal to maximize their ability. The chaotic witness was difficult because the tests were intertwined, and the leaders of the floors were mixed. The weak applicants, as they were not likely to survive in this complex world. Dean regretted that they did not go with that uncle because they would not have died then. Zik reassured him that they could turn to him at any time if they changed their mind. The guy asked Frida about his family because she had to be here. If the words of the Nephirim were true, then his family had to be somewhere nearby. Suddenly, the ground under his feet shook, and just a huge monster like that they saw in the aisle appeared before the society. Seeing this creature, Zik regretted that he did not follow that man. Seeing the creature, the boy was frightened that she was not only in the transition. Zeke suggested not to waste time and pass quietly by the creature. Berkotun made a desperate brave man and said that he was not scared. But the society did not share his confidence in the nonsense scapped the roar of the monster. As they stood and feared the creature, two men like the soldier. They used a huge force against the creation and wound it. They continued to attack the monster until his mutilated body fell from powerlessness. Zik is looking and horrified that such a terrifying monster gave up so easily. Fried, meanwhile, thanked the unknown men for the salvation of their lives. On the side of the company noticed a group of people who were shaken on their neck shackles and connected to each other. They approached the monster and began to separate the skin and meat of the monster. Zik was surprised and outraged that with ordinary people treat slaves. One of the men who won the creature noticed the society and strictly asked who they were, their area. Looking at Fried, she noticed that the cape of a man was white and purple, the same as in the men they met the first. He quickly realized that they were from one company and said that they with friends just walked past and apologized for taking care of them. The man was quite merciful, so he just ordered the company to go away faster. But Zik could not keep his mouth on the castle and indignant with such a bad greeting. And he was raging because they treated their people as if they were slaves. The man replied that they were sinners who violated the discipline, interfered with their work, and received their punishment. He added that if the company was going to interfere with them now too, it became on the path of sinners. Zik already wanted to slap something, but the girl stopped him in time, putting her hand on her shoulder. The rabbi also did not like the fact that people made slaves, but now they were not a state to fight. If the society was now a fight, it would simply be killed. Fried emphasized that they were going, and Dean supported the boy's desire to escape from here as soon as possible. Zik turned back and remembered how they said that the higher rise, the better the world in which you find yourself. But looking at everything that rumors happen had nothing to do with reality. Berkotun stroked the guy a little by reminding that their goal to climb up. Rabbi thought of herself that she once wanted the sky to run through all the absurdity of this world, and now had to indulge in such a horrors. If she does something wrong, too, can be a slave. This is not the world that she wanted to bring her younger brothers. Ariel reassured her and said that even if the equal ones were united, it is obvious that the world they are looking for. The bird was gently supporting the girl and telling her not to give up. Fried first suggested finding his family and talking about this mess with the Absolute. His family has long tried to keep his balance and he would not allow anyone to turn people into slaves. Dean looks at Fried. For the boy, the young man was a real hero. Suddenly, the boy noticed that there was no friend nearby and asked where Zik asked. They hoped with all the hope that he did not make nonsense but knew that he actually went to do justice. While his friends were discussing further plans, the guy was already near one of the soldiers and cut him down with one blow, emphasizing that people are not animals. He broke the shackles of unhappy prisoners and said that even if there is no force, you cannot do anything. He released one by one and urged people not to stand but fight together. But people did not pay attention to him and continued to perform their task by tearing the body of the monster. He shouted to them that if they unite, they would be able to get out of here, but in the eyes of people, there was only hopelessness and zero reaction to calls for freedom. One of the enslaved said that anyone can take off shackles, but still there is no way out. At that moment, Zika's rebellion noticed a second warrior and was already going to punish him. He created a huge stone slab and wanted to nail her guy, but the young man rolled away. The second warrior also rushed to Zika for dared to release the slaves. By fire, he declared that the boy's act was simply unthinkable. But the young man was not going to stand up to stand. He began to use his own power of a wild fist against them. But all this was useless, because his blow came about a stone wall on which only a scratch was left. On all sides, the guy began to surround stone blocks and narrow the space quickly. Zik turned to his bird and said that they urgently needed to turn into a dragon. But Berkotun said that he was there for nothing because the young man created a dragon, but did not know how to do it. In the end, the guy covered a stone wall from above and he finally found himself in the Passover. One of the slaves who watched this action tore the shackles. He had his plan, but because of the uprising of the young man, he had to intervene earlier. Released from the restrictions, he quickly destroyed the wall and released Zika. Closer to the boy, the man called him a brave man and said with a smile that he had broken his plan. He then gave a signal, and as if two men appeared from nowhere and began fighting with slave owners. An annoyed man shouted that they were screaming who dared to interfere with the representatives of God. But the rebels had their view of the situation. They believed that such a godly representatives of God were breaking his sacred will. The so-called representative swung his weapon and created a waves of blue energy, and they did not hit the rebels because they were protected by the golden shield. One of the protesters was a girl with dark long hair who activated her sword, which glowed like sunlight. Owing herself, she immediately destroyed the one who violated the balance in the universe. At this point, Zika's comrades only came to the scene and saw the company with the flag, while the rabbi asked that the boy recognize the symbol of his family here at all. So, a little breath, he gladly introduced himself, calling himself Fried Absolute. He was incredibly glad because he met his relatives and said that he came here to fulfill his mission. The girl gladly accepted the young man and began to talk about what was happening on this floor. The people they met were the Cadmos leaning before Judge Roger. Their distorted faith broke the balance. The Absolute has not decided to do with the Roger himself because he is not responsible for the affairs of those who respect him. Fried told that he himself knew about the judge, that it was through him the third floor became so logically suggested that his actions also violate the balance. But in reality, the causes and consequences of this situation were very confusing, so the girl postponed the explanation for later. Striping with Dean quarreled with Zika for his mindless actions through which they could also suffer. But the guy did not pay attention to the girl who shouted at him, but only thought that his blow did not work, and before that he was sure that he became stronger. He thought he returned to the moment when he tried to hit the wall, and concluded that he was just a slack. His thoughts were interrupted by a dark-haired girl who reported that they would soon arrive at the Absolute. It was quite safe here, so you cannot worry. The rabbi thanked them again for the salvation. The brunette said that the Absolute family supports balance, and suggested that the company join them in the mercenary group. The baby was interested in such a proposal, and he asked how these mercenaries did. The girl with a smile told that the group was creating to maintain the heavenly balance, and they were always happy to help them in their balance. The rabbi surprised that it was only for those who seek balance, so she asked how they evaluate those who could join. Zik again, as if ignoring the existence of his comrades, at all stated that he was not interested in it. He loudly stated that his main goal is to reach the pinnacle of heaven, and the balance is not interested in him. Surprisingly, the girl was understood because it was called the instinct of the contender. She then turned to Fried and asked if he knew his fate to stay with them. The guy turned away and answered nervously that of course he knew about it, but his friend did not know about it, so loudly reminded his friend that he told him quite another. The guy was annoyed because they sought to get into heaven together, and went so much for the sake of it. Fried tried to justify himself and said that the goal and really had to get to heaven, but there was one but. Because he was from the Absolute family, he had to perform his duties. Well, that was the leader of the Absolute said that now the equilibrium of heaven is destroyed by their family again, to combine the divided worlds. The guy, like a lush teenager, was arguing and screaming, asking why fate is so important. The girl answered him that he can calmly rise heaven until someone follows the balance. Zik did not like the fact that he heard, but for the duties of the word in the wadi was forced to think, and the guy remembered Physis and Stella. And then he stood up for his friend, not understanding why Fried should do it, because it can be someone else. Suddenly, one of the Absolute group could not stand and quarreled the guy for the fact that the child clings to the words of their leader. He even began to threaten him, but the girl stopped him gently. She was quite patient and wise. It was difficult for Fried, but he repeated that it was his duty and he should follow his destiny. The insulted Zik was pursuing whether the guy was lying to him when he asked to climb together. It was difficult for the boy to explain everything because he also wanted to get to the top of heaven, but it seemed to him to sleep. But the well said that Fried would follow her fate and climb to heaven just under the banners of Absolute. Zik did not know about it in his picture. He asked if the guy would leave them. The guy couldn't look at a friend in the eye. It was very difficult for him, but when he gained his gaze, he said they would meet on top. After puzzling the rabbi and Dean Zik, he smiled in the wrong Fried's decision. He said that if his decision, then they would complete and turn around. The boys went in different directions. The rabbi looked at the upset Zika and did not understand what to do further because Fried said what remains. The guy was their moral support, so now she was gnawing with doubts whether they should join the detachment. The boy was also puzzled and did not know what to do, only his thoughts he voiced. Zik was a fake decisive smile and said they could just leave Fried and continue the way together. Suddenly, Berkotin asked a logical question where to go now, because their last plan was to find Absolute. Meanwhile, incredible rumors have spread in a toxic village called Phobia. Men in tavern were discussing the appearance of the dragon. The village was spreading legends that a very strong guy appeared on the 3rd level. Some said that dragons are dark creatures that would destroy the heavens, others that would protect them on the contrary. These rumors reached the trial of the 3rd level of Messigon, who lived in a castle in a poisonous garden. The servant told him that in the era of God was a creature not the top of the dark world, which was called the source of power that destroyed heaven. The judge was interested in these chats about the dragon's awakening, and he asked if anyone had seen it with his own eyes. The answer was affirmative. The villagers were included in the villagers to master this power and become God. At the 4th level, Roger stood in the icy castle near a vat that was an artifact. He was also rumored about the dragon's awakening. He considered him a true culprit that heaven was destroyed. The man fought with dark moods and thought about why God allows them. He was tired of a constant attack of monsters that they would never end, and God could handle everything. He was a submissive follower and believed that God has definitely had a plan. But one day when he came to him, he saw him through the gap how the dragon defeated him. He saw with his own eyes as the creator failed, and this time the man could not allow it. First of all, he had to end the monster who was awake so that it did not destroy his plan. Meanwhile, Berkotin did not like that there was no Frida with them, and Zeke asked him not to mention some time about his former partner. The rabbi suggested finding someone to replace because now they have become one less participant in their team. The guy was not very pleased and ironically suggested to fear him, and the girl picked up this idea because the man was glad to help. Zeke suggested that the first level test here was already thinking about finding another team. The company followed two men who knew that they caused a dark creature. They wanted the company to join their team because the new dark would be an incentive for their group. Meanwhile, the company has already reached the third level test space. It was near the River of Wishes. ZK assumed that if they crossed this river, the tests of the third floor would pass. The boy was frightened because it is unknown what can happen during this test. The rabbi was also Scarecrow. She wanted to surrender and first find Nephirim. Only the guy has always ignored the experience of his friends and believed that everything would be fine. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of the company. He reports that they were late. When the third level of the Mesogone was struck a little before them and said they were holding the border of the last arrivals, there were many other contestants around the people of people, Greg's Casta and Paul. The judge felt a share of dark energy from Zeke and licked dreaming of what would use it. Mesogone congratulated the test participants and began to explain the conditions. The rules were simple. The one who first overcomes the river and gets to the castle of the judge will get the power to rise to the next level. Zika had a very logical question, and he sought to hear from her husband what exactly awaits them during the crossing of the river. This was the most important because the reservoir could live terrifying creatures. Instead of answering, the judge clicked his fingers, and the guy rejected his tongue that suddenly got out of the ground. The young man was indignant with such behavior because he landed in the river and argued for a long time. He immediately began to sink to the bottom, though it seemed to him that he found himself in the shallows. But unlike the first river, they got into as soon as they arrived on the third floor here did not hold him back and did not pull. So it was not difficult for the boy to simply activate his wings and get up. But he forgot that there were restrictions here, so the young man was dizzy and he fell to the ground. The judge laughed and even more slipped Zika about the guy did not slow down to inform the man. Mesogone advised him to enjoy instead of getting angry because it is not interesting to tell about the test. What happened decided to comment Greg's by calling Zika a pale rat that constantly gets somewhere, but the young man also had a sharp tongue, so he quickly answered the image of calling the guy an electric pile. Greg's indignation began to gain momentum, but his passion was a little cooled by the crow sitting on his shoulders. By calling the guy a brazen bird offended Berkotin, and he climbed to protect his man. While the birds were arguing to Rabbi considered Greg's, he was quite strong, and when the girl noticed that he thought of changing the company, but when Din grabbed her hand because he was scared by that guy, realized that it would be difficult to change the team. Sisters put their eye on the young man. They had a tooth on him for the second level. So they just got rid of Greg's with his eyes reminded that they promised him death from their hands. The judge saw the tension between the contestants, and after he stated that more people would not give the task more specifically, his beloved figure was 4 and a man very much loved. So he offered the contenders. 4 people who will survive will win even without crossing the river. But there was one condition to deprive the enemy's life can not only need to make him unusable. The applicants were outraged by such sudden conditions because they just wanted to cross the river. But it was not so fun for Mesogone. Even the condition for preserving life was not because of care, but because having deprived someone of life, applicants simply would not be able to cross the river. The rabbi was on the head of the man, though the words of her husband sounded absurd. To force the contenders for fun was madness. The cast was not waiting for her for a long time, because it was a great opportunity for her to fulfill her promise to Greg's. Zika with his comrades also began to surround the contenders, because they decided to deal with the company first, because they remembered their amazing abilities. Dean and the girl were confused. They did not understand why they were attacking them because there was no need for the fight. But Zik did not think for a long time and immediately began to reflect from the attackers. He made friends advising them not to stand as a dug to become a target. A group of unknown people watched a fight. There were many strong ones among the contenders, so they wanted to unite to equalize the chances. They had to do it before Mesogone would send them to the feeds of the fish, so they planned to join in the midst of the fight. This pack also included Nefish. He believed that if Zika helps in this fight, he would trust him and get on his proposal. The guy with the girl and the baby fought quite badly, covering each other on his own. But suddenly the young man almost missed the blade that he was flying. He was unexpectedly intercepted by Greg's. Thousands followed one blade, and here the Zik waved them all the ultrasonic paw of the dragon. The boys cast a dissatisfied look at each other, but therefore agreed on favorable cooperation. Now the boys were fighting from Cast, and Paul and Zek resembled Gregswa that their cooperation is temporary. The judge was pleased with the fact that he decided to add a little more fun to the slaughterhouse. The man waved his hands and the contenders began to split blood pillars. Messagon stated that the usual fight was not interested in it, so he decided to allow everyone to honestly fight in bloody cages until 4. He laughed slyly and said that they should survive and become conquerors of heaven. Little Dean was hysteria because he was closed with a giant named Khan. Greg's with Zika remained with vengeful sisters Cast and Paul. But the rabbi was closed with some unknown ash blonde. The stranger seemed quite confident in her abilities, and was even advice from such an environment. Mimosa believed that she was very lucky because her rival was low, so she did not see the obstacle for victory. The rabbi tired of it because the girl spoke her joy aloud, but the girl did not plan to shine, so she said loudly that if she had already had it to overcome her and swung her hammer. Mimosa did not respond from her just to go steam like she was an ice floe that melted in the sun. The rabbi felt the beginning of the heat and realized that her rival was dangerous. But even better, she realized when a girl at a frantic speed ran around her, struck her shoulder. Gradually the hand began to icy, but the rabbi activated her hammer because it was a fire that melted ice. Mimosa was pleased with such irony, and she suggested that the girl melt the icy chain that created a bilateral knife to the ground. This chain grabbed the girl by the leg and the icy queen for a long time without waiting for the icy layer to throw in her rival. The slave reassured herself that it was just an ice floe, and it could easily melt it, so quickly used her fiery hammer. But when the ice melted, it turned into water, and the girl got wet and the hammer went out. Mimosa did not miss this opportunity and quickly attacked the rival by applying icebreakers. The rabbi did not shy away from the enemy, hit the target directly, and the girl flew a little back. The girl tried to ignite her hammer faster, but Mimosa attacked quickly, so the rabbi just reflected from the next portion of icicle. The fire around her weapons had to increase for a long time, but could not because of the constant influence of the oxen on it. While the girl dealt with her hammer, her rival gathered another layer of ice and hit the girl. Mimosa approached the slave and inserted her dagger into the girl's shoulder, thereby frozen her completely. The rabbi was freezing and could not believe that she just lost. Before her eyes, the memories began to emerge as she played with her brothers and always tried to look strong. She is an older sister and always had to support her younger ones so that she would not happen. These memories have awakened in the slave some unknown force. She could not afford to be weak, so her eyes shook and the girl flashed the flames. She immediately destroyed the whole ice that restrained her and went into a full burning mode. Mimosa stated that the result will still be the same and the girl will not be able to win her. After these words, she threw her icy ball again. But this time, the attack simply turned into a couple around the girl without leaving any wet trace. The rabbi calmly approached Mimosa, called her a jerk, and said that she was not like her rival, and applied an accurate blow to the combustible flame. This blow was a clear and final rabbi won its rival because the unconscious lay on the ground. The judge looked and rejoiced with the applicants trying and demanding even more spectacle. The struggle had to begin in Zika's cage, but Greg's began to unhappy. The guy wondered why the young man had such a strange reaction that he did not like it. At that time, he confessed that he wanted to use a quantitative advantage because there were 2 people together with Zik, and now, when the guy was left alone, he was only a burden in his eyes. Zik, of course, indignant, but apparently learned from ActionToon to pile and said that he understood Greg's because he came to the conclusion that he would not cope. The boys almost began to argue, but they were stopped by blades flying on them. Zik did not expect the attack, of course, but he was quite prudent and skillfully turned away from the scissors. It was a cast weapon. The girl aimed at Greg's and in her eyes gleaming malice. The guy turned to Zika, calling him the rat, and said that he was caught on her. He ran to the girl, and they faced their power. The young man boldly stated that she would have to beat the girl again that she would come to her senses. But Casta stated that then she simply did not bite the boy, and now he understood him well. Suddenly, as if the girl had got a huge knife and was even able to touch it slightly to the puzzled Greg's. He managed to evade, but did not expect this blow. The young man realized that he was in relative security until he avoided his direct contact, but unexpectedly the floor attacked him. She approached so quietly that he didn't even notice her. In the last duties, the guy managed to repel her stroke of a sharp crystal with his hand, which is strengthened by lightning. On the other hand, Greg's again attacked the cast using a new black eye skill. Suddenly, the boy's body froze and he could not move, and only merged that the girl was hiding such a strong skill. While one of the sisters was engaged in restraining the young man, the other had already rushed to attack with sharp crystals. Here, the rude came to the aid of the rude and protected him on his own, surrounded on 2 sides. The girls retreated and the guy asked a new partner or the order. Greg said that Casta creates illusions that make the body not move. The girl appealed to Zika, declaring that until he decided on the target, let him go away otherwise. But the boy was indifferent because in any case there was now 2-2. He asked the partner, calling him an electrician or he was hard, and he answered that he was not going to give up so easily. The floor shouted for a second and informed her that Zik was like the same dragon about the rumors. This information embarrassed the girl, because in this case the guy threatened them with great danger. Then Casta got her large red knife and said that she would be engaged in electric, and the sister told her to take a blonde. The girls rushed to Greg's with a cast and even once hit the girl, but she only angered her, and she was angry, and even more canalis on the boy, and suddenly appeared Zik, which repelled her attack. Such a course of events was annoyed by the floor, because Volna had to fight with the guy and not her sister, so the girl fiercely rushed at the young man. But Zik noticed it and with a tricky smile at the last moment destroyed her crystal spear. After a good protection, Greg's joined the guy and struck his powerful twin. He had to hit the floor exactly and destroy it, because she did not have time to react, but she was covered by her sister, taking half a blow to herself. Both girls got a blow and smoke from them. The sister asked the cast whether she was fine, and the girl shook that the guy was unexpectedly strong. Unlike the sisters, the boys were thrown away by the caustic words of veiled gratitude. Zik said that he did not ask for help, and Greg's that the guy was too slow. Paul was annoyed with defeat and told her sister that they should do one thing, even if everything was over here. The girl began to wrap himself with a pillar of blue energy. Casta tried to stop her because she did not know what could happen if the girl is now turning. Zik did not understand that he began to happen, only saw some internal conflict between the sisters. The cast immediately began to shout that they lost and gave up and asked to stop her sister, but it was too late. The floor was reborn by turning into a demonic beast and pouring into Greg's. She strangled the boy with one huge paw, and Zik stood stunned without understanding what happened at all. The girl begged to stop her sister. She had a disease, and if she degenerates for a long time, she may not return. Paul roared like a wild beast, and her sister, without waiting for support, began to attack her with blades. The girl released Greg's throat and switched to his sister, and the young man was surprised because he was happening. Zik, that was also surprised by a sharp change of events in cast, or she wants help instead of fighting. The girl began to talk about her sister's illness. It turned out that because of the influence of sounds, it raged even more. The disease gradually changed since its birth. On the other hand, it is a great power, but the floor loses itself and may not return to its original appearance. The only thing that could save the girl from this terrible illness was the lift to heaven. Meanwhile, on the Dina battlefield, the only chance to survive it was to evade attacks and still miss the baby one and flew. However, the boy was not going to give up so simple and tried to use his rog. For the can, it was like a dust. He easily reflected the attack with his meat knife and said that the weak would die. The next blow of a man who looked like a butcher finally overthrew the boy's feet. Dina started panic. He thought it was the end because he could not resist such a giant. Can looked at the boy with a disgusting to him as garbage, and surprised as he reached the third level at all. The man believed that such as the baby should remain and rot in the dead lands. He decided to lose in the judge and swept the knife that he did not allow the boy to climb further. The toddler began to beg for help, and Messigan became boring, so he decided to change the rules again. He was not interested in, and he had no mood to help someone overcome the test. Instead, Clicking the Man decided to arrange something more interesting and start a new game. Blood cells disappeared, and the judge approached the contenders who had already complained that they were changing the rules of the game again because they did not understand why to do so. The man ignored the question and said that the spectacle was a complete disappointment and the saddest in his life. He asked a rhetorical question whether you could have fun looking at them. At this point, the annoyed floor paid attention to his volume. The monster attacked a judge who did not even respond to the last second. The man easily raised his hand, applied a green beam, which at the speed of light dropped the girl at a long distance. Casta immediately shouted her injured sister, who turned back into a person from the blow. Metagon stood and laughed because he had just fun for a couple of seconds. Suddenly he began to talk about the River of Desire. It was called this because its depth increased depending on the level of human desires. Initially the task was quite simple to cross this river, but then the man thought it could enjoy if a fight before it. There was still a reason for which he did so. The man hated the sluts without ambitions and cowards. Raising his finger, he pushed the bloody stream of frightened Dean into the river. The guy landed on a shallow. Zik screamed by warning a friend that the river suddenly became deep. But to the surprise of the child, he did not start sinking, but continued to sit on a solid day. The judge stated that he did not sink, and the desire to look at it did not have. The guy said that he just wanted to find his father. He worried that he would now build out of the game. Metzagon took Dina by the peel and said that the departure of such a person would be in vain loss of space. So all that he could offer the baby, so it is to select his ability to promise that he would appreciate them. The judge reached for his terrible claws to the child, and the boy felt that it was an end and he would not be able to meet his father. Of course, Zik could not look at it, just so he quickly intervened with his power. The man was surprised because he did not even have time to start, and the attack on the judge is a violation of the rules. The angry guy began to list all the insidious orders of the judge, which he changed 300 times. But the abuse of his friend could not endure him. His friends he was always ready to defend. The judge laughed at himself. That is how he planned. Create a confusing situation to get an ally and call for battle. Now he suggested that the boy play with him if he wanted to save his friend. The conditions were simple. If the Zik wins, then he is credited with the test, and if he loses, he must give his strength. His evil plan was to catch the dragon instead of Rogers, to assign his strength and become a heavenly god. The man put the boy in front of a difficult choice and offered to conclude the contract. The Nephirim watched it and realized that the situation was difficult, but could not intervene because then it would all get worse. Messigan pretended to be an honest judge, and said he would not use his wings because he could not instead propose to conclude a contract. Having gained air into the lungs, a man began to speak the conditions of their contract quickly. The young man did not want to listen to the judge for a long time and said he would not distract, but began the game. Everything went according to the plan of a man. He knew that people did not like to look carefully at the details of long contracts. Although he was ready to start a fight now, but asked the guy for a clear answer, because then the contract came into force. In the slave, the senior sister's instincts woke up and she screamed to the boy that he did not agree with what he did not know. Turning the voice of the mind, the judge stated that while he in a good mood, he promises if the shot leaves at least a scratch, he would miss everyone. Everyone was enthusiastically lost because it is such a wonderful chance to go through without much effort. They didn't even need to help the guy and they could only watch. The girl realized that the situation was exacerbated and once again asked the boy not to do so. But Zik aimed at saving Dean first. The slave grabbed her head because she realized that the boy was caught on an emotional hook, and now he would not stop. The young man really gave his agreement to put his palm on a contract that appeared in the air. Of course, Zik had no strategy and began to simply chaotically attack. The judge easily evaded his blows. The guy stepped into the water and began to worry that he would start to sink again, but suddenly noticed that he was just standing on the water. ActionToon reassured him because it was his skill. He told the boy to focus on fighting a man because this battle would be a turning point in their fate. Of course, the young man had nothing to say about the bird, but I gladly wanted to deal with the judge. Attacking his ultrasound wave, the guy said that he would send Messigan on a journey. But the man dulled the attack and for the first time struck his poisonous dance. The young man acknowledged that it was quite fast, but he was going to return the judge to his attack. The man gladly absorbed the dark power of the boy and rejoiced that she would belong to him. Zik did not wait and struck his giant paws, but Messigan easily coped with him with his bloody cutter. When the attack among the noise of the attack, the man decided to use a bloody arrow. One blow is enough for death. All arrows hit the target. The rabbi was scared and ran to the help of the boy. But she could not do anything because the battle formed a barrier because of the signed contract. The guy on all sides was injured and barely held on his feet but could not lose. The penguin began to adjust him to use all his strength faster. The purple of energy began to rise around Zika, and the judge surrounded him with a bloody stab and asked if the guy actually made every effort. It was very difficult for the young man, but he began to awaken the dragon. His image has already begun to appear, but fortunately he was not experienced enough to get into such a powerful power. A bloody whirlwind has turned around Zika. His strength disappeared, and the bird could not fully connect with the guy due to restriction. The young man did not fall down the earth. He thought of his unfinished path and could not move. The judge joyfully approached him and announced his victory. So, according to the contract, he began to select the boy's strength and rejoice that his time was finally. Now, the Neofri was just watching the wanted risk for his life. He already wanted to come to the rescue as Roger suddenly appeared and simply destroyed the judge with a sword that he could not even dream of dreaming of his era. Next to the man was Unknown in the mask. He unfolded the scroll and read Metzagon's sentence. The scroll stated that Mesagon, a judge, a criminal who deceived heavenly contenders and deprived the lives of innocent people because of their desire to their strength. He lost more innocent souls with more innocent souls. The mutilated body of a man collapsed in front of the great judge of the 4th level. The people who watched the trials were puzzled. On the one hand, one problem is less, and on the other, they now had an internal conflict. They came to mind that they were lucky because they did not intervene and now they should run. The rabbi looked at Zika and compared the events that all somehow spinned around him. It suggested that the guy really had some unusual power. Suddenly, Greggs appeared, who threw Dina in front of the girl and said that he helped him when he went to the bottom. She did not understand why the guy did so and brought the baby into the very chaos. The young man understood her question without words and said that he would go to help the blonde in exchange for the fact that they would become his subjects for a while. He smiled and advised the girl to evaluate the situation, because now they did not have another choice. Zik barely moved and tried to understand that he had overcome the horrific judge of one blow. ActionToon tensed and told the boy that he would run as soon as he had this opportunity. Roger turned to the young man and asked if he was not chaos. The guy knew that chaos was the energy of the ancient spirit, but did not understand what was happening at all. Suddenly, everything around began to shake. The judge's question struck both Rabbi and Greg's. There was no time to understand the time because something strange began to happen, and the girl screaming at the Zyke that we needed to flee. But the guy was already losing consciousness because the angry penguin came out of him. He began to turn into a dragon and make a claim as he dared to attack him. The man took the spear and called ActionToon as a creature that destroyed heaven and promised to send him back to eternity. The bird increased the power of the guys a little. He knew that he would be a target for the judges, but did not think that he would face the main enemy so quickly. The dragon explained to the young man that he now takes away all the forces that he accumulated to survive. Zik was in a very bad condition, but could not afford to end here because of his death. The judge was not going to leave anything from the chaos, and swung the spear by creating a water flow. But suddenly they came to the rescue. With his sword, he cut the wave, but the stream headed for other contenders nearby. Holding Dina so that he would not take a rabbi to Greg's, that he did something. But the guy did not think he understood that it was not his level, and gave the girl grossly. Rogers was dissatisfied with the appearance of Nifirim because the man broke all his plans. He concluded that something was extraordinary if Mr. Judge himself began to understand. Rogers said that even better, and at the same time he would deal with him and dissolved his giant wings. The man opened the portal above his head, but Nifirim said he would stay here. From the dragon's mouth that appeared behind her husband began to see a face that said that the Lord Chaos woke up. Only now, Rogers made sure that it was a truly pristine chaos. He didn't want to see him in his sky. The man used force and dropped the dragon along with Nifirim down. Due to the appearance of chaos, he will have to carry out his plan a little earlier. Zika's body flew with the body of a man, but unlike a young man, he was in the face of a guy caught. On the mutilated body of the boy, the seed, which he wore as a mention of his father, lit up. Nightfall did not know a lot. The second catastrophe, a strange world in which you can no longer rise. He straightened his wings and rose up. As the guardian of the fault, he had to fulfill his mission. Zik was in the dark space. He thought he died like a dog when he did on his own. But suddenly a dragon appeared in front of him and said that it was not time to say goodbye. Zik had no fear of a new form of his bird and called it a pig that scared it. The dragon introduced. He was a pristine chaos of the higher creation of the fault. In general, he first wanted the young man himself to learn about it, and regretted that everything happened in this way, and the boy learned the truth in this way. Chaos said Zika was on the verge of death and advised to hold on to it. The creature did not stay on the border between life and the end for a long time, in order to wake up a sleeping source that was in the boy. It was for this reason that the young man could not die now. The dragon was accepted to tell a story that could help a little. It was a very long story. The creature was born in the original chaos, is a space where there is everything and there is nothing at the same time. He was part of the world in which everything is confusing. It was his own world where he met. In the world where everything is arranged, he saw a balance. It was their first meeting, and the balance was in the form of a clean white girl. Then they created a new world. Two forces were baptized, and everyone created what he wanted. Because the worlds influenced each other, they became great and varied, but later problems began. The dragon chaos does not endure. During the dark world, people tried to break the order. In the end, the children of two different worlds broke coexistence and eternal battle began. It was then that through a mess in the world, God was angry and divided the heaven into 9 levels. Zyke was part of which was called to correct and restore the destroyed world. The guy all his life was a common thief, and here he is, told that he became someone important. The dragon said that only a guy could know it, and asked to find him, and then they would become true masters of fate. After that, the young man suddenly came to life. He lay all the bandaged in bed, and judging by the fact that his hair grew up, he was quite long. The Nepharm that pulled a huge body of some creature to the house that the guy finally got. Through force, he tried to get out of bed a little. His whole body was unbearably hurt, and every movement was accompanied by pain. The man said that the guy did not come to his senses for too long, and he already thought that it was an end, but all the expectations were worth it. The guy did not remember nothing, and asked where he and what happened at all. The Nephirim said that 3 months have passed since then, and asked the young man to follow him. He had to tell a lot. Zika stunned the fact that he spent all over 3 months. The young man went outside and realized that they were on the bottom of the dead land. At this point, the guy engulfed panic because he was told that falling to the bottom, no longer there was no chance to climb to heaven. For some reason, the man did not worry about it, and even with a smile said that it was true. Panic was gaining momentum because it meant that all his dreams and hopes were over. Zik began to beat himself on his chest and shout to get out of the brush because it was an emergency, but the bird did not answer. The Nephirim reassured the young man and said that his companion was just sleeping. Due to the sudden appearance of Judge Roger, they fell in deep land, but fortunately remained alive. The man told that he also came from here, at the bottom of the world that was destroyed. He was waiting for the awakening of the nature of the god Chaos. The gods of darkness and light were originally brothers. Even during the struggle of black and white, they were caused by numerous problems. They did not have hatred of each other. But there was a tragedy when the children of the world demanded the power of God. The god of light Neod caused the original chaos to heaven. As a result, they were divided into 9 levels. In exchange for such strong power, the god of light, Neod, plunged into an eternal dream. The god Chaos became the first chaos of 9 levels of heaven and fell asleep. The Nephiris stood in front of the knee and said that the part in the middle of him is his god, and he must fulfill his mission. Therefore, the man firmly decided that the guy's mentor. The young man did not understand at all. So the Nephirim played the boy's desire to climb heaven and said that he was going to develop in him the abilities that would help achieve his goal. Meanwhile, at the 4th level, the judicial college gathered in the icy castle. Judge of the 6th level, a woman who looks like an Elfian Zelos, was outraged by the saying immediately if they were called for no matter what important reason. Her arrogant behavior was outraged by other judges, Salen Judge of the 6th level and Mountain Judge of the 7th level. They expressed their indignation, so Roger roared on heavenly sinners and asked for silence. Judge did not like when they were called heavenly sinners because they considered themselves deceived by God. Very strange, but Rogers himself thought that using the desire of God violated their rights. Zelos said that Neod was too perfect to condemn him. She wanted to add something else about her desire, but she covered her mouth in time. The hearing of the creation came to other judges, so Montan suggested that they gathered here because of it. Roger confirmed their worst thoughts and reported that the original chaos woke up. Vodian, who was the 2nd judge of the 7th level, said it was obvious that it would happen. Roger said it was now time to destroy chaos and God. Heaven will collapse even faster. So if everyone wanted to achieve their goal, the man insisted that they listen to his instruction. Each judge had his plans for the body of the Neo. Zelos just wanted to master God. She was indifferent to happen to the world. Selene sought to be in the body of God in order to get love from Zelos. Vodian, the 7th level judge, sought only to return to her original appearance. He watched Denzel at the meeting. He was able to lift to the next level. He was once a judge of the 6th level, and now sought to do everything that Roger did not master heaven. The man was very angry with him for having once interfered with him to redeem his guilt. Meanwhile, the hearing came to Frida about an event, and he asked one of the absolute districts that happened there. The girl said that 2 of his friends survived, but a silver-haired guy fell into a fault. The young man was unbearable to hear such annoying news about his best friend. The girl said at that time he has been torn from the outside world, so it is not necessary to make herself too hard. With a smile, Reen added that the guy fell together with Gromil, who was Neferi, so there was still a chance that Zik was alive. The young man did not really understand what Gromil the girl spoke, and she quickly translated the topic that they should first pass the 5th test, and after they learn more. Frida tormented his conscience because he left his friends with whom he rose but could not do anything about it. The young man immersed himself even more into his thoughts and was tormented by the fact that he could not do anything. For a minute, his distracted Rhina, which suggested to move if the guy rested enough. So the guy humbly went because he did not see another choice except to move on. Roger was in some unknown black space. It was his dream. Dreams, too, were from God. They awakened unpleasant memories, and the man tried to understand why. He was inspired by memories as he once saw the meeting of God Neod and Chaos. In that duties, he realized that this was his chance to throw away the Neo-D and become a celestial ruler. Roger gathered judges in the White Garden that was a recreation area and said that he saw chaos with his own eyes. He suggested a serious business and serving as if God wanted to destroy the power of harmony. Physis, that was then a young gardener, asked if Babylon was aware of this case, on which the man immediately accused him of betrayal because he stood on the side of God. Stella, which at that time was healer, also did not believe because every time he was near Neoday and did not see anything like this. The Master of Light Zelos said that the girl constantly uses his force, so not on their side. But the expectant judge stated that she sacrificed to curb the uprising. As proof, she even remained the advice she still treats. On this statement, the man smiled cunningly and asked if she saw how God was fighting with dark power. The question was a little knocked down the girl, and she began to say that no one could go into the sanctuary. Denzel, that you were a minister too, stood up for Neod and said that he does not deserve this attitude, because there are things that are simply unknown to him. Roger was a great manipulator. He expressed his admiration for Denzel's dedication and called him a true righteous. But then he sowed in it doubts that if his beliefs are wrong. The man resisted his words and believed that it was an insult to his direction, to which Roger replied that they were all the creatures of the god Neode. He gave everyone freedom of will, but the tricky question was whether they had freedom of will. He supported his words with questions for reflection. They had missions, but if their freedom of will was true, it is not clear why they were. The annoyed Denzel at that moment thought that even his beliefs did not belong to him. The spirit of Flora Flowers needed more evidence. If Roger's words were true, then it was impossible to catch the meaning in a few words. Then the man began a speech that he spent all his life fighting the dark magicians, and all this time he was concerned about why they appear if their god was perfect. So he believed that the Neo-Da is only the celestial ruler who uses the instability of harmony. In his opinion, he ruled in this way that unites them and makes humble. The man showed a monster's claw that was filled with dark energy. Collision with him will be a big blow to them. The man addressed the audience. The ceiling had some of the pieces of God, and Roger needed it. The girl was angry with Zelos, who believed that no one dared to touch the things of God. But her husband reassured her, saying that it was just a proof for everyone. He gave a piece of fabric and a claw of the dragon Mechagon to boil something in the pot of fusion. If the energy would not fit each other, both things would burn, but if they have the same properties, then connect. The man threw both things into the cauldron and they began their transformations and seemed mixed. Denzel stated that it was impossible to betray God in this way. He was decisively against it. Roger suggested those who stood on the side of Neode to find strong evidence that he could be fully trusted. The young man, Physis, wanted to know the truth and that it would end all over. Flora and her family did not worry about their main target, was the stabilization of the celestial world. Roger promised that if they follow him, they would return the heaven and take away the celestial seeds. They still attacked Neode, but he had his plan full of wisdom and divine power. He commanded his children atonement of sins. Now they had to forgive the chicks to fall together and become sinners of 9 levels. The forgiveness of these chicks should also be forgiveness for his children, dividing everything with chaos. Neode said that the one who forgive all sins will be again raised to heaven. At this moment, Roger woke up. He thought that once it was possible to protect the shaky throne, but this time everything would be different. He was convinced of his abilities and thought that he would surely be the real owner of the perfect celestial world. Stella, at the 2nd level, looked at the fault in the sky and realized that although they had not yet received forgiveness, and again thought something, this time they were going to stop them. The girl clearly knew that it was not God the Roger. She saw a black star fell into the fault a few months ago. The judge was convinced that it was Zik. Stella sent her bird to the top because she could not go there. The girl looked at the flying chick and thought that this time she would cope with her mission. Meanwhile, Denzel in some rooms for the experiments was speaking over Makigan's body. He always considered a 3rd-level judge a bad person, but after his death, he could take away the remains of a man's strength. Makigan came out a small green layer. It is the power of God that always remains in the body even if there is no life. This time, Denzel was not going to ask for forgiveness in Neode. He wanted to get rid of him, because he believed that he made it so. Meanwhile, Greggs, along with Rabbi and Dean, was tested by a hurricane at the 6th level of heaven. The boy had been flying through a strong wind several times, and the girl had doubts whether they should go further and fight the ghostly beast. Greggs, which was never marked by his courtesy, and this time rushed Rabbi and said that they were going to the end. Suddenly, a stone flew out of Viri again, and the girl began to knock him down with her fiery hammer. The guy tried to stop it, but did not have time when the inflamed fragment returned to the tornado. The whole wind rose. Then Greggs called her girl, ordered her to bend, and was about to deal with everything on her own. He swung his electric katana and made a cut of a violent flow of wind. One of the stone debris flew and hit Dean. The slave was agitated, but the boy said that everything was well, although he was extremely painful and annoying. Suddenly, a huge dragon was enveloped in purple energy and saved the company. Then he dispelled. While the guy tried to understand that it was a sudden salvation of the rabbi about Zika, because it was very similar to his strength. 4 figures in the white-purple mantles appeared in front of the contenders. Rough Greggs began to ask that it was a sudden salvation, and his savior immediately rolled his neck. One of the representatives announced that they were the new followers of the god Kadames, and that on this earth the company was considered evil. One of the Cadmos looked at the boy and recognized him by name. The frightened guy looked and recognized with horror among the people of his father. Suddenly, new unknown people appeared behind them and attacked them. One of the men's men recognized the community of Kumaradia. One of the representatives said that they went out to reconnaissance, so the Cadmos could not do whatever they want. The battle began. Men attacked each other, waving weapons and creating water waves. Dean, that after a long search, he finally found his father, asking him where he went, to which the man turned his back, said that he went to the call of heaven, and that his son was not. These words incited the boy he was about to find his father, so he cried out that this test would pass. The mood of the little one liked Gregis. The girl was also impressed by his adult determination. Therefore, all three confidently went to the monsters' meeting in the yellow tornado. After reaching the middle, they saw a solar creature with 3 eyes and a triple mouth, but suddenly the whirlwind exploded and they flew on different sides. Greggs lay on the ground and breathing heavily, saying that they were detained for 3 days. The girl, too, breathing heavily, disappointed that all that disappeared no longer were people like the trial continued. Then the guy asked why the girl is looking for a perfectly calm sky because it is more like an illusion than the truth. Then the rabbi said that it was all for the sake of her younger children who did not meet the birds of the soul, so that they could also climb to heaven. The girl sought to find a secret passage to heaven, which was called the shadow of heaven. The guy thought for a second, and then said that he wanted to complete the cooperation because he was expected to be more comfortable on one. The rabbi did not understand such an act, and asked if the young man was not obliged to something Kumarardia, to what Greggs answered sharply that this was not her business. The guy just said that he was going away and not turning around in an unknown direction, but the real cause of which he went. He was afraid to get attached, that he started to be attached to them. It could be a problem. In his head, the image of a smiling, long-haired girl who smiled at him came out. He already had the experience of losing loved ones, and then it was too difficult for him. The guy mentioned life in the Deadlands, where he always had to fight in order to survive, but there was the same smiling girl with blue hair and green eyes. The danger has always been part of the life. When he stole seeds, used violence. The threats arose without warning, and once this girl was just in Greg's eyes. Since then, he has set himself the purpose of getting the fruits of heaven and back. Once the young man belonged to the guild of Camaradia but left her. When he walked, a girl Hibby caught up. She annoyed the boy with the questions about his withdrawal from the guild, to which he answered that he paid all the debts to Camaradia. Heidi did not keep up with the young man and asked what he paid for him even more. She dug for the feathers of Greg's bird, who was called Gino, and called him a porch. The crow did not like it. When the boy was finally tired, he began to ask how long she would follow him. To which the girl replied that the young man in the guild was considered an important person, so she hoped that the guy would take her with her if she asked for it. Such a stupid request, laughed the boy, and he again repeated that he paid all the debts and just goes. Heidi was cute, and she said that just going to follow him. The girl left the crow at rest, smiled, and asked if the boy did not suit something. The same thing was said to him and the long-haired girls, that she would not happen to the end of whom she did not suit the end. So hey, he answered that she did that. The girl wanted to decide to go for him and screaming to be a little slower. At the 6th level, a bird of Stella arrived in a glass forest in the Kumaradia camp, and Dina. She brought a letter on the paw in which it was written that Zik survived. The head of Kumaradia, Joe, concluded that their friend was an important person if he was sent a letter personally from a 2nd-level judge. The rabbi said that they themselves are not certain, but probably the young man has the forces that can change something in heaven. The man said that Kumaradia could not miss such fun, that the guild would give them support, and asked the Zika to bring them. The girl thought about the shadow corridor. She wanted the guy to pass through him, then she could bring her little ones. While Dean wept with happiness that his friend was a living rabbi, thought about how to contact him. Meanwhile, on the ground, Zik, with his usual unceremonious tone, asked his self-proclaimed master. For such obscene manners, the guy received a particular from Nephirim. The young man was scratching his stupid head at the point of blow, as suddenly both unknown sounds. Looking at the sound, they saw a cloud of dust in which there was some creature. The man said it was a dark worm. Nephirim began to tell the young man that he survived the 2nd fall. Zik was surprised to have a little other knowledge of the falling people. He knew that if you break the wings and fall, it was impossible to rise. Then the man with a smile said he took off because there was no absolute rules in this sky. The point was that the higher the person rises into the sky with the bird of the soul, the harder it is to separate them. Because at first they were one soul, and as they lifted into the sky approached their true form. The man straightened his wings and struck that it was possible to do it at all. The Nephirim saw it a few days ago. One of his wings was broken, but the other was able to survive even after falling. The boys assumed that his wings could then be preserved, but still did not understand why Burkotun did not answer him. The man said that the wings of the young man were special, and the heavenly rules were ignored, but did not explain how it was too long history. Unfiram added that they could fly on his wings, and began to collect in his hand the dark purple energy of the east on the one that had previously had. He told that it was necessary to wake up someone in the young man, and that he was the only one. At this moment, Zik no longer liked their conversation, and he asked about a dark purple thing that came from nowhere. The man in his hands appeared. A chunky spear of soul gave him a chaos. That is why it was a dark energy from it. Nephirim instructed the weapon on the guy and said that when he pierced the spear, he would fall into the depths of his soul. The young man did not bother his soul. He did not like the idea that he should be stirred with a spear. The man smiled and said that there the death absorbs the boy's soul, so he would have to leave his life. Zika was very scared. He did not understand what meant why he needed to die, and asked for a normal explanation. but his self-proclaimed master only said that when he returns after the blow, he pumps his body. Not giving any more explanations, he struck the guy right into his heart. After the impact, Zeke fell, but did not lose consciousness, and immediately stood up. He did not understand what a crazy man did, but when he looked around, he saw what was in an unknown place. Meanwhile, Rabbi and Dean were at the 7th level of heaven on Mount Everest. Kumarati Asaki told them about the test conditions. All the abilities were blocked here, and it was necessary to reach the top, thanks to the power of the true body. The girl thanked her husband for the help, and Dean began to ask if he was more important to find Zeke. Skalk asked what they would do in the current situation when they could not fly if they faced some insane rival. The meeting with the Absolute, whether the Katayamos will only lead to a senseless and futile dead. But Kumaradia will find a way to go down to the lowest land. Friends went to the trials, and the man looked at them and realized that the new generation was growing up. His bird Jalinsky said that the sky is changing, so they also avoid changes. Saki realized that a great battle would soon begin and wanted Rabbi and Dean to hold on. On the way, the girl told the baby that it is not necessary to do everything because of power because he found his father, but since then seemed to try to make the impossible. The boy wanted to become stronger and at least somehow turn his father, even if he had to do it. The rabbi looked at Dina and understood it well because only having become stronger she could get what she wanted. Friends full of enthusiasm rushed to meet a new test. Meanwhile, Greggs also came to this test with Hibab. The girl asked him whether he could handle it on its own. He did not hear that she said because he said that it is very noisy because of the waterfall. The next moment, he jumped into the stormy river without a doubt, and the girl expressed his respect for his determination. Hybe looked at the boy and smiled because she considered him a miracle sweet. Greggs emerged from the other side of the river and began to go through the forest, thinking that we need to become stronger. Remembering the battle with Chicken Monstrous Paul and Cadmos, he shows very inferior to this world. In order to be able to win the sky, you need to be the best. The young man laid out a fire and sat quietly beside him as suddenly a large saber of the beast appeared. The test of the beast in the dark forest was too easy for the boy. He wanted to quickly deal with the monster with his zippers, but realized that he was restricted here, having limited the chances. The Sablezub bear did not wait for a long time and rushed with a loud roar on the young man. But Greggs did not lie down, because he survived only his own body on Earth. So the guy gladly accepted the challenge and began a fierce battle with the creature. The young man fought well on the back of the beast from which he wanted to take his tail, but in the end the guy defeated a bold creature and proved to himself that he did not lose. Suddenly, Cast and Floor appeared, which also passed the trials, and had time to note that this time Greggs was alone. The young man stated the obvious fact that the girl did not die during the clutter that occurred on the third test. Casta said that then she could not die because she always achieved the goal. The girl pulled out her red knife and told the boy that he should be a victim for her progress. Meanwhile, Fried, along with his accompaniment, was already on the top of Mount Everest near the Victory Statue. One of the girls who accompanied him praised the guy and said that he would open in the 7th level heaven when he touched the monument. The boy was ashamed. He caught himself for not overcoming the 7th level test on his own. He was reassured by Pacha's companion with the words that the test of judges is just a process on which it is not necessary to spend time when things are more important. Fried must be absolute to fulfill his duty. His family covered him in front of the judges because their task is to maintain the heavenly balance. Despite everything, he did not like the boy. He firmly decided to fulfill his duty as a family member. The young man put his palm on the pillar. The imprint shone with light, and Fried revealed his huge, shining wings. The words that covered him in front of the judges reinforced his thoughts that they are not just people who violate the heavenly vaults. Meanwhile, the rabbi, along with Dina, calmly passed the forest. They found different berries and fed them. Suddenly, the boy saw a little rabbit and caught him thanks to his rog. He boasted the girl, but for some reason he saw horror in her eyes instead of admiration. Carefully looking at the baby, saw a huge beast of a similar mutated rabbit with a wolf. The rabbi appreciated the situation and realized that this forest was full of wild and hungry animals. The creature swung its huge paw, so that the boy who stood near her then quickly took Dina from there. But Krill choked the girl and wounded her shoulder. The boy began to worry, but the young lady at first wanted to deal with the monster. The baby did not know that they could do their abilities blocked any help from birds. The slave just started attacking her hammer. She has at least some sort of conscious weapons, unlike Dina. The simple hammer without firing power was not enough attack, but only annoyed the animal. Dean pushed the chimney in the eyes of the beast and said that they had no need to fight and suggested to flee. Friends dreamed on the side, but the creature recovered too quickly and began to catch up with the society. In addition, how to run, they had no other options. They could only use such ability. The Rabi was disappointed with its weakness, so she will not be able to bring her younger ones, not even about Zika. Meanwhile, the meeting of Greggs and sisters continued with fervent images. The guy pushed the cast to say that her sister became normal, and during their battle she was so excited. The girl immediately annoyed and rushed to the young man for such an image, saying that he did not dazing his mouth about what he does not know. The knife went very close to the guy's neck, and the next blow came across the sword. Suddenly the cast hit Greg's just with her own palm. He didn't expect that. Here the guy realized that a girl who was strong and without his ability. The young man with the girl started an active battle, a long red knife against a wide sword. But the cast had support in the form of a sister of the floor that attacked Greg's. The girl was growing up as a beast. The guy noticed that despite the human appearance, she did not change and remained a monster. Casta confirmed that from that day, her sister lost herself. Only the character was doubtfully viewed and the personality finally disappeared. The girl started crying. From despair, she wanted to die right there because it was the end. Now the only way that could save her sister was the opportunity to get a celestial fruit. With tears, Casta rushed to the boy because he was to be a victim to her growth. The attack was quite planned, but it is possible because of the restriction of the floor did not seem to Greg's very much. He thought if he could withstand if he was broken if he goes abroad, then he could win. The situation was difficult so that this kind of risk was not important. Casta felt that with each passing time, he did better with the attacks, so she decided to make a fatal blow. Suddenly, Greg's repelled her blow not with a sword, but with her foot throwing a girl far enough. Then the field came up for the sister, but the guy quickly wounded her with a sword and said that he did not lose. Casta immediately stood in front of her sister's body and was going to defend her, but the young man just looked at her ready to fight her eyes. Standing for a second, Greg's just turned around and went to say that the battle was completed. The girl did not understand why he gave them up and cried over his sister's body, thinking about whether it was the end of their journey. The cast was bitter tears, and sincerely apologized to the floor for not reaching the goal. The guy did not turn but everything. He thought that everyone had their reasons why he wanted to rise to heaven, but not everyone was destined for all natural selection. The young man relied only on his own ambitions. He was sure he would rise to heaven and was indifferent to the purpose of all others. Dean with a rabbi continued their journey. They also moved through the river and laid out the bonfire in the night. They were found every time wild hungry animals and unable to overcome them simply hid. They had to rest, so at night they slept in the gint leaves of the trees like a goose into a cocoon. The main task of this level was to realize their own weakness, and without looking to continue to move on. In the great heavenly world, they are only small creatures. Any development begins with an awareness of its size. Progress is always accompanied by suffering. There is no painless development. Near the Statue of Victory, Rabbi and Dean met Greg's, and together touched everyone in their goal that they would give them the highest ideal. They overcome the 7th level test, and now receive their huge wings with dignity. At the 6th level in the glass forest, Fried had to accomplish his first task after reaching the highest level of force. He was supported by Pei. She said sincerely the boy and said that he had to accomplish this task. The young man was all immersed in the thoughts of the duties when he gave the vigorous Karatal shower. According to the girl, the artifact of equilibrium was not complete. The fact that Fried returned Machu was fine, but now he had to restore him. This would be proof that he is able to become the leader of Absolute. Now the guy was a mission to the headquarters of Kumaradia's apartment, and he believed that she had no chance of success. He merged that he is being tested, or be able to become absolute and forced to send his comrades in an unwanted direction. In all indignation, the guy had no choice because it was his path. The Duna's Karatal kernel was hidden in Kumaradia. The young man heard that there were already several unsuccessful attempts to pick him up. As a real future leader, he encouraged his team and said that this time they would cope and return the core. They had to pass through the maze of the 6th level of the glass pipe. Fried was the first and stood in front of the glass pipe. When they go through the prism, they fell to different places. Because of this, the forces were dispersed. Because of this, they would not be able to fight the right way. The boy came to Salka, who was not glad to see Absolutely once again, and repeated that he repeatedly said that they could not give them what they went here. The young man prepared his sword and warned that if he was given a family relic, he would go quietly. The man laughed at his proposal and asked unless they would not give it to the judges who wanted to destroy heaven. Obviously, because of this, the guy did not feel right in his family, but could not oppose his fate, so he replied that the decision would be made after returning. The aristocratic laughing man got his sword and said, Fried, that he could try. At that time, a kingman of Guild Flawed stood on the doorstep of the glass pipe. The man hated this transition, but could not refuse because Kumaradia was not paid badly. Immediately, another girl entered the merchant through the portal. Looking around, the man was horrified. The girl was named Raj. She was from the Absolute family, and asked Kingman whether he was Kumaradia. At this point, the man was unspecified that he was an ordinary merchant, and quickly informed the girl, adding that he just got lost on the way in a glass pipe. Cantman heard about Raj Absolute, who was not a contender and was called the strongest. The girl thought a little, but then began to smile and concluded that the mission failed again, and we need to come up with an answer for the well. She started talking about a false goal, and asking rhetorical questions about what a frightened man was glad. Meanwhile, Fried and Saki fiercely fought. The guy was already smoking from the battle, and the man did not strain. Therefore, the polite gentleman suggested that the young man finish and retreat. Water swords began to appear around the man, which at one wave attacked the guy. Although Fried is tired of reflecting a powerful attack, but he was not going to give up so much. He straightened his huge wings and said he would destroy the saline and return the justice to Absolute. Then the man asked him whether it would be fair if they took away the relic because they were only the judge's ash. But the guy believed that their justice was to maintain balance, and he just wanted to bring everything back to his original appearance. Salka asked the young man whether he was in mind the initial appearance of the time of heavenly peace or the original world before its formation. Fried did not know the answer to this question, and just said that he was performing his duty. Agreeing, the guy accepted to attack his opponent with the light of memory. Salki sighed heavily and said that it was senseless even if the young man was attacking again and again. But the guy did not listen to him, and increased the radius of his attack by inviting the man to try to evade it. Although these strokes were massive and strong, Salkev were skillfully avoided. But the young man did not stop and used the Spear of Light. Then the man was forced to spell water destruction. The struggle was fierce, but the Green Absolute played an experienced Kumarard. When they once again crossed the swords, the man said that the one who cannot become the master of his own desires, so not to take possession of heaven. The guy thought for a second ago. The man asked if he would live in the shadow of the family forever. He fell into a pain point, Friedly angry, and stated that Camaradia sees him for the first time and knew nothing. But Salki opened him that after several clashes he felt his shabby and uncertainty. He acknowledged that the young man is obviously strong, but he still won't help to climb heaven. The guy was unusual for himself, aggressive, but still asked him to bring him an artifact, and then he would do everything to climb the sky. Fried gathered all his energy and released it with a shot of a light trunk in the sky. The man saw in him the desire, but it was the illusion, so the guy seemed unusual to him. The direct blow from such light energy was very dangerous, so the saline and did not think to relax. He repelled this attack and rushed to the guy, who suddenly became faster and stronger. He hit him and already thought that their battle would end. But Fried withstanding, he did not intend to give up and shocked the man when he rushed into a counterattack in a moment, with shouts that he would not seem a young man for the first time in Kumaradi. When Salki fell Fried, he put his sword on her husband's throat, but do not make the last movement. Then the gentleman smiled and asked why he stopped, although he was very angry and could just on the heat. But the guy was not going to deprive him of his life, and just said that he won. Komaradia closed his eyes and said that even having won, he would not be able to get the desired, if it would be like now. Subsequently, the man emphasized that he would never receive what he would like. From these words, Fried became angry as a devil. But he turned and went to think about what he was still fighting. The young man swore because he really didn't know the answer to this question. At the 4th level, Roger with the Katayamos gathered in the icy castle near the artifact. They performed a sacred rite by filling the cauldron with their own. It was physically difficult, but they begged each other to hold on and continue the sacred rite by dedicating themselves to heaven. Someone became so bad that he lost consciousness, then Roger even looking at his hand, and this person was simply removed. Zelos and Celine were with him. The man carefully tried to hint the judge that he was trying to make the impossible. The destruction of the traitor of Mechigan turned into a great loss, so Celine believed that there was not enough time to absorb the 1st level. But Zelos supported this idea and considered the right, because Stella and Fist did not support them from the beginning. But she was worried about the absorption of the 1st and 2nd Redwi would not hurt their plans. Rogers did not pay attention to them. From time to time he looked at the people who were exhausted and remembered his meeting with the dragon. Chaos appeared at the right time, so the man had a thought whether it was his real plan. He was not a god, unable god from the very beginning. The girl looked at the fallen and said that the empty place of the judge was not replaced by simple believers. Suddenly Roger said the judge that chaos woke up what he scared them very much. When asked if he was a confident man, replied that it was not important because he felt that the right time was. The unpleasant feeling that said that you urgently need to get rid of runs. At the 8th level of heaven, the reverse earth was in front of the door to the sanctuary. Judge Babylon sat. He was a harsh old gray man, self-proclaimed sinner, and the only representative of God. Mountain asked Roger how he plans to eliminate Babylon because there was no person who was capable of such. The man planned that they would be battle in combination with artifacts and judges. His sin was forgiven directly by God himself. In heaven, he was the 2nd in power after Neod. He fought many times with magicians in the dark world, and his strength was much greater than the power of the 4th level. Mountain demanded that Roger convinces them that he is a suitable person to stabilize heaven. The man said that he would explain everything and be sure to restore his balance. The humanoid rock thought a little and decided to believe the words of the judge, but warned him that he would not dare to change his mind. Roger suggested that he had a plan, though he had no idea how Babylon was overcome, but in the end, it was only a battle for him. Suddenly, the man heard a rustle in a ventilation pipe. There was Denzel observing his actions. Pavshi Judge realized that they wanted to lose Babylon, but did not imagine how. His power exceeded the strength of all judges. The result was a grand fight. In order to resist them in the fight, a man had to become stronger at first. Despite the fact that Mexican's body and the body of the Absolute were successfully translated with so much energy, simply destroyed them. Denzel was kneeling and began to pray to promise that he would surely be on the side of God and redeem his sins. He cried but apologized and was ready for his punishment for his actions. However, at first the man was about to prove his faith and stop sinners. In the castle of Absolute, all representatives of the family gathered at a long table. Well announced the beginning of the assembly. The day of the day was the question of a recent artifact expedition to Kumarati. I advised to miss the sneakers, referring to the fact that the girl herself knew that a difficult situation with the punishment. Well smiled and treated it with understanding, so she suggested that the girl start. The man in the hall named Cadello proposed to postpone the expeditions to Kumarati because it was not much sense to spend so much power and energy on. Ryan agreed with that. The only way that she saw it to try something else, and every time they just repeated the same. Well was agreed. She said that heaven has lost their balance and their family mission to maintain balance. Having lost the owner of the heavenly world follows chaos, and Absolute must protect justice. The girl emphasized that the fate of their family. In her opinion, current judges are trying to maintain the balance and their task to help them. Fried raised his hand with the question. He still does not understand why justice was to support judges. Well looked into his eyes and said that he rose to heaven with a special mission. But the guy did not know the true purpose of his mission. He just rose upwards to fulfill his family's duties. The young man undoubtedly acknowledged that the girl was involved in being a leader, but it was difficult for him to start with the unconditional acceptance of other people's words. The leader called her bird and said that such lights are passed on from generation to generation and are a sign of communication with the genus. She convinced the young man that the power of light was inevitable and that the boy was put on high hopes. He was something greater than a personal point of view, and the Viad hoped that Fried would pay a lot of attention to the equilibrium of the celestial world. The girl warned that if the guy would be superficial to heaven as he did it now, he would always fail. She was still good and gently expressed the hope that the young man would get used to the philosophy of Absolute. She added that everyone was hoping for it and the boy was looking at all Absolute in the room. It all pressed on Fried. He was very worried that everything was as if he could not have his own thoughts. At the first level of heaven, Ikari's crack appeared in the sky. The residents were concerned about what happened. Malin was racing from all his feet to Fissa, reporting the judge that there was a huge problem. The man stood and stared at the pillar of blue light that poured out of heaven until the worried woman emphasized. The judge was calm as always and asked her not to worry, although this time he was not habitual indifference this time. The man understood his long-standing acquaintances in the end again, and caught himself that he once succumbed to their persuasion and touched the heavenly fruit. Being a young man, he was scared by the words that Roger had seen a darkness in Neode. Then the man began to assure him that only he could help them as a gardener. Then the new moon helped him to tear the fruit, but now he didn't understand why he believed his word. Now he understood that for such an act, God had every reason, and Roger only blasphemed because of the desire to get the fruit. Mylilin reported in a panic that heaven was collapsed, and now the village was destroyed. Hardly turning, Fissis asked about the extent of the destruction, because it all started near the ocean, until everything was critical, but it will only start the beginning of great losses. The judge straightened his wings and said that in this case they should rush. They did not have time to go, like a bright star began to fall through a hole in the sky. She fell by creating a cloud of dust, but as soon as he ran before Fissis and Maine, a second-level Judge Stella appeared. The man was stuck and could not believe his own eyes that he saw a long-standing acquaintance. She smiled at him and said that since heaven, he had passed 500 years. All the chats of the girl immediately postponed for then, and now she wanted to ask for help, because what was happening now was very important for heaven. The man jokingly asked that it was so urgent that it is worth postponing the joy from meeting then, and added that he listened carefully. Stella began to tell her story. Before the sky collapsed, Neode told her somewhat. It was a very strange phrase that the black star of the end of the heavenly world came, and that when she came to the girl that she would not hesitate and burned her wings. Fissis did not understand very much what a metaphor about a black star and asked Stella. The judge replied that he had already met the black star of the chaos of the white-haired boy. The fact that the man was surprised at first, but then smiled immediately because he felt that the boy was chaos. Stella put her hand on her heart and said that she would fulfill her duty. Now I asked for a Neode, because Roger tries to destroy the deep land by force, and before that, a black star fell from the sky. They must wake up chaos. The man understood the intentions of Stella, but the deep lands were a cursed place in which the judge could not descend, otherwise their souls would be burned. The second-level judge was determined and was going to go down even if both wings broke. She asked Fissa only for one thing, that he did his best to prevent the deep land not destroyed. The man did not know how to do it because his strength was not enough to stop other judges. Meanwhile, Zik sat in deep lands and meditated deeply into his inner world. His consciousness was in an unknown place where he met with a monster with purple eyes. It was no longer their first meeting, but this time the young man was determined to destroy him. He dispersed anger and hit the creature but left only a small mark. The monster did not suffer at all, but only got worse and began to collect dark energy in his hand. It looks like this technique was familiar with the guy, and again getting a blow about how much it would happen again. After that, the brow was awakened. He did not understand what to do to move forward, but the opponent was stuck with him. The Nepharm that watched the process said that all is well because the guy woke up longer than usual. The man did not want to waste their time and did not have, and suggested that they proceed to the next workout. The young man did not like the next task. He was exhausted after another death in a dream. The man took the weapon and urged Zika to attack as he had already rested. The guy was naked and tried to persuade the teacher a little to wait, to appeal to the fact that he had just trained in the abyss where he died again. He said that if he is now being hit, the efficiency would decrease the muscles and the strength would not grow, and he will not be able to remember the workout. It seemed that the Nephilim liked it, so in his eyes the workout was worth the victim. Without waiting for the boy's attack, he attacked the first, and the young man had to jump because it was too fast. He even smiled at the Zeke's duties, thinking that if he could fight the monster, he could avoid the attack of the master. Without stopping the attack, the man advised the boy to remember his battle with a dark creature. Looking directly into the eye of a young man from under the ground, he called an iron sword that struck the boy in his back. At the moment of Zik, he thought that the power of the monster was similar to his power. Before the attack, the skin of his hand was covered with force in the form of a bandage. Carefully landing, the guy tried to cover his skin on his own. He came out. He simply changed the shape to the fabric, but the destructive force changed. The young man spanned. He could not wrap his hand with force, and it was extremely difficult to keep it. Here he intervened the master by cutting off his sword and knocking down the guy from the concentration. He was glad that his student finally began to understand but the front was still a long way. The young man was also glad because he finally began to go out, and he said with a smile to the master that he would steal him everything that was possible. Suddenly, Zika had an attack when he was strongly moving in his original chaos. The guy felt great power, but at the same time it seemed to him that she had no awakening. Despite the fact that the young man said that the hungry and wanted to relax, the Nephine was already approaching him with a spear, and in words that it is time to go into the shadow world. Suddenly heaven opened, and from there something fell, leaving behind a red mark. When the fire from a stormy fall a little dispersed, the guy saw on the ground a steel with broken wings. Meanwhile, Roger sat on the throne and looked at the magical blue pillar leading to heaven. He thought that Babylon was blocking his invasion. The man had so many unresolved issues that made him nervous. Those who penetrated in the first place would not be able to overcome it, so they had to wait for those who would quickly reach the 8th level. He was very worried because the forces that had to cross the gate were not collected yet. At the invitation to the husband, an absolute audience came to the audience. The current heavens were in too much disorder, so the man returned to the absolute whose fate was to maintain the heavenly balance. The girl, and without reminders, was well aware that she was the purpose of her family. Roger said that in heaven a creature was caused by chaos, and that she grows villages in order to immerse heaven into full silence. Before that, the man promised to keep the balance, but did not know how the chaos that woke up was going to absorb heaven. The man said that the creature is on deep lands, and as long as she is weak, they should go there and calm her to become a legend. The girl was frank. She was not interested in becoming a legend or something like, but she believed that she would return the heavenly balance, so for the sake of heaven she was ready to fulfill everything. Roger began to pretend to be very sorry for him to make them sacrifice, but he was on her wave and, slightly worshipped, said that she wanted to return to heaven and turn around. The judge remained with his own anxiety that the strength of chaos is growing and he wants to deal with him faster. His power has already exaggerated the power of judges. The absolute should go down on its own. The man wanted to be certain that everything would go well, so for his own rest was about to send a judge with the girl. For this task, he had one judge in stock and wanted to use it so well. In the sound garden, Judge Celine sat and looked at the portrait of Judge Zelos. The man looks at the picture and him about what I would like to bring a girl, but was completely indifferent to her. Suddenly, Rogers broke into the secret place of the judge with the words that Celine was naive if he thought he would not find him in such a difficult hour. The man hugged the portrait and began to complain that the judge was breaking into his personal space, and that he would not even forgive him. Celine took the flute and began to win something on it by creating a magical attack. Roger easily repelled her, began to press on a painful nerve, asking if a man thinks that Zelos likes an inflammatory character. Having received the injection at a painful point, the judge of the 6th level stated that the man knew absolutely nothing and began to create the abyss. As Celine did not seem to try that Roger was patient to blow, but the man did not worry him, arranged that he would simply be unpleasant. The 4th level judge approached the man and put his hand on his shoulder that he understands his love torment about Zelos. With deep sympathy, he said that her only love is God need. Suddenly he suggested Celine to become Neoday. The anger of a man changed to confusion instantly. He didn't understand what it means. Then Roger told him that chaos woke up in deep lands. He parasitized man and was a part of God need. The fact is that the tank with chaos required a piece of the soul of the Neo-Da. So the judge suggested that he absorb a person to get the features of the beloved god Zelos. For Celine, such a proposal resembled bullying because it sounded so unrealistic. But the man assured him that he did not need a container, but for him it would be a good opportunity. It was such a tempting chance to win the love of a beautiful Judge Zelos. Such arguments persuaded Selka, and he blushed from the thought of the possible chances of getting love. Roger gathered all judges and Absolute in the hall to discuss urgent problem. He said that the danger from chaos is growing every day, and in order to get rid of it in deep land would be sent a number of punishments. All Absolute in one voice put that they serve heaven, but among them was the spy of Camaradia Shane. The guy realized that there was a big problem. Returning to his headquarters, he told Zika and their guild to his friends. The rabbi did not believe that they were going to get rid of even small shoots. The head of the guild strongly stated that it was time for Camaradia to unite. Dean and Robbie turned to Greg's for help. The guy asked them whether they really want him to help them save a white rat. The guy was strong, so his comrades wanted his help. The boy wanted to say that together they would be able to help Zik, but Greg's interrupted him. The young man stated that he was going to go only to the top, and that the company understands himself with his problems. The girl did not stand and reminded him that he also survived through the help of Zik. She asked roughly whether he wanted to repay the debt and continue to suffer. The slave fell at the point, though roughly, but Greg's replied that he could and would go with them. This is how something grand in heaven began. The news was spreading guilds, and the heavens froze in anticipation. The applicants gathered with the head of Kumaradia and agreed to prevent the judges from destroying the heavens and decided to punish them independently. Meanwhile, the icy castle began to perform a rite for alleged stabilization of heaven. The Absolute was arranged around the cauldron that they would fill it with their energy. The Absolute Peak somehow hesitated, looking at it all fried, but frankly, he also did not like the events around. Zelos, who told that the rite can only absolutely divine the divine soul can perform. She also emphasized that this was a very honorable role. Pei, with tears in her eyes, rejoiced that she had fallen such an honor. A few minutes later, the 5th level judge said the preparation for launching on the lower land was ready. After getting her weapon, she struck the girl by sacrificing her. Fried became angry and almost rushed to Zelos, but he stopped Raja, assuring that it was not a big fee. The guy expressed his opinion that this is not normal. He did not understand why they serve. With a void in her eyes, the girl told him that Pei was as a sister, but the victim was still important. Fried absolutely did not understand how they so calmly accept such horrors for honor and an important contribution. Zelos threw the girl's body into the stream of magic and he intensified. She said that she would not last long and that the group would go to the portal. Celine was ready to descend to the bottom together with the well. The girl took the initiative. In her thoughts, she promised Pei to sprinkle chaos so that her sacrifice would not be in vain. Celine looked at Zelos and tried to take a brave man. He asked Roger whether they could go down. The judge replied that if they went down, there would be a lot of load on the wings, and expressed their hopes that they would be able to withstand it. Suddenly, someone broke through the ceiling in the hall. It was Kumaradia's head with his people and friends of Zika. Bursting, he asked the judges why they gathered here. Rogers laughed slightly, and then said that he was surprised why there was no enemy for so long. Kumaradia expected that respectable judges would be informed of their appearance. The 4th level judge was not interested in it. He knew that these people would not serve him, so they should simply be destroyed. The man said Zelos that he caught the newcomers, and the woman instructed to finish the transition. Roger began to approach. The slave felt an incredible power from him. She expected something powerful, but it was much more amazing. The main Camaradia reminded that their main goal is not just to stop them, but also to save their lives. Roger did not get into a fight, but called the Absolute Advisor, who appeared instantly and was famous for his extraordinary abilities. Ronnie and Nordic saw with their own eyes the rumors that the Absolute serve as judges. Raj not really liked that they were called someone's servants, but they had a difference in the position, so you would not do anything here. The girl was fun and rushed to the opponents with her sword. Fridu was told to help Raj, but he was stuck on the spot because he could not participate in this battle. The choice was too heavy. He could not betray his family, but also considered his friends a worthy tank. Raj in nature was quite passive, so she asked opponents or really needed to fight. It seemed that she was lazy, so she did not see the need to shed blood. Everyone tried to start with the dialogue of Falzio with a smile that he always wanted a duel with the girl. Nordic wanted to give pride and asked if she wanted to live as a judge's dog. Long-haired blonde Roan said that a chance had fallen to check Raj and began to create a large pink magical ball. But this huge flow of energy just stirred the girl's hair, and all the strength stopped at her sword. She smiled in response, and in a moment, as if the lightning was near the blonde, and struck her. She tried to stop Nordic, but his attacks did not even have time to hit as the girl had already started to approach. At the last moment, the young man defended Falzio, jumped in front of him. Raji easily decided to repeat her attack, but she was already more powerful, and it was difficult for a man to resist her. Roger decided to attack the applicants. The man looked at them from the bottom up and considered them fools. He did not even straighten his wings, but only took a spear who immediately defended himself from an unexpected attack of Kumarard's head. Saying only one word to take off all the moment, began to demolish an incredibly strong flow of wind. Greggs was amazed at such force because Roger did not even strain them. The guy brought the rabies and Dina, which were puzzled by the fact that they just worn. He reminded them that they came here not to give up and reflect that there was strength. The girl immediately remembered her motivation. If you die, and its younger ones will also die. So, together, 3 of them attack the judge by putting all their forces into this attack. But none of these attacks caused a man's hassle. He reflected them almost without moving it to call it a funny action. The next moment, he swung the spear and rejected the incredible force together with all the contenders. Meanwhile, Salki and Well were already on the doorstep in the open portal on the lower earth. The main shouted that at least someone blocked that pass by stopping the judge and the absolute. But Roger, holding everyone at the distance, was satisfied that they were late. They lost. The man and the girl slowly entered the portal on the deep land. Meanwhile, on the ground, Zik had already mastered his strength and learned to wrap her hand. This time he was about to win the teacher. The Nephirim was ready for this defeat and asked the boy to attack, but he also successfully repelled his attack. The young man was dissatisfied and tried to attack and increase the number of blows again. But this attack as his master successfully repelled the guy away. But Zik was not one of those who seemed to understand that he did not cope with a direct attack, so he invented something. The Nephil has already begun to be disappointed due to such a simple method of attacks. Suddenly, waving his sword to dispel the dust, he noticed that he did not see the guy. Neither from above nor on the side was there. The young man stood up behind his hand at the joy that he could finally catch a man. However, in the latter duties, the man jumped up, avoiding the boy. He stepped on his head and began to say that tactics were definitely important for battle. The next moment, he struck the sword and reminded that now they had a lesson in a direct attack. Stella was difficult to look at it. She understood the importance of training, but they were too painful. After each battle, the girl sat and scattered her own forces heal the wounds of the boy. At this time, the young man taught that even if he was in a hurry, it is worth starting with a direct attack and not with a simplified method. Instead of winning, the boy had to learn to control the situation. Stella supported the words of the man, asserting Zik that it is not necessary to hurry. He, in turn, added that he did not expect that the judge would just go down. The girl explained that she could not repent of her sins, but again did not come to the side of sinners. Even because she could disappear, Stella was ready to do something for heaven. The girl confessed that from the first meeting she knew that Zik was special, but only when he went to understand how important the person was to heaven. She took him by her hand and asked her sincere glance to defend heaven. The guy had a cheeks a little shitty and replied that he was not so outstanding personality. Apply his hand to his heart. He said that now the important one who sleeps in him in the middle. The Nepharm asked sharply whether the girl graduated from the treatment, because he already wanted to continue the mental training of the young man. Suddenly heaven opened, and the blue flow of energy from there someone went down. The man tensed because it testified that there did not refuse to destroy heaven. Time flew too fast and events began to go beyond his plan. He ordered the boy to hide quickly in and go training on his own. Zik began to ask what kind of being tied, because a minute ago, he was told not to rush. Stella decided to take a blow on herself and hold the newcomers instead, told the jelly to help the boy. The feeling of responsibility in the middle was said that she should do it. Celine and Well quickly descended the portal down. It was not easy for them to smoke a little. The girl asked the judge whether he was in order, and the man complained that the passage was painful than he was promised. He was angry and promised to take revenge on the Roger when he was absorbed and returned. They appeared in front of them. She expressed her surprise that they went so far and asked if they really wanted to lose heaven. The man was surprised to see the girl, and even asked if she was from their last meeting a long time. She struck a star glow near him, and the man began to indignant with misunderstanding why the judge did it. Stella, of course, recognized the musician of the heavenly world of Celine's sinner. The girl began to collect strength for her next blow and stated that their plan would not work. At that time, ZK was already lying in a trance with a spear in the chest. A man sat nearby and thought that there would be no other chance. He went with the guy because this time he was sure to reach the desired level. They stood together in front of the monster. The young man asked the teacher not to hurry, because this time he knew that he would definitely overcome him. The judges and the Absolute began the battle. Stella successfully attacked the weight. The next attack was reflected by Salni, which appeared on the side. As for the obese man, he moved quite quickly. But 2 against 1 had more chances, so the attack of a man followed the attack of a girl who reached her goal. Saline asked the girl whether it was worth bringing to this, because in the past they were good friends. He asked not to do this and go to the United Sky together. Stella has specified on whose sky they will go, the sky that was created by the Neod, or his and Roger. For a moment he heard this absolute we came into misunderstanding of her words by the judge forced her to think. Celine began to pre-repeat a few times Neodi and added that he created heaven for himself. The man exploded from rage, already bored from the story of the heavenly god. Stella again attacked him, saying that she would try to stop him. Using her own abilities, the girl quickly restored her wounded body. Well looked at it and thought that the heavenly healer is a solid darkness, and it should get rid of it faster than she would recover. The girl turned to Celine and respected him with his feet of Stella. The judge did not like it. He perceived the request as an order, but decided to for the first time forgive the Absolute. The man played on the flute, and the purple stream of magic rushed to the girl's feet. Stella did not expect and tried to avoid this attack, but from the mountain already flew in the mountain. Reflecting the star force from the sword, the girl did not notice how she was grabbed by Celine's attack. The man did not forget to remind that the girl would not be able to avoid his attack, and the Absolute was already in the face of a fatal blow. Suddenly, a huge sword appeared to the Nephilim that at the last moment he saved the girl because the well had to jump in order not to die. The rescue judge asked the man why he came out by leaving Zika. Everything was simply he could not help the evil to win. It was completely his task. In addition, he added that 2 are more like a cowardice than an honest fight. With the advent of the Unharmed, the destroyers of the heavens will not simply achieve its goal. Zik, meanwhile, in its depths, fought Nokrigish, the monster once after a young man, but the boy had already learned to use his strength to protect it as before. After another blow, he became angry so much that he activated one of his strongest techniques in the form of dragon paws. He managed to collapse, but in a moment he began to restore his structure and again struck the guy. Zik just lay on the ground and thought that it was a failure again, and whether he should accept that it was his limit. But the guy couldn't seem. He breathed consciousness heavily, was cloudy, even seemed to be fainting. But he was not going to die. He couldn't do it anymore. Due to pain and exhaustion, he gathered all his strength. He could not give up. Sparks shone in the eyes of the young man. The monster was indifferent that Zik spoke under his nose. For him, he was only an ant which he was about to crush. The guy applied all his strength from his feet to his head. He urged chaos to awaken. At the top of the forces were equalized and unfirmed, fought with the absolute removal of unnecessary load from the ceiling. The girl confirmed for herself the rumors that the man could not fly, but he was perfectly compensated by the blows of a huge sword that he had escaped from nowhere. Celine decided to support the weight and played on his magic flute. Then everything shrouded in red smoke, and the Absolute was able to prepare for the attack by a light sword and a shield. Nephirim found himself in a difficult situation. Without wings and strength, it was very dangerous. He decided to protect himself from a girlfriend, but she began to completely destroy them with a light slider. To help her husband at the last moment, Stella came to protect him with star magic. When the attack ended, Celine began to mock the judge, and the man said they are weak because their wings were broken. Then he, together with the well, straightened his wings as if smiling at the paving. Now they were going to attack in full force, and there were no chances in Stella with Nephirim. The Absolute together, the judge simultaneously applied their attacks, trying to make them fatal. Well came to the second level, judge put the sword in the mountain and said that everything was over. The man wanted to get up and protect the girl, but he was swollen by Celine with his magic. Continuing to play on the flute, he simply destroyed the Nephirim. Dying, the man apologized to the chaos and said that he could do everything. At the last moment, a dragon appeared that saved Stella and man. The angry dragon began to collect a magical nucleus in his mouth. The mutilated ignorant was blessedly looked at what was happening. Finally, what he tried so tried. Celine laughed nervously by seeing the creature. He did not believe that it was a real chaos, he thought it was only a shell. But looked into the eyes of the dragon's man, engulfed unspeakable horror. He realized that before him the original chaos. Well looked at the power that the creature was gathering and surprisingly did not feel negative energy, but only pure power that knows no good or evil. At the speed of light, the judge of the 6th level began to flee. He was frightened and did not want to lose his life. But it was too late. The dragon accumulated and destroyed them with one flow of pure energy. After that, he took Stella and Nephirim in the bubbles and told them to go to heaven. Meanwhile, Roger operated the Absolute, forcing them to give their own strength to the imaginary good. fried as members of his family, exhausted, falling out of their last energy. And the judge assured the Absolute that it was time when their strength would be required. He assured that the opening of the 8th level door by force, which was once given by the Neode, it was the mission of their clan. Roger looked at Freed because he knew that he would be the future leader of Absolute Ones who would replace the Well. In order to ensure the heavenly balance, the man realized that the guy should be on his side. But the young man stood in a naked. He guessed that the judge just wanted to take possession of his own world. Now he could not resist him because of blood relatives and his own weakness, but he believed that he would have such a chance. But now Fried, along with his family members, put his slice in the opening of the gate. Having made every effort, the 8th level of heaven was opened. The Roger entered there. He was met by Babylon, who said that a man always bursts his nose wherever he didn't need. The 8th level could not even destroy the artifact as all the previous ones, so the judge had no other choice than to enter the door. The old man was outraged by such boldness. He understood that if Roger did so, he apparently was in a hurry. Babylon was a judge of the 8th level, and in order to destroy this facility, it was necessary to destroy it. The old man with a stick and a book said he had long predicted the appearance of a man. Roger merged by calling the judge of the servant of the fall of God the remnants of the past who should disappear. The words of the man confirmed that he was still pathetic. When Babylon got up, it was 10 times larger than Roger. The judges prepared for the battle with each other. No one intended to lose, and the old man did not want to let in the brazen. Meanwhile, at the 6th level, many wounded were not enough for those who could heal at the 6th staff. The head asked the girl as many victims. The answer was not very comforting. Not everyone followed the end, although there were those who survived, but the wounded were too much. Dean stood over the unconscious bodies of Rabbi and Greggs and wept, apologizing. He guaranteed himself what happened. During the battle, the chairman realized that they did not cope, so ordered everyone to flee and evacuate. While the boy listened to the orders, he was confused for a second and received an attack from the Absolute. When the rabbi saw Dean flying down, she became angry and rushed to Raj. It was a rather reckless idea that Greggs noticed, but despite what called the girl a fool, rushed to support her attack. So now the boy was weeping near their unconscious bodies and asking his comrades to survive. Representatives of guilds discussed a further strategy because if Roger succeeds, he would turn all heaven. The idea was the only thing that it is impossible to regroup and try more. Here, Physis appeared with apologies that late. Aid had to repair the city that united with the chaos. The head of Kumaradia said that everything was fine was enough that the judge was not on the opposite side. Suddenly, the earth shook a purple glow and a huge dragon broke from the lower heavens. The 1st level judge, holding the hat smiling, seeing the boy who believed, Zik smiled and invited judge leader Physis to join him. At the 7th level, all the forces invited by the path with the Absolute family were moving to the open gates to the 8th. Looking around the family, she noticed that there was no potential leader Fried. Jenna swore. She saw that the guy was embarrassed but did not expect him to escape. Now she hoped that the well would come back. Fried came to the final test of the 7th level to the Statue of Victory and shouted frantically. He was tormented by the heartache for seeing him attack his friends and could not do anything. He sat on the cold snow and rushed from mental torment without realizing that he was creating it all. Suddenly, a huge bird of ruins flew to him and asked if it was difficult. The bird said that the wings in the heavenly world symbolize freedom of will, and that the freedom of the cry in the middle of the boy. Fried lifted his eyes and thought about the words of ruin, about the freedom of the will that in him. The bird said that he would go with him to the sky which he wishes, and added that the guy who can become a heavenly owner. Meanwhile, a fierce struggle took place at the 8th level. Many Absolute were already unconscious. Babylon easily stopped Roger attacks by an ancient frozen spear. But distracting his 4th level judges managed to get behind and strike. The old man acknowledged that the man was still good in the battle with the power that God gave him. But in the next moment, he caused his attack and rejected the man far. He felt the power of the 8th level judge. However, he did not recognize this and said that Babylon was so weak because of the absence of God. The old man replied that the God of part of the heavenly world and the decay always loses, and the world of Roger would never come. An evil man rushed to an old man with a spear, and a cry that he should put up with what he is with God declined. Their clash created a huge stream sitting that scattered everyone who was a little near them. The old man's stick broke. He was unable to fulfill his role and asked God to apologize for it. In the last moments of his life, he remembered Neode, who said he believed in him. Roger loudly declared his victory, and in his thoughts, he treated that he would finally build the world in his heaven. Smiling, he thought that he destroyed all the barriers created by God. After all the trials, he created a man was ready to become a more majestic creature than Neod himself. He opened the door with the idea that he would create a new celestial world, and that he is now the master of heaven. The man did not rush to heaven where the sun was glowing and a huge tree grew. He looked at the beautiful world and thought, however, what beauty was around. At the roots of the trees stood the throne, which was peacefully sitting in white robes. seeing his Roger sky of rage and wrapped the name of God with anger. He was angry with God sitting on the heavenly throne and believed that only a shell remained from him. He was by seeing that he called them heavenly sinners and fell asleep peacefully. Now Roger with other judges wanted to pay him out for having become sinners without sin. The man came closer and got the spear that gave him a Neo-D. It was the judge who decided to bring God to the end. He remembered how little he kneel in front of God, and he complained to him with a Roger. He asked him to be his spear that would create cracks in heaven to be those who destroy. Then the boy gladly accepted the gift, and now as an adult thought he fulfilled his mission. The spear did not pass. Although it was only a shell, she had incredibly strong protection. But invested all the power, Roger opened his wings and still was able to squeeze the weapon through the shell. After finishing the man, he said that he had fulfilled the request of the Neo-D to destroy, and flew to the top of the tree to the fruit. The fruit preserved the essence of the world. The judge took him into his hands and proclaimed that the heavenly world would now be rebuilt by his hands. While everyone who came to heaven shouted Denzel rage, the man merged that the Roger enveloped on God. He was sure that he would definitely find heavenly punishment. Rumors have already begun to spread into the ham that the dragon of the judge united the heavens and proclaimed a new god. One of the visitors who was detained who met at the first level could not withstand stupid chats and proclaimed that the judges were destroying their heavens with their actions. Suddenly in the room everything was shaken by a man felt familiar with energy, and all ran outside. Once in the yard they saw a huge dragon on which someone stood and turned to them. It was Zeke that stated that the heavenly sinners were trying to absorb their sky. He strictly asked if they were just going to sit. The man joyfully recognized the guy. Chicken also recognized him, but less joy. The young man said that if they unite, they would be able to resolve everything and asked to go with him. Zik himself wanted and suggested that others return their heavenly peace. Phasis that was in the bubble invited everyone to fly together because they needed their strength. Stella was also asked to join because it could be corrected all that went wrong. This time everyone decided to support the guy and climb with him up. Zik was sure that their heavens would not be taken away. When the dragon appeared with him in the Kumaradia lair where the magical treatment of Rabbi and Greg's began to come a little, they were slowly approached by the retorted question that they are still lying. The guy with a sincere smile invited her longtime friends to climb to heaven. While Roger absorbed the fruit of all the judges and the absolute knees, the heavenly fruit kept the essence of heaven, and absorbing his husband felt the power to turn them over. Suddenly, Roger was completely naked in an unknown light place. He felt nothing and felt everything at the same time. It was like chaos and peace. A mixture of rules and deviations that are integral and incomplete. He felt that he could do anything now. The man reborn into silver gold robe. The crown was steaming around his head. Judges and absolute worshipped before him as their new god united heaven. Zelos carefully asked him to fulfill his promise and give his former owner of heaven. Roger proudly promised to fulfill this little promise after everything was completed. He revealed to his followers that now they would create a new world, and they will be its inhabitants. He asked to praise him, and then in return he promised the right love. The new god promised them the world without the darkness of the chaos. As long as everyone treated and shouted, Denzel cried from such blasphemy. He looked at the throne on which the body of the Neode was, and took himself the duty to keep him. Suddenly a crack began to appear in heaven, and later a huge paw climbed. The head of the dragon began to be visible from the heavenly gap that torn paw. Roger was looking at the majestic creature that was increasingly appeared and regretted that it got here. When the dragon was completely climbed into heaven, he said that he was the god of darkness of the original chaos. The new heavenly god began to complain that chaos destroyed all his envoy, but the dragon said that they were not destroyed, but simply became part of the darkness, and that Roger does not know the yang of this world of equilibrium and chaos. The man stated that in his heavenly world, darkness and chaos will be considered evil and will be destroyed. Chaos smiled from his words and called them an absurd from which one could only laugh. Roger was tuned to hold the last battle for creating a new world. On the side of the man were most of the judges, all absolute and representatives of the Cadmos. The chaos was the contenders of Kumaradia friends of Zika and the judges of the first and second levels. The boy who stood on the dragon did not accept the idea of the new heavenly world and stated that heaven belonged to him. The battle began. 2 armies of people and half of divine creatures came together in a duel. The 7th level judge of Mountain saw a familiar physis among his enemies. He turned to his acquaintances who did not listen to the fate and sinned. The wrong choice will not be forgiven. Flora replied that they are just moving along the stream that has developed and that it is the right choice. Raja came together in battle with the head of Kumarati Joe. With a bold smile, she asked her husband whether he could handle her. Joe could not stop her strength, but he was not one Rabbi Greg's dean, and others were ready to fight absolute. But even a bold girl was not a single one with her a group of support. Among them, Dean saw his father and got lost. He was gently led to the Rabi, reminding that the battle is inevitable. The girl herself was inspired by the fact that she could not lose because she wanted to win the future for her younger one. Zik chose himself in Roger rivals. The dragon reminded him that they are one and should destroy the scoundrel. The guy, with his usual lack of respect, turned to the dragon, declaring that he was tired, that he was constantly mixing. He was indifferent to chaos, he still wanted to overthrow Roger. The man tried to resort to manipulation and called the young man a poor chick. He stated that the dragon simply uses it as a shell, but he would free him as a noble god. Zik was easily protected against attack by a magical spear, and tried to attack, but came across a protective barrier around a man. He did not even move and sent a new attack of light on the young man. But the boy saw in Roger only an obstacle to his heavenly domination. The attack of light and dark energy did not stop and changed each other. Attacking the guy, a new deity stated that even if he survives, it would be meaningless. Although the young man received blows once, after which he had already smoked, but for a second did not think about getting off his way. The man again resorted to the dialogue by asking the guy why he to risk his life in a senseless struggle. He asked the boy to think about the pain that he was brought to him by the heavenly world. About the suffering that he was detained, Roger emphasized that chaos wants to restore that order. He pressed on him that the old heavenly order brought him so much pain. But the man did not have the idea that Zik lived before. His life was irrational, badness, and incomprehensible heavenly discipline. He hated it and wanted it to collapse. He wanted to destroy it with his own hand. But life is a cunning thing, so he was now going to protect heaven now. Roger realized that the young man did not convince, so just decided to end with him. Suddenly, something shone in the chest of Zika and began to break out. The man did not believe his eyes and considered it impossible because in the middle he felt that there was the energy of another heavenly creature. The guy began to speak ironically, asking for a just life from the beginning. After all, someone is born a judge, and someone is a poor man in deep lands. But Zik was going to overcome everything because he came here not because of his choice, but thanks to his own efforts. The unknown force that emerged from the boy's chest began his transformation. Roger looked at the young man with the strongest look, because there were two absolute in the sky. As long as the battle was in the midst of Danzel, he made his way to the body of the Neo. In the era of this god, the soul did not disappear, so he was about to keep his body that was a vessel for the soul. After reaching the throne, the man wept bitter tears. He was so sorry that it happened to the Neode. He kneeled, and though he considered himself a sinner to stand before God, still apologized and asked for forgiveness. Denzel took up the spear protruding from his body and began to pull it out. It was not easy, and the man accompanied the pain, but he considered it part of the atonement of sins. Zik looked at his transformation and thought that everything was in fact resolved in advance. The seeds that his father gave him before the death of him, which now turned into a fruit and gave the power of the young man for the sake of it. Now he did not know whether it was fate or inevitability or he had achieved it. The dragon supported the young man by saying that without his will he would lose him and return him to darkness. Suddenly, Zika began to shake through the overload of the body, because it was still not developed to accept the essence of chaos. The only thing that could advise the boy, the god of darkness, to hold it down and tolerate another way. This dissonance noticed Roger and realized that the boy is not yet suitable for a container that could accept the power of essence. The man took the spear more and said that the young man admit that he was not the man who can play. Roger began to collect his heavenly power. She was so powerful that she could destroy everyone together. Because the guy came against him, he was about to not let his soul into heaven. He swung the judge's spear, trying to strike a fatal blow, but the boy defended the shield, to stop the divine blow to no one on this earth except Absolute. And indeed, Fried came to help his friend. Zik was incredibly pleased to see a friend. The young man asked with a smile whether he was late. It was difficult to understand what choice the right choice. Zik, of course, said that his brother was slightly late, but he forgives it. Roger tried to order the guy because he is an absolute messenger of God and must obey him. But this world belonged to God Neod, so the judge was not who worshipped Fried. For him, a man was just a man who had to be expelled from heaven. Roger was angry, but was confident in himself, so he invited the young man to try to fight. Fried promised Zik to try to stop the man somehow until the guy awakens his strength. Roger could attack the young man by creating a flow of 1,000 spears, but though it was difficult for the boy to defend himself with a huge shield, this great battle was seen by the absolute ones below and dealt with others. Raj made her sword and stated that there was no well successor to Fried, so the girl decided to follow the guy against Roger. Jeno did not understand such a sudden turn, but the girl explained that there was nothing to look at. Everything here was obvious when looking at the aura. The Absolute was confused by the thought that they were wrong with the choice and in vain sacrificed pay and well. Fried was the last forces of his last forces from Roger, who was too close to him. Reflecting, he asked if his friend completed the transformation. In a few seconds, the Zyke gained strength and already flew to the aid of a friend. At that moment, The man was already challenged and shouted from rage because he was interfered with. Having concluded all his forces, he attacked Frida and he flew, but picked up Zik. The guy thanked his friend and asked if he could control his strength. Fried looked at Roger, who did not weaken the skate, and sought out whether they could stop it at all. Zik smiled and replied that if they could not do it, they would remain here forever. Here the friend had a logical question why the dragon did not fight with the Roger. But Chaos and Zik were now one. He is just a clot of initial energy. The guy was now Chaos. The young man began to gain his energy and, along with Fried, rushed to attack the judge. The man looked at them from above and called sinners, calling to repent. He caused the heavenly hand full of magical radiance and directed it to the boys. It was an incredibly severe attack. By friends began to restrain it together, but it was difficult. Fried's role was to protect the heavenly owner, so when his shield rolled he began to defend Zika with his own body. Suddenly everything disappeared. Zik was in the dark space. He thought he died. The guy was upset from the thought that all efforts were in vain. He just wanted to understand that heaven meant to him and live in the world without pain. Suddenly he called Berkutun, calling a fool and asking what he was doing. When the young man turned, he saw his bird and a man was dressed in white robes. The young man even wondered who it was. The unfamiliar named Zika, with a capacity possessing everything, is all that and opens a new era. He looked white with his white eyes and said that now it was time for the guy to stay in heaven. Berkutun began to grunt that a man was too difficult and could just say that it was time to put everything in order. The bird ordered the guy to go immediately because he had to lend his body to hold a young man. At the same time, the order began to be filled with Zika, and his body was occupied by the god of heaven. Roger did not believe his eyes. After the blow dispelled, he saw Neodi that he held the unconscious Fried on his arms. God looked at him with his white eyes as a sinner and asked to listen. Meanwhile, Dean fought with his own father. When the man saw that his god in danger, he wanted to help. He was grabbed by his own son and tried to bring him to pay attention to what he was doing for the beacon. The boy was crying and saying that if he had already left him, he had to do it for something worthy. His tears dropped on his father's face, and he spoke to what lonely he was on Earth trying to survive without a dad. The man tried to escape and shouted that he did all this for Dina. It was for the sake of him that he believed and prayed to the false god. But the boy was of different thought. He believed that if he wanted to do something better for him, they should do it together. The man stated that he could not bring a weak because it would be a burden for him, so he was moving himself. The words about the burden were hurt by the son of the heart. The boy said he was not a burden and got here on his own. Through a mixture of a pile of emotions, Dina has revealed consciousness and new abilities were manifested. With tears in his eyes, he shot the absolute breeze and answered his father's question that he now opened his own path. Greggs, together with Habi, fought with Voshin, another judge of the 7th level who had the elements of water. She planned to lose them by sharpening in the water sphere. The boy had already ended the air and he thought if he got out of there faster. Suddenly, he felt him leave his strength. The young man could not understand the abilities of the judge and therefore lost. Hibabi unexpectedly took Greggs by her hand and used evaporation by liberating the guy. But the girl herself stayed in a water bubble. Even Voshin herself praised such ingenuity. The judge was pleased that the girl herself could not get out of her own character. Greggs looked as a Hibabo who was choking in the water, and before his eyes, his memories of the first love he lost. The guy knew that he liked the girl, though he spent little time with her, but he could not lose his loved one so much again. At this point, the boy came to aware of new forces that formed a crown around his head. Vodian did not believe her eyes because it was the power of the judge. She did not understand how it could be developed because it could only be obtained from God. Greggs became the leader of the offensive and hurried to liberate the Hibi from a water trap. Vodian felt that the holiness of God she had disappeared. It was the price of betrayal. The young man, meanwhile, released the girl from the water, saying that this time he would not lose his love so stupid. The slave, along with the head of Kumaradia at this time, fought with Flora and her assistants. Although the girl still lasted, Joe and others were already lying on the earth almost without strength. That is why the woman suggested that they surrender, and the rabbi did not understand why she should do it, and was only preparing to attack. Then Flora replied that the end has nothing to do with the will of the girl. In her philosophical perception, it was the last destination of the Hammer Lord. The girl realized that now she could get on the attack and chose the best way to do the best way. But Flora's assistants decided to prevent it and caught a rabbi creeper by the leg. Then she decided to reflect because she could not fall now, but the attack was too strong. At the last moments, she remembered her life in heaven. It was very difficult. She just tried to find the perfect world to live with her family. She began to seem that leaving her brothers, she just fled in search of which does not exist. The slave wanted to spend more time. Flora, along with her assistants, thought that she was over and went to help Mountain. Suddenly, a girl in the breast lit a small spark that turned into a huge fire. From this fire, Her bird of Ariel died out of this fire, who declared the east of a new celestial life after the previous one. The huge phoenix said she would become the messenger of God who announces a new beginning. The rabbi was born into a fiery night. Something like a crown was now flying around her head. Flora suddenly felt that her donated power had completely disappeared. Suddenly, she felt the familiar energy and could not believe because she was Need. While she was carrying a fiery knight, she thought that it was her punishment for her own choice. When the slave finished the case, she thought that she would definitely return to her family. This is how the new messengers of God have emerged. Neode stared at Roger and asked his child or like to play God. Although the man was frightened but still believed in the fact that heaven Neodes had already rolled. Gathering power in his spear, he wanted to send God on the other side of the darkness. Neod did not even move when the flow of light was flying on him, with one paw protected him with a dragon. He said that it took some time, but Neode and Chaos were embodied in this body. The dragon began to tell that before the destruction of heaven, God asked him for something. At that time, Neod wanted to tell his children the truth about their world and tell them about heavenly truth. But Chaos was against telling this for children who are unable to control their desires. The Heavenly Master was very kind and even so wanted to tell everything to his children. The dragon said he was indifferent, but if they dare challenge his friend, he would immediately make a sentence. Naive Neod smiled kindly and said that he would not happen to the children. The dragon rejected Roger that they just watered the dirt of Heavenly God as if it were a handful of ashes. Here he spoke to telling that he had nothing left but to hide the existence of chaos. In the heavenly world, cracks began to appear when everything was settled. But Roger considered it a lie. In his opinion, he only wanted to hide from them the instability of the world. Now heaven belonged to him and he attacked again, hoping to destroy the Neod. The dragon stopped this attack again without only one paw. Now the verdict of the heavenly God was unambiguous. In the end, he betrayed faith. Roger did not understand one as Chaos woke up earlier. He assumed that his strength was restrained in the body. Suddenly he noticed Denzel below, which prayed at the spear by which the judge had distorted the container of God. Neod was very mildly angry with Roger because he gave him many chances, but his naughty child used them all and destroyed the order under the influence of his own destructive desire. The man was certain that he absorbed the whole essence of the heavenly world and now had all the power. But Neod was heaven and heaven was Neod. The fact that Roger knew was only a crumb. God raged. It was too self-confident that the fruit that ate a man was all the huge essence of heaven. The angry God has increased by dozens of times, and now the judge was a little man over whose clouds thickened. Roger did not seem to put all his strength and destroy heaven. Seeing the huge power that gathered on the mountain, Absolute panicized in anticipation of the disappearance of the world. The followers of the judges, Cademus, were on their knees and were ready to follow any decision of their new god. Mountain, looking at the events, wept because he understood what made the wrong choice. The dragon asked his brother Neod to cause their Zika capacity. The heavenly god humbly did it because finally the rest could not change anything. Roger heard some strange sound but was still sure that it could now be stopped. But suddenly he began to attack him from everywhere. Dean attacked the judge by the flow of a mighty wind. The rabbi also joined the attack. She wanted to punish Roger and return to her family. Heggs joined them and announced that the era of sinners ended. By this time, Neode has already called Zika. The guy had one dark and one light wing. The young man was a friend and half of the soul of chaos with the heavenly god of repository and a new beginning. They put a responsible business on the boy to start over. The voices of the gods were heard in Zika's ears. He hoped that heaven would burn and the gods asked him for the safety of the vast world. Roger was angry but was still convinced that no one would stop him on the ground. People at the bottom shouted at fear of death, but Zik went down to stop the end. He was given a new beginning, so he was about to protect the heavenly world. The huge spear made from light just broke in half in the hand of a young man. The man raged because he was so brazenly stopped, wanted to attack the guy behind. He sent 1,000 spears directly to the young man's back, but he was protected by Dean. The baby behaved as a real adult and was about to cover Zika, letting him do his job. The rabbi attacked Roger because of his desire, the heavenly utopia destroyed, and because of this, its purpose disappeared. On the other hand, Greggs attacked the judge. He did not ceremony with the statements and told the man to get away. The man did not understand what he did wrong because only he wanted to build more sophisticated heaven. Now he was going to simplify his job and make everything disappear. The man only had time to scatter a little around as his movements immediately rolled. He began to say that he agreed with the judge that these heavens were imperfect. He began to rise to heaven because of injustice, and then reborn. In order to get out there is no other choice but to work. Roger agreed with him and yelled that he would change this injustice. Then Zeke looked at him with a creepy look and asked who he was. Roger was a sinner, that he did not repent. He was destined to do it, but a young man. The man said he was indifferent to who would change his way. He respects sincerely and hoped for the perfection of heaven. And in the meantime, secretly from the boy was preparing a hidden attack in the form of a gold arrow. Suddenly, before Zack, freed and covered his friend, reminding him that he had to be careful. The Roger, meanwhile, tore his bonds that was restrained and shouted that he was the master of heaven. Zick tried to repair his friend a little, in which a huge hole remained after the impact. The man took advantage of the moment. He wanted to strike a fatal blow to his comrades. But the young man made his way through the attack and left a huge hole in Roger's body with one blow. In one duties, he simply destroyed him with his spear that once gave him a Neo-D. In the last moments of his life, the man tried to call thousands of light spears to destroy the guy with the sky. The annoyed Zick took all his work on himself and once and always ended with a judge. After his death, Roger found himself in a completely white space and stood before God. Neod, as a wise father, calmly said that he perfectly understands his son's desire. A man seemed to say that God was just playing with his wishes with a toy. But Neod gave him an inconvenient amount of possibility to repent and received forgiveness, because he prepared a man to make him become the head of the new heavenly world. However, the man brought him only solid frustration and wounded his parental heart. Roger shouted at his creator, calling him the pseudo-master of heavenly land. God said that everything in the world is built on a lie, but it was more like an illusion. As the last gift, he allowed the man to live forever in the world where only he will exist. Having noticed this, Roger Neod disappeared and left him in the white world absolutely naked. When Zick destroyed the physical body of the judge, the man flew a vocal explosion and a crack began to appear in the blue sky. The strength of chaos began to disappear and the boy had evaporated one wing. The power of the light also left the young man because he came out of his Neod and now Zick was without wing. Chaos began to say that the heavenly imbalance could not be corrected and the heavens would move if it continues. People looked at the huge black hole that increased and feared because they did not know what to do. Neod said that the current heavens where the equilibrium was broken will now be destroyed. Zick did not sincerely understand why everything should happen so, because Neodes returned. The boy only suggested that chaos could not find his place. But he began to explain that once in heaven a break appeared, then it split into 9 floors and became incomplete. The god of darkness and the god of light were also unstable because they were heaven. In addition, when the judges mixed the level of instability. Moreover, Neoda with chaos were just an illusion. Here and elsewhere, everything and nothing at the same time. Zika made despair. He made so much effort and they achieved so much. Rabbi and Dean joined the outrage because someone risked their lives to return and protect their families. Greggs also wondered what they wanted to do with those who only tried to protect their loved ones. Zeke looked at the darkness that only grew. Although heaven brought him a lot of pain, he decided to preserve them for all. Neod reminded him that heaven did not bring nothing to the guy except for pain. Chaos joined, that the loss of the family changed everything, and asked the question whether it is better to just destroy everything. But Zik went through suffering and came here. The journey was unstable and unfair for him. But now the guy smiled because it seemed to him that now he found the meaning of his life. Neod told the young man that he was their repository in which all their strength was sharpened. The choice was behind him. The guy was so unclear and quickly happened from the herd, and now he had to decide or rescue. Chaos confirmed the words of Heavenly God and said that now Zik is the master of heaven. The guy felt the power that now gave him a choice, and he decided to protect heaven. There is no such world. He was born on deep lands as once the gods were born with the masters of everything. But everyone wanted to protect this world, and the young man decided to do so by saving heaven. The dragon laughed and supported the guy. He told him to do it if he wanted it. Neod was tempted by the words that power could build a new world, and asked perhaps the boy could be a god of the new world. But Zik said that in any case, this was not his strength from the outset, and he was more suited to the rank of a contender than God. The dragon laughed loudly and said that if it was his friend, so it should be. Neod said that the guy could save heavens provided that he enters chaos. The young man did not understand what it means and asked whether he had to destroy him time. At that moment, the dragon remembered that this power destroys heaven and that the world can only be saved by sprinkling it. Zik looked at him mournfully and asked what he would be with him to sleep. Chaos said he would not disappear on always but just return to a deep shadow. Then the young man smiled and said they would only be parted for a while and thanked for a fun trip with ActionToon. Saying goodbye to each other, Zik gathered his hand and sent Chaos in a deep sleep. The destruction stopped, but everything was not as before. The sky was balanced by forming a chaotic world. The judges kneel before Neod. He reassured them that he did not say goodbye because he was always in eternity. He commanded them forgiveness to the children who had overcome the trials and ascended to heaven. God appealed to Rabbi and Greggs, and since they helped return the heavenly balance, asked to take their role as judges. The girl did not give up the offer if this opportunity appeared. The guy was also not against all of what he wanted. Neod returned to Zika and asked what he would do on this earth. God plunged into a dream so the young man had all the power and could do anything. The young man smiled and noted that Neod said so, as if 2 deities were left, but it was not true. The blond man smiled gently and said that it was the last trial that he arranged him. Zik gathered divine power in his hands and conveyed it to Fried because his friend would handle it better. The guy looked at his friend in surprise, and then he explained with a smile that he was just a thief. Zik dispersed and the happy rushed down that he would live forever as a contender. Fried looked at his friend joyfully and rejoiced that he finally received freedom. Holding golden power in the years, he said that she also did not need it. The guy reached out by the strength of the Neod and said he wanted to live as an absolute keeper of the sky. God laughed slightly and said that in this case the power would remain free for the future. 20 years have passed in deep lands. The contenders again searched for their birds. The little boy was crying and asking for at least someone. The baby was crying from despair, because very much wanted to escape from a poor life. Suddenly, a man with a beard and a dark green mantle came to him. The unknown with a smile asked the boy whether he did not need help at time. The child returned to a man with a crying face, and he said that he would help the baby. It was a Zik that stretched out a little blue bird and said that he could become the master of heaven.